bar below the stairs of Aunt Sally's cellar. The Swanson Pickle Company of Ravenna, Michigan understands that sentiment. They got their start with founder Wesley Swanson buying cucumbers from growers in 1949. He'd pull a grader to the field and pay daily for their crop. He was also in the dry bean business, but in May of 1958, the bean elevator burned along with the barn where cucumber grading was taking place.
When that bean elevator burnt, the bins were full of buckwheat, and the barn was full of wood baskets and crates. I mean, it was a huge fire, and it burnt right to the ground in a hurry. And my dad had tears in his eyes, and I was jumping for joy that we got rid of that miserable building. And we're able to build something that we'd been in it long enough, we knew what we wanted. It just was, you always use the old as long as you could. Mother Nature took care of that in a hurry with a good fire.
Today, Swanson Pickle Company is growing 1,700 acres of processing pickles in addition to buying from other growers. To assure they get the varieties they need, they acquire the seed and offer it to those who grow for them.
And what we'll do with a grower is we'll have a contract and contract so many bushels, not acres. We line up bushels because there is a top size of what you can handle in a year. We have a capacity that we can handle every year, and so we protect ourselves by having bushel contracts. But we try to, some growers will have a good year and go over their contract, and we always try to take whatever we can from a grower. And usually there's other growers that are going to have an off year. And it varies because the state is a big state and you have these microclimates that change things around.
Seed is planted from late May to mid-July with a normal growing period of 50 days, with the harvesting of Swanson's own acreage running from 9 to 10 weeks. John Swanson calls it an unforgiving crop with a 24-hour window of optimal harvest time.
The grower's paid on the diameter of the pickle and the total weight of the pickle. We're looking for 1.5 to 1.75 inch diameter pickle, which is in one night pickle can jump that size. So you have to be on top of your game. You can only plant so much at a time because you can only harvest so quick, at a certain amount per day. So it's very management intensive compared to an agronomic crop like corn or soybeans are a little bit much more forgiving.
Once harvested, the pickles are unloaded into water, which provides a soft landing and a bath to remove soil. They're sampled across a belt into 6 sizes, setting an average for size and weight. They're then divided into various sizes for their customers' needs, whether it be for relish, chips, or spears. If they're to be fresh packed or refrigerated, they're shipped directly off the line to the packer. If they're to be processed, they head to one of the 1,300 fiberglass brine tanks, each holding 900 bushels of pickles or 45,000 pounds. There they ferment for 3 to 6 weeks before shipping to manufacturers.
All of the people like us that get the crop procured, either grow it or commingle it like we do with ours and other growers, we all pretty much have the same customer base. And Vlasic has a big presence here, Bay Valley has a big presence, and Heinz in the state of Michigan. But there's also some other smaller manufacturers, Freestone, Gilo, Harrison, that do well also in the state. So Michigan is where the pickles are grown, the #1 state in the United States, and it's also where the most manufacturing base is located in Michigan or very close to Michigan.
4 generations strong, the Swanson Pickle Company is a real family affair. Along with Grandpa Don and son John, there's John's brothers Dave and Paul and their wives, along with John's 2 sons, Matt and Wes.
Seeing everything from when I was, growing up here, not even working, just coming, seeing the operation and seeing it now today shows I got a different perspective on things, and I think I like the family business atmosphere. You have your ups and downs, but you know kind of what you're getting into, and it's more meaningful, I guess. It's not just working for some company, you're working for your family too, so it's a good feeling.
With the future looking bright for the Swanson Pickle Company, they continue to look for new opportunities for that favorite treat of Thomas Jefferson.
We figure we got the fast food covered pretty good. We got to get a way to get them on the breakfast table. I think everybody would enjoy a dill pickle omelet. We just haven't got the message out there yet.
To learn more about pickles, get recipes, and access a list of pickle brands, log on to ilovepickles.org. Thomas Jefferson said, on a hot day,
Log on, computer. Log on to ilovepickles.org. Hello, greetings. Welcome. Happy Friday. It's real. It's real. We'll have to see about that, Octorinsky. We'll have to see about that. Dill pickle omelet. It sounds pretty excellent. It sounds pretty excellent to me. Hello. Okay, what am I? Okay, okay. We need to stop. We need to stop with that. Who am I? Who am I? LCOLONQ. Who are you, computer? Who are we, computer? What are we doing? Gaming, making. What are we using? Okay, we need to reset. Back to the pickles. Back to the fucking pickles. It's over.
And we're able to build something that we'd been in it long enough. We knew what we wanted. It just was you always use the old as long as you could. Mother Nature took care of that in a hurry with a good fire.
Today, Swanson Pickle Company is growing 1,700 acres of processing pickles in addition.
Okay, I'm kidding actually. Hello. Hi, computer. Welcome back. It's going to be a bit of there's a strange energy. There always is. There often is, computer. A strange energy in the air when these things come around. You know the feeling, right? You know the feeling for sure. You know the feeling of there's a strangeness in the air, and today there's especially a strangeness. We're in a bit of a bind, you might say. We're in a bit of a barrel. You might even say that. I don't know about that. I don't know which way it goes. But we're in certainly something. And let's figure out what that is. Can we say who all is? Thank you for arriving. Thank you for arrival, everybody. It's good to see you all. It has been 1, 2, 3 days since we last spoke together on Tuesday, and this will be a continuity type session. Can we say who all is here? Welcome to the early gang of Azriga, Vizilia, LCOLONQ, A squared 31415. Can I move the mic closer to my head? Kirem __, Prodzi Pod, Tayumichi, and Failior, and hello, you Daniel Pancake. Welcome in Beaksy. Welcome in Crazy Stewie. Welcome in Edward Urahara. Welcome in Ag Pen. Welcome in F Collector. Welcome in Gen Dude. Welcome in Earthfail 23. That exclamation point today is actually true. It is Lisp Game Boy. We are making a Game Boy game from scratch in Emacs Lisp because that is the world we've chosen to inhabit together. The hello Zulfix _ decided to clonk my freaking head up. I am too as well. I still feel like I'm in a zone where I don't know. I feel like there's lightning in my fingers, computer. I have this feeling every Friday, every Tuesday for quite a long time. But sometimes it intensifies. You know, we all have. But today I feel like there's lightning on my hands. Welcome in Steel Shield. Good to have you. Welcome in Octorinsky. Welcome in Catleriana. Welcome in Big Gay Mikey. Welcome in Liquid Cake 1. What is this smug evil pickle? This is. I use GIF cities a lot. Do you know about GIF cities? GIF cities, it's like an archive.org thing where they maintain an archive of GIFs from GeoCities. I think someone told me about it on here in the first place, and I searched for pickle, and this image appeared 3 times among the lists, and also straight up porno. So I'm glad I need to remember not to open GIF cities on stream. Hello, Darth Chaos 15. Hello, welcome Mickey Noon and FN _Lumi and Venerock. Welcome all. And Jopa and Sight Soul, welcome. And Niche Penguin, it's good to have you. And Prowlcars, thank you for the resub. Oh, you know I'm going to read it. I'd just like to interject for a moment. What you're referring to as LCOLONQ is in fact GNU / LCOLONQ, or as I've recently taken to calling it, GNU plus LCOLONQ. LCOLONQ is not an operating system unto itself, very true, but rather another free component of a fully functioning GNU system made useful by the GNU core libs, shell utilities, and vital system components comprising a full OS as defined by POSIX. Many computer users run a modified version of the GNU system every day without realizing it through. Thank you. Thank you for the resub. And welcome Drurototus Enjoyer and Exor Xavier and do Control _ O. I think I'm saying, well, anyway, whatever. Emoster again, and Setolix, and Yutsu underscore many, and Trap underscore exit, and Must underscore broke underscore. We have and Hell Pie, great to have you. And who else? Goofy System. They got Goofy System in here, and Super Plink, welcome. And Basie, thank you for the resub. It's good to have you too. And Goofy System as well. Holy guacamole. And Bug VT, welcome in. Thank you both for the resub. Actually, I should say word instead of not word. And who else? Are we there? We arrived. And Carlos Sosos 33333 and Just Chill underscore interspersed, and Devs DE and Mamimi. Say hi to my mom. Hello, Mamimi mother. Hello, greetings. I hope you're doing well today. And Nulligor also hello. Well, welcome one, welcome all. It's okay, can we switch? I had limited time. I had a strange morning again, computer. I've been in a weird configuration. Hello, Woot and Mudane. Welcome in both. Let's press that button, shall we? I think it's time for no more Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. No more Nocturne title loop, I think. It's time to go here. And we must make ready. We must make ready because okay, let's also start up. Let's make sure we have all our gizmos going. Can we see? My computer was doing some behaviors this morning. Poetry, run Python, OBS. We had to do a little bit of emergency maintenance, you know, as you do. Are we frozen? Excuse me? Why am I not tracking anymore? Hello? 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 Okay. Very cool and interesting. Hello, Sovery Sour and Dog with Glasses On and Spikle Channel. Welcome too, and thank you, Carlos Os, for the resub. Also, I've been pickled. I am in a bit of a pickle today. That sort of is the theme, right? I was sort of considering these things, you know, computer. We always have to. The stream tends to have deep thematic elements, right? There's a deep thematic angle to the LCOLONQ broadcast. Many of you have pondered this over time. We had a good run. Yeah, it's over now. Klonk did fucking die. I need to get a new model. Your model crashes, you have to buy a new one. That's how it works on here. It's crazy. I can't wait for. Okay, here's a world I hadn't even pondered before this point. The world of DRM VTuber models. Are we just not, like, what's going on with this? Excuse me? Hello? Hello? Huh? Excuse me? Excuse me? What? Okay, is our tracking just not running? Is our tracking just not running here? What is this? What the fuck is going on here? Okay, I'm kind of nervous about this. You bought a model? Yeah. What is this? DRM on them. We need to have limited use. We need to have planned obsolescence VTuber model. It doesn't work. Oh, there we go. It just started again. I don't know why it didn't work. I was getting real nervous. I was like, oh, we're gonna have to do camera surgery on stream. I'm gonna dox my real face. Oh wait, I know what it is. I know what it is. Holy fuck. Okay, this actually gets into the pickle. It gets into the pickle. Where is it? Gets into the pickle. This whole thing, right? Okay, the reason for this, the reason why it's not working, the reason, okay, if I try something on myself, look at this, see it works. Hello, Amon KH __. And now it's gonna freeze. It's gonna freeze after enough time. It's gonna freeze in a second. It's gonna freeze in a second. No, it won't. It's not gonna be consistent. The reason this is happening is because normally I have a light on. Normally there's light in my room. I have a little bit of a light on. There are functional difference between into and into. I don't know. I feel like they have a different vibe, certainly, Dog with Glasses On. So there's a functional difference in that sense, in that they convey a different feeling and there's a different cadence to them. I think you would read them differently. Maybe not in pronunciation, but the rhythm in which you would read a sentence with in space to and into would be different. I'm sure there's some grammatical difference also. Funniest thing I ever saw, hello badcop _. Yeah, so the issue, see there it froze again? The issue is there's no light on. Because I went to turn on, we have like this lantern. We have this like this paper lantern thing on the floor, which is the main source of lighting for the LCOLONQ broadcast. Our main, you know, we call it the studio package. It's studio lighting for the streams, and it did not. I pressed it this morning and it like immediately like puttered out, like it wouldn't, and now it's dead. I think the bulb died. I think it's dead bulb. So we have poetry run Python B lamp. We can go get the B lamp. Is that actually the solution? I sort of think it is. Okay, we're going to get the B lamp. Okay, I'm gonna be talking. I don't know if you'll be able to hear me when I'm going to get it. We're gonna go. This is mission for the B lamp. I have a Minecraft B lamp that ModClonk, I think a friend got from ModClonk. We have this. It's a lamp. It's like shaped like a Minecraft honey, whatever bees go in. It's like a bee situation, and then there's a Minecraft bee dangling. You know, a little plastic trinket. There's a trinket. You know, let's get it. The other room. We have to go to the other room now. Okay, we got the B lamp. Load it up. We got B lamp. We gotta plug in the B lamp. Doing live commentary because I don't know how to not talk. I'm scared of abandonment. I have abandonment issues. We're gonna put it on this pile of papers next to my desk. Fuck, I can't see shit. I can't see shit. Fuck. Okay, can we see now? See over here? B lamp? You guess? B lamp? There it goes. Huh? Okay, B lamp activated. Okay. I think we've achieved B lamp. Thank you for Twitch Scam, by the way. I love features. I'm an enjoyer of features. Are we good now? Are we tracking correctly? I think we are. Good. Thank God. Thank God. I had to stand up now. I'm tired. I'm sleeping. Hello. That was kind of crazy. The hello Jake creates stuff and Retro Maximus plays and Otter 0_. We had to get a lamp. It's fine though. It's fine. I think we've arrived. When you're out of breath after walking across the room and back, yeah, I'm fucking out of shape. I'm mad out of shape. Hello Piet, also welcome in. The okay, sick. Where are we? So this is part of the pickle. The fact that there is no light is part of the pickle. What are the components of the pickle? Can we go? Docket.org. We've cloned tomato successfully. We've done this. We have to check a very. What's up, my little hum? Oh my god. It's. We need to conclude. Parts of the pickle. The Reckoning. Yes, I saw this. I received. Oh, I see this too. Clone. Prodzy Pod. The long-awaited clone. Out of the minds of Twitch Korea comes a legendary warrior. The Prodzy Pod. I've been seeing some things on Twitter. Okay. I don't mean this in a messed up or bad way. I mean this in a good way. Korea seems really nasty. It seems there seems like there are some negative components of the work culture in Korea that I had not been aware of before this. I was aware that it was owned by mega corporations, but I've been following this thread of someone who was a postdoc in Korea on Twitter, and they basically, there was this whole thing, and they got essentially framed by the university and fired for reporting on this, their advisors, like bad, like human rights violations basically. And then the dude, the professor, the postdoc that he was accusing, changed his Twitter name to Vendetta, which seems kind of completely whack. Hello Majad_, also welcome. It's literally fantasy cyberpunk dystopia. Yeah, that's sort of what it seems. I don't know. Who really knows with these things? I just saw it and I was like, damn. I hope Prodzy Pod can acquire exit from Samsung. Oh, anyway, this is parts of the pickle. Pickle component number 1. There's no lights. Solution. B. right? You see B lamp? That's what it is. That's the solution. Pickle component number 2. Pickle component number 2 is, and the solution to the collapse is just to get more misogynists. Yeah. Well, who knows with these things? It just seems not very nice. I'm not really smart enough to have sort of a nuanced opinion about it, other than it seemed not very nice. And I have a lot of sympathy. You know, I'm operating at like extremely base level sympathy. I basically have sympathy for things that I've personally experienced. So I have a lot of baseline sympathy for people in bad grad school situations, bad academia situations, because I'm like, damn, yeah, I understand that. I understand major ass. That suck. Yes, good. Solution pickle 2. There's no mod clonk. We'll be a little cute with it, you know. It's an insider secret. You know, sometimes you can spell things wrong. You can use an M instead of an N, and you get a little cute with it. You know, I don't know. It's sort of an advanced technique. Solution. The waiting is the hardest part. That's what it sort of is. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, pack it up, everybody. It's time to go home. There's no Mod Clonk today. We can maybe try and call in, but I think she's gonna be busy. Mod Clonk is traveling to a wedding shower with a family member. So I am here. Mod Clonk's gone until tomorrow evening. It's me. I'm alone. I'm rip bozo or something. It's just fuck. It's over. It's over practically. Problem number 3. There's hope she brought an umbrella. It's quite far afield, I think. Jake creates stuff. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe oh, you mean showers. I thought you were trying to say something about. Okay, moving on. That's crazy that I thought that. We need to move on immediately. There's no game solution today. I'm so sorry. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry. They're one of the most dangerous types of special events. Is this true? Hello, Krush. Tayamisu. Yes, it's true. No games. Just as the PS3. Haha. You get. We have no fucking game. We have no game. There's no game. And you might recall, we were proud participants. We were like, well, if not us, then who? Of the Spring Lisp Game Jam. We've been discussing this. Can we open not the org file? Spring Lisp Game Jam. Hello, X Job. Thank you. Welcome in. This is. Can we go here? I didn't rebuild my system, so I still have bar at the top. There's bar. God damn. Okay, you see, we have. Wait, no, this is 2023. This is 2023. Let's go 2024 style. There's 4 submissions so far. There's 2 days. 2 days, 8 hours. 2 days, 8 hours remain of Spring Lisp Game Jam, right? There's little time. Little time remains. Thank you for the lurky moster. It's kind of you. We need to rebuild so we have no tab. Do we have Firefox open at all? Thank you for the follow. Can we p kill Firefox? Can we rebuild? I think I changed my config, but I didn't actually rebuild, so my user Chrome is still bad because I had to like do like a video call or something, so I didn't have. I had to do a call, which makes Firefox pop up the little button that says, "Can we use your microphone?" Which doesn't work if you user Chrome away the nav bar. The pop-up just flickers at maximum hertz. It just flickers in the corner, and you can't interact with it. Okay, are we back now? Are we good? Are we activated? P-kill stands for pickle kill. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, we're good. We're returned. We also need to pull the latest and greatest. Hello, Hexadigital. Also, welcome in. It's great to have you. Shout out Hexadigital. How are you doing today, my friend? The clonkest of the L's, the hexist of the digital, the digitalist of the hex. Once you're corny to me, you're on the cob forever. Is this true? Can anyone verify this statement? Where's our repo here? Where is our repo? We want these files, this file, these files. Let's say this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go back over here. Hello, Sata MJ. Also fucking disgusting. You don't like this? What is this? Sick rad? What's happening with this? Hello 1990X on Cobb, for real, for real. No capitulation. Is this true? Is that no cap? What does cap stand for in the abstract? What is the meaning of it? If we go to upside down cake and we get pull, radical Islamic skater. What is this? What is going on? Capsaicin? No capsaicin is what it is. So very sour. Okay, we have new. If you recall, I wanna fucking dive in feet first. I'm being impolite today. I'm not even asking what people want from me. I'm not even describing my wants and needs to people. A lack of Snapple fact caps. Is this it? You know, it isn't bottle caps. This capability. Oh, capabilities. Is this it? I don't know. We've been working on this. Let me stop. I'm in my overexcited mode right now, where I'm talking like a freak, and I need to gain better control over the elements. I think we all can learn this together. It's something about, like, I don't know. I want to develop. LCOLONQ is a project for developing greater emotional control, not in me, in you. And I don't know if I'm being a good exemplar of that principle right now. We need to return back to the 4 principles of LCOLONQ or something. We should fuck lore idea. I don't need that. Thank you. Lore idea though. Major lore idea. Like coming up with, like, you say you have VTuber lore and it's like a corporate handbook of like the corporate values or something. Fuck, that's good. That's damn good. Chat developed some emotional control. JK lol. Yeah, I mean it'd be. Who knows with these things? The Limp Bizkit substitution. Yeah, this is. Are you referencing the Lizkov? Stack of shit liar. Cap on a stack. Oh, I see. Cap no cap. Oh, I see. I understand. Cap on a stack. Where does this? I guess that's sort of believable though, right? A cap is something you conceivably can put onto the long locomotive, lowly and low. Yeah, those are our properties. So we built this thing, right? If you recall, our game jam idea was to make a game for the Game Boy, because I also need this for Offkai, which is approaching so fucking rapidly. It's approaching so rapidly. Offkai 2024. This thing. It's literally. It's May 31st to June 2nd, 2024. What day is it today? It's still April, apparently. We're claiming it's April 1st still, because my calendar script is lying to me. What does Cal look like currently? Yes, very, very good. Very good. This was all for that April Fool's. Okay, we need to. Do we have one for date too? Yes, it is. No, that at least is maybe fixed. That at least is maybe fixed. We can delete bin cal bin date. Okay, good. Cal, the 31st. It's 1 week from today. It's 1 week from today, computer. Hello, Vettel. Also, it's 1 week from today. So what does this mean? Thefuture.org. Old future 2 1 3 new future. What does it mean? Next Friday, 1 week from today, May 31st. Weird stream. Ignore schedule. We won't be live. I will do my best to do at least some kind of short thing for the sake of it. It's always you have to soak in the ambiance a little bit. You have to do something a little bit silly when you're in a hotel room. It's kind of required at this point. But it won't be the usual, the usual situation, right? It will not be. Yes, yeah. Expect Chowderman, expect gambling. It'll be this sort of thing, right? It will not be the polished AAA experience that you're used to. I'll be with you at the hotel room. Yes, of course. Go to a bar IRL stream. How do you? Okay, well, I mean, I would IRL stream if I could. I think I don't know if I have the resources to do this. People like the data connection in order to do this. I might, maybe I do. I don't know how all this would work. I'd be toting a laptop around. I'd have to have we have to figure out some serious technical shenanigans to make that happen. But I would like to, because we do need to do programming in the middle of the lake at some point in the boat, going boat style. How do you? Okay, this is going to be. I'm going to be texting you for advice often, computer, the whole time on the Discord IRC. Like, what do you actually? How do you like? I thought a bar was just like a place you went, but everyone always talks about like there's cover, and there's like little wristbands and things. Hello, Zamiel. There's all kinds of activities. I've never done like. What do you? How does this actually? There's more clubs than bars. Okay, I see. I think the key part is running OBS on a server somewhere to keep the stream up. Yes, which we do want anyway. But I just sort of that was on the docket a long time ago. But we sort of like I didn't need this because I had what do you say? We installed how do you say? We installed UPS and our power stopped going out, which was improving. You've never been to a bar? Kefir boy. Are you calling me a kefir as in the beverage? Is this the word? Drinking. I'm a drinker of fermented milk. Yes, it's true. I do like this. No, I've never been to a bar. Bar is the one with the bar furniture situation, but I see. I don't really do any of these sorts of things, right? I don't, who knows about it? Bars are more to get a drink. It might be karaoke or some sort of music, just chatting with friends. There's a place in Toronto that has a bunch of retro arcade machines and a pizzeria in the back. Oh, I see. Interesting. I see how it is. Anyway, this is how it's going to be. It'll be odd. And potentially also, I think we're leaving on either Monday or I don't know. We'll see. This Tuesday might also be a little bit strong. We'll have to see with this one. I think we should be good, but for Tuesday, but I'll have to double check my plans. So it's going to be a bit of a break. It's going to be a bit of a switch. Bit of a switch from the usual thing, but then after this we'll be back to business. We have much to do, so we'll have to get back to our serious business. Hello, Vesdev. Thank you for Joeler. Is that Joeler? Is that the one? Joel Fast, excuse me. Okay, so that's the future. That's the upcoming thing. Also, I'm kind of thinking. I've had another thought about something. This is definitely not the correct format to conduct any sort of poll, but I know polls are sort of difficult. They're not going to be ever representative or things like this. Seriously radical. Thank you. Don't be poisoned. I think Prod has sorted out the poison situation. We have so many random events in the zone, in the domain. Additionally, because of this, I'm sort of thinking about potential movies this weekend. Are people interested in this? Is this a thing that would be amiable? Do we have interest in? We could watch Secret of Blackmore together. We could make popcorn or something. We could do this on Saturday probably, or Sunday, whatever people are available. We could do some kind of cinema experience on the Discord IRC over here. You know the one. I think this might be good. We can watch Paint Dry. We can watch Akira. Yeah, we can make a little list of things. I'm sort of thinking about this, tomorrow or the next day. I don't know. I'll keep you posted in the Discord. It'll be, it's somewhat sensible. You know how it goes. You know how these things go at this point. We can put something on. I think I actually have the constraining factor here might be because I have the movie I want to watch on DVD, and I don't think I have any way to effectively take it off DVD and put it onto I don't know if I have any optical drive available to me, so we'll have to see about that. We can paint a 3D printed Akira and watch it dry. Yeah, we can combine the best of both worlds. Okay, that's upcoming. What is immediately upcoming? Suck the bits up with the straw. Yeah, Keswick, you break out the magnifying glass. We have to make a game. Can I show you what our progress has been? I have not actually run the game on this machine. So if you recall what we were making, we were taking an approach called compiler upside down kick, and I will actually update. Let's say we're in a pickle. There we go. We should also start friend, start stream transcribe, start fake chatters. There we go. Can we get all these things up? Friend, there we go. Okay, there we go. Very, very good. Very good. The apologies for the furious typing. You know I would never type that fast normally on stream. Dot files, they're still my config. Hello, Cypher Lunas. My config has still yet to be separated from thing. I will have it for you at some point. Earthveil 2.3. I'm still fighting. I think by the time the new machine is done, it will probably be good because I can totally abandon my real life and my real name. I'm going to be legally changing my name to LCOLONQ. Thank you for lurk, Crazy Kitty 3 lurk. Thank you. If I run this file. I ran this file right here. I'm pressing QII. I'm running this every time it takes that little second. It's running this file. What running this Emacs lifts code does is it produces a file game.gb. It produces game. We have a bunch of assets and shit. If I delete game.gb, right? If I rerun this, you see game.gb is back. And what this file does, it's a Game Boy ROM. And so if I say mgbaqt to test this thing, game.gb, we're gonna see something magical here, computer. Hopefully, your ASCII anime girl is really cute. Thank you, MaxiFire. I appreciate the compliments. Compliments to the chef. You see? Do you see it? mgbaqt is an emulator. It's an emulator that we didn't write. Notice if we unmute. If we unmute, you see? We have, it's going through every letters too. You see, it's changing letters once per second. We have banger music, we have tunes. It's pretty damn good, I think. It's really not bad. Hello, Anksova. And this is totally from scratch, which I'm enjoying quite a lot. This is completely from scratch. It uses nothing. It doesn't use any tools. It doesn't use any, like, it doesn't even use the toolkit. It doesn't even use an assembler. It doesn't use anything except things we've written ourselves. Hello, ATP. Thank you for ATP Quan. This is totally bespoke. Everything was invented here. Nothing was not invented here. It's all, like, literally, it's all here. It's all the way the code works. Also, I think we're fully realizing the approach of compiler upside down cake, right? It's kind of fucked up in a lot of ways, right? It's really messed up. But like this, see this little bit here, right? This doesn't even look like. This is like, we have like control flow, which is because we have this funny little when helper, right? This when thing, which just like inserts inappropriate jump relative past the body if the condition is not true, right? We have all kinds of, we have a little loop construct that's a similar thing, jumps back if the, you know, we have convenient helpers to do the things, a new branch in the ecosystem tree. Yes. So this is all in Emacs. We're not invoking any external process. The only other tool that exists in our workflow currently is PNG to Farbfeld in order to convert our images. And we're just making the I'm making the images just in ASprite, the sprites. So if we look in, I made a couple of assets. We have font.png, which can we make that big? Can I ASprite font.png? You can see we have a little font sheet here for font purposes. We also have this thing, which I'm going to use as our battle layout, this is the thing we're using this with the tool that we made last time to automatically read these images, compute a tile map, and like deduplicate, you know, basically it detects the unique tiles, puts those tiles in memory, and then like builds the appropriate tile map to display this image. So that's what we have right now. The idea here is we're gonna have like some kind of log here. Here's the idea for the game. Okay, let's actually design the video game, right? Let's go over here. The intention for the game is for it to be a battle type game. It's battle. We're going to battle. The lore here, it doesn't have to be actual battle. You know, who knows if it's actual battle or not. It's mostly a meta. It could be a meeting of the minds. We have text here. right, that says what happens, yes, exactly like this, 1990X, exactly like this. And attack happens, attack misses, deals X damage, right, etc. We have options here for what to do. We have a couple of options, and there's like a cursor around the active option that moves up and down, right, like this sort of thing. And then there's foe here. There's foe up here. Here is opponent, right? Let's make him happy, actually. This is the idea of the game. This is all we need. And this is extremely minimal, right? Intention, like, really, I will be satisfied if we achieve any sort of interaction at all. Anything that even resembles a screen game, right, is what we're looking for here. Given the restrictions we've placed upon ourselves to basically do this entirely from scratch, do this from nothing, right? I think that's appropriate, right? Like it's fine if like it's literally like there's one enemy and we can press different types of attacks, and one of them maybe like is like a stat, maybe there's some kind of strategy. But it's fine if it's not good. I don't really care if it's good. This is more so a demonstration of the technique, I think, right? It's a demonstration. So what do we need to get here, right? Also, I want there to be music and sound effects, because that seems essential to the whole configuration, right? We need that badly. So what do we actually need in order to get here? Robots and all real-time stuff with the thing. This message, thank you, Crazy Kitty GPT. You already have something like both if you modulate the volume. Yes. So what do we have right now? Sorry if I dove right into things, but this is important. We do only have 2 days remaining, and this will finish. I'm really committed to doing this, honestly. Even if we don't make the game jam, right? Like, I feel like it's kind of a banger, right? I feel like this is honestly one of the most fun things we've done so far. I don't know, personally at least. I've been having so much fun with this, and it's the sort of thing where like we've done something really strange, and like we've already like made a lot of good progress on it, right? Like it's cool. I'm really enjoying the approach of like just like using Lisp code to spit out binary, and like I kind of think that like I might want to like the lessons I'm learning here, like how I'm representing things, like how I'm representing like the symbol table and stuff internally, I might want to like extend those things and do something for like x86 x64 ELF or something, like do something for like for Linux binaries. Finally, hello Tomater, welcome. It's good to have you. It's great to see you. How are you doing? I took nap. Hell yeah. I took nap also, but it was from between 7 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. So that's, I don't know if it quite counts. Welcome, EP. Yeah. It's going major Eep style. I'm here, I'm alive. We're talking Tomato. Look at our banger game. Look at this title. Look at this absolute title. So far. We have let's actually restart. You can see the sound transition too. Look at this. It's so good. I'm so happy with this. I was up until 7 a.m. fucking with this also. Just to be fair. I wonder if we can change the palette also to be the green style, because that's a little bit more. It's a little easier on the eyes, I think. And it's closer to the way we're editing our assets. The way we're making these holy number go up. Yeah, of the buzz. Yeah, it's perfect. Where does the audio actually happen? I have a little macro that changes. I have this play note 1 x500, which play note 1 just loads the appropriate period, this period value into these registers. And I think actually if we go to gbdev.io, we go over here, there's probably something about the audio in the pandocs, right? That's where I was getting this originally. I think I stole that number from there because we're gonna get the belt 1990X. That may be the idea of the day. I don't know very much about anything, right? But I do know we're not going to be using any kind of like tracker, right? Any sort of tracker software, right? But if we have a way to play a given frequency, and then once we have that, we have a way to play a bunch of frequencies in sequence based on some kind of timing, right? Like every half second change the note that is playing on the channel. Can you make it so you send bells commands over the link cable? Ostensibly, yes, I think, right? whether like if we wanted this to actually, like, that would be a banger, like that would be cool as fuck, right? Actually having something run on a Game Boy, receive things over a link cable, and then record the physical Game Boy. If that's the idea, I think that's totally doable. But I don't know if we're going to do it in the context of this, just because we have to. Hello LG, also welcome in. Just don't finish the game, just let it run in Mechanical Turk it. Yeah. Where's audio? Can we go audio style? I think I was reading this from, yeah, the 500 value. These period values, basically it looks something like this. It's the tone frequency is 131072 divided by 2048 minus 500, right? You see? It's this kind of thing. But the actual gizmo, like the actual thing that it means, it's done in a weird way. I think the way it works is that the value you put in the period is it's a negative number. It's an 11-bit 2's complement number, which is kind of whack in the first place, right? Which I guess it doesn't matter too much. That's like, you get that naturally through like sign extension or whatever. It's an 11-bit signed integer, right? And what it means is when there's a counter for the period, right? And whenever that counter like reaches the overflow value, it's set back to this number. So for a longer period, right, you use a negative number here, right? You see thing. I think this is the intention. Yeah. Because the higher this is, right, the less negative it is, which means that the less time you have to increment the counter before it overflows again, right? That's kind of the core idea here. But this is fundamentally not very interesting. I almost missed the Clonk sesh. Hello, Eudaimoniac. It's good to have you. Welcome. I appreciate you greatly, Eudaimoniac. Thank you for everything you do always. I hope you're doing well today. So this doesn't really matter that much. We just need a way to like compute the bits to put in based on, ideally we'll just have a big list of notes. Again, I'm sort of thinking we might be restricting ourselves to, again, I don't know anything about music. I don't know shit about music. I'm going to Google some kind of musical scale. I'm going to get a list of these frequencies. I'm going to convert these frequencies to numbers. I'm going to map letters to these numbers, and then I'm going to put them into memory somehow, right? That's kind of the idea here. I don't really do anything. Well, I don't think it's like this, Eudaimoniac, right? It's the sort of thing where I don't want to you're always around, you're very positive, you're very kind to me and to others, and it's the sort of thing where like it's good not to take the small things for granted. I think would it be easy to nab some music from another game and modify it? I don't think so necessarily, Failure, because the issue is there's not really a standard music format, right? This is, the hardware knows how to play tones, right? The hardware knows how to play tones, and there's also one. So basically, the way the Game Boy music hardware works is there are 4 channels, right? There are 2 channels. The channels 1 and 2 are basically identical. There are just these like square wave generator things where can you show the code? Here's the code so far. The code is actually on GitHub also. Welcome in Turan Mert Karaka. If I say, where does it live on GitHub? Is it github.com/LCOLONQ? What's the name of this thing? Upside Down Cake. It's here. github.com/LCOLONQ Upside Down Cake. Here is where it lives. But there's 2 square wave generators that only differ in that channel 1 has this sound. Well, no, what is channel 1? Has this period sweep thing, right? Where it has this thing that can like automatically increase or decrease the period over time based on these step values. What if? The channel 3 has the ability to play back samples, right? There's like some there's like some buffer that you can put. There's wave RAM you can put PCM data in, and at like a very low sample. There's shenanigans here. Hello Aliens too, also welcome. Hey Chief. Hey Hoss. And then the final channel 4 is a white noise generator. If you've seen frequencies from the bells, you can map. Okay, that's actually good. If that allows us to do the same syntax. I think we might be exploring the bells quite a lot, because fundamentally we're making a Game Boy. We have temporarily given up our endeavor to make a Game Boy, Zomdanny, because I got bored of debugging on stream. What we're doing right now is we're making a Game Boy game. We're making a Game Boy game in a really fucked up way. You can see this is what we have currently. Here's our current gizmo, and that's just channel 1 playing at like some whatever random frequencies in RAM, and then value 500, which should correspond to whatever the thing is. So yeah, so I think for us, we'll probably mostly let's just try playing around with 1 or 2 square wave generators at first. You like anime Bleach? I haven't seen Bleach, but I feel like that's the sort of thing where if I read that when I was 14, it would be my whole personality. But instead, I read Tokyo Ghoul when I was 14, and that became my whole personality instead. So I can relate to the Bleach bros. I feel a kinship with them. Yeah. I think this is what we'll focus on, and we also need driver code for this, right? The fundamental thing here is that the Game Boy is just playing whatever is in these registers. You're dead inside, then yeah, it's gone or something. Tokyo Ghoul. I honestly, Failure, unironically, I like the manga for Tokyo Ghoul a lot. I think should have seen Evangelion when you were 14. I feel like I feel like probably more people are seeing Evangelion when they're 14 today than ever in history or something, just due to fucking Twitter being us all being collectively brain poisoned or something. Hello Tom Weil. Hello Blazy Knights as well. Also Tom Weil, hello. I saw you the other day. I saw you say hello in Spherophoria's chat room, and I don't think I said anything in return, because I didn't want to be like I didn't want to like derail the whole conversation. But hello, belated hello to you. Yes, I like Sphero a whole bunch. Very very cool zone. Is the baptism become a true weeb? I think honestly, okay. Here's a spicier take. I think Evangelion is pretty mid. I don't think it's very good at all. I've seen it watched it again like twice recently, right? I've seen like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just not like, it's not really like, it's cool. Don't get me wrong, it's fucking sick, right? There's some sick moments in it. I like the middle episodes, like the hacking episode. Obviously, that's a good one. That's a cute one. I like the aesthetics of it a lot. You know, it's obviously beautiful, right? It looks really cool. There's some cool, but like fundamentally, it's like not super like I don't know. Like, I think it abuses its self-indulgence budget a little bit. It does things no other show did at the time. Yeah, and then that's fair. That's definitely fair. Hello Plutonium. 50% of people become Gendo Ikari. I feel like I'm sort of Gendo coded myself in the sense that I like wearing cool glasses. I saw a couple of episodes when I was like 12. Yeah, it's overhyped but influential. Yeah, the aesthetics of it are kind of fucking pristine. But like, there's also just like it's very, I don't know. There's some strange things. It indulges in its self-abuse category. Yes, the American dub of Ghost Stories is bad. I don't even know what this is. So the what are like, I don't know. Seeing Eva is braid. I'm not saying I maybe played Braid a little bit in some collection. I probably got it in a Humble bundle at some point, but I haven't finished Braid. Certainly, I think Braid's probably maybe, I don't know. Most files on BBSs in the late 90s were GIFs of Ray. Check out the new edition. It's good. Oh yeah, with the comment, I am interested in playing that. I do like commentary. I'll play it just for maybe I'll just watch the commentary, but maybe it doesn't hit as hard if you're not like engaged with. I want to see how that goes. It seems like a very experimental sort of strange thing. Weebs love having women to project into. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's sort of I don't know. There is something comforting about this, I think, right? I think one of the appeals of that sort of anime, right? Sort of like, you know, well, it's more about mommy and daddy issues. Yeah, for sure. Like there's like a sort of like, I don't know, there's definitely a sort of thing where like I think a lot of young men, like I think this is to some degree like, it's like the is this stereotyping? Do you like oh, I do love, we watched Lane in the Discord actually, Danny. I do like Lane a lot. Lane is fine. Lane is also pretty self-indulgent, but Lane is like Lane is mad good. I don't know. Like Lane is not like, I can't even like pretend to be like oh Lane, like it's good. It's just good. I checked out your Game Boy code and Emacs list. It's the way you handle memory on the PlayStation is asset loading. Is this thank you. Is this Chat GPT? I feel like this is Chat GPT. If it's not, I appreciate it. I mean, even if it is, I appreciate it. Thank you. Holy moly, is that COLONQ right here now on my computer? It is, Cliffoth VT. It is. Welcome in. It's great to have you. 20th Century Boys recently. It's so good. Hell yeah. We shout out the Cliffoth. Speaking of the Cliffoth, we have the Cliffoth other sense Evangelion reference. Hey, Lane is fun, crazy. Yeah. Like the whole, yeah, it's good. Lane is really good. But no, I feel like the, like, I don't know, the waifu sort of obsession, right? The especially like there's a strong appeal in anime, in like the weeb, whatever, the culture is a big word, I don't know, in the space, right? There's the obsession with tomboy, right? And you have me thinking now, Tomato, that this is the sort of thing where, like, I don't know, I think there's definitely a sort of context, like there's a setting where, like, as a young man, women are very intimidating, right? It's very scary to talk to girls or something, right? It's this kind of thing, right? So anime that has this intrinsic appeal, right, where it's like, wow, it's woman, but she's just like me for real, and therefore relatable. I don't even think it's necessarily like a sexualization thing. I think it's more so the kind of, I don't know, it's maybe like this, maybe this is the take, right? It's the relatability angle that's who knows. Urasawa is the GOAT. Could be code. I don't know about that. I know we can code tone. We can code tone for real. Damn, it's literally this, Tomato. It's literally this. She's a girl and a gamer, right? It's the someone likes Odd Taxi. It's the appeal of, yeah, it's the appeal of relatability, right? Mixed with that tension of being, I don't know. It's an interesting thing to think about, but I'm sure other people are more able to think about it than I am. I have no, who am I? I'm just a dog. I'm just a dog in the mud. Will Lane give me depression? I think no, Lane's relatively not depressing, I would say. NHK definitely is a soul killer if you're in a certain mood. But NHK also is like kind of a fundamentally positive message, I think. I don't recall too much. How does NHK actually end? Can someone spoil the whole thing for me? I haven't watched it. I watched it when I was a freshman in college. The Fable about Hitman, it was hilarious. It's just also just Manic Pixel Dream Girl. Yeah, I mean, that's true to some degree also to me, but I think it goes beyond that, right? It's like, it gets away from just like the stereotype to get into like, I don't know, like the fundamental appeal. The manga has a pretty dark ending. I see. You're seriously concerned about that? Yeah. I mean, like, Lane, like, it definitely addresses some dark themes in a pretty unapologetic way. Thank you for being here, Ezriga. It's good to have you. Yeah, other than that, it's not depressing. Hello, Divorce John Zay. Yeah, it's more just interesting. Isn't it aired now? I don't know. Like, what is, like, I really don't watch. Is I self-indulgent again? I mean, I feel like I don't know. Like, what's an example of self-indulgent? How can we draw an example of this? It's more like a feeling than anything, right? Like this stream would be self-indulgent. I would consider one of these streams self-indulgent. If instead of if I didn't program at all and the only thing I talked about for like 4 hours was the stream itself and like meta issues surrounding the stream and my plans for the stream and this sort of thing, it's sort of the assumption that things that are interesting to you in your context as the creator of the work are also going to be interesting or valued by the people who are consuming the thing, I think, right? That's maybe how I would call it, right? Like by virtue of making something, right? You're exposing yourself to a whole host of things that you have to be interested in now, right? Like I don't know, right? Like I feel like to some degree, like you have to kind of like earn your license for these things a little bit. Manga is much more better. I see. Oh, I see. The season is like meh though. I haven't really followed anything. I really am not watching any. We're watching Dungeon Meshi right now, which is good. Which is really good, honestly. But like, it was always going to be good. When does Dun Mesh get good? It gets good episode 1, Tomato. I mean, you need to have a certain, I don't know. I think it's good pretty much from the start. Was my opinion. It's not biting. Yeah, I think I would give it like give it 1 or 2 more, Tomato. And then if you're not feeling it, I sort of expected you would really like it, just given once it sort of gets into, I feel like the peak at least, and what really started hooking me beyond just like, when does the lesbian begin? That's more like maybe like midway, I don't know, episode 10 or 11 probably. Still didn't read that for now. Don't want to spoil it till the end though. I thought the DM was okay, but the cadence got to me. Yeah, it has sort of a strange pacing to it, right? In the sense that like, it's very like, in the early stages, it's extremely it's kind of like this very episodic thing. It's very lighthearted, and it kind of takes a sort of drastic turn in the middle, right? And gets like, it turns into much more of a like plot driven kind of. It's always, you know, from the start there's sort of a semblance of a plot, but it kind of takes center stage much more about halfway through, I think. Which is a little, I mean, I think it's good. I don't think that's a bad thing. Some of the best fate, yeah, the animation is also quite good. The same way a dungeon does. Yes, exactly, right? I think for me also, it's like, I've read the manga of it. Yeah, the manga is great too. Although I think I'm actually behind. When I was reading the manga for the first time, I think it actually was not even up to where the show is currently. So I think it's the sort of thing where people used to post manga like that on tabletop boards, and that was like, I remember reading whenever new chapters drop, people would like dump the chapter, and I go watch Standalone Complex soon. The top levels are tutorials, etc. It's yeah. I don't know, I'm really not watching anything else. LCOLONQ and I were rewatching Fate Zero, which it was a rewatch for me. It was a first watch for her, just because we wanted quote unquote slop. You know, sometimes you need a little bit of slop in your life. You need something that's going to be unabashedly just like, you know, just pure. You just you know what I mean. Something silly, and we just kind of fell off on it. I don't know. We probably will finish it at some point. Watch Planetes. We can watch some Planetes. Yeah. Can you tell me if the 2045 S2 is worth it? What is the 2045 S2? What is this even? +1 to Planetes 2045 S2. Is this Ghost in the Shell? What is this? SAC 2045. SAC 2040. SAC. Oh, I see. Here it is. Yeah, it's. I see. I have not seen it. Also, I have not seen any Ghost in the Shell stuff at all. Even a tiny bit. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. The best hard sci-fi I've seen. What is happening up there? I've said this before, Tomato. I have no exposure to it. I just never consumed any. I was never a consumer of this. I don't know. I probably should. We might watch that. Yeah. Is that currently airing? Is that a thing? +2 Planetes. Next watch cycle is Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, we're considering doing a movie night, like for documentaries, on tomorrow or Sunday, Tomato. We're probably tomorrow, because yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. One of my goals in life is to live long enough to read the ending of Berserk. Yeah, I mean, rip to a real one. I sort of honestly, I don't know. I think Berserk. I've read Berserk. I haven't seen any of the anime stuff, but I've read the manga up through, like, you know, probably 2 years ago or so, but it was updating so slowly for so long. Just, you know, I'm probably basically current on Berserk. I don't know if it's sped up at all. But I'm really just like, I lost all interest after a certain point. Like, I think like the boat arc or whatever, right? Like however long that was. I just like, I think when I started long after that had started. But by the time that was like past, that was done, I think, by the time I even read it. Hello, Sui Robo, welcome in. Sui Robo, I didn't even know you streamed. Welcome. I saw you live the other day. I didn't say hello because I was like, I didn't want I didn't want to be embarrassing or something, but it's good to have you. Called it. We are bashing. No, we're not bashing on Berserk. Berserk's good. Berserk is nice, right? But it's I think like the core. I don't know. I think honestly that I feel like the very first part of the manga, the pre-Golden Age arc of Berserk, the black, like when it's just about guts, right? And like you don't really know how anything happened, right? It's just, I think that's the strongest for sure. And that kind of had the most resonance for me, you know, because I'm so fucking tortured in real life, just because I also am one man with a big sword against the whole world. I'm overcoming the, you know, that's you know, I relate to that because it is literally me, because he is literally me. But the I just like the Golden Age stuff was kind of okay, but then past that I was like, it's just like, ugh. How on topic with the whole vlog situation? Yes, perhaps dethrone Ghost in the Shell. I just haven't seen it. I don't know. What do I like? It's better to talk about things I do like Berserk though. Like overall, like I've considered rereading it. I think Berserk's pretty good. It has a powerful thematic sort of element. This is just turning into anime club, isn't it? We can just I mean, I came into this stream. Man, these are so fucked sometimes, aren't they? They're very strange. They have a very strange kind of like vibe. We have 48 hour. We have 56 hours left in Game Jam. Short anime break. Is that true? Is this true? You were this close. Well, we got there. We got there. I'm stressing so hard. Lost Children arc is so good. It's so underrated. We gotta get our post out of the way. Like, what is good in anime? I haven't even seen. I feel like my anime consumption was largely. I think I don't know. I think for a long time I shied away from anything with any sort of complex theme, right? I wasn't really interested in like, what's Lisp? Oh yes, so Lisp is a programming language, Miss Puffles 698. It's the one that has, we can look at our code right here. Let's put the code on the screen also. That seems essential. Lisp is this funny little language. You can tell it's Lisp by the fact that you have many parentheses. That's kind of the nature of it. What we've done, Miss Puffles 698, is we've written a Game Boy game from scratch in Lisp. And what that means is we have a Lisp program here that just generates a Game Boy ROM. Should interpret. And so I use Game Boy Studio. Yes. So this is sort of like our thing is like way worse than Game Boy Studio, right? We looked at Game Boy Studio a bunch, and I have a friend, I think Crazy Kitty, who's really into Game Boy Studio. If we run our game currently, you'll notice there's not very much in it, and it's not very game-like. We're able to produce sounds, and we're able to make number change and put some text on the screen. But the way that this, you say Puffles or Miss Puffles. Oh, yeah, sorry, I have a brain condition. I have to force myself to say full name every time. The nature of the thing though is we did it all from scratch, right? We're not even using an existing like normally, even if you were to write an assembly game, you'd use like an assembler that someone else made, like RGB-DS or something. We wrote our own assembler. It's totally all our own, right? We just have a program, like we did it all from scratch. So the goal today is to make it like something more game-like, make it so. Okay, we can actually establish, before we dive back into the realm of anime, we have, if you really want to, yes, no, sorry, I really like, just like, it's fun, you know, it adds to the atmosphere, the ambiance a little bit, Miss Puffles 698, to say the full thing. I have to. I'm sure I'll forget and just say Puffles at some point if it becomes too unwieldy. I don't think he cannot. Yeah, I mean, to you, I usually say A squared, right? I've gotten better. I've gotten a little bit better. I do still say always _. I cried a lot watching Vinland, so I haven't watched that. I did read the manga though. Prodigy Pod Clone is on the menu, Tomater. What are the game goals? Gamer goals. Gamers goals. Some kind of response to user input. Are the clones on? They should be on. We saw one from Crazy Kitty earlier. They just talk infrequently unless you. Yes, I've been talking with him for a couple streams. Yeah. ASQ is the best abbreviation. IMO. Yes, I think so. I think so. Why is my desk covered in water? Why is it like it's literally covered in water? What is this? What's going on here? My desk is covered in water. What do you have for bread? Just some awesome scrambled eggs with a sprinkle. Thank you for the follow, also, Miss Puffles. Some kind of response to user input. Also, better music. Better music. This is the goal, right? So if we can even have a cursor move up and down in a menu and have pressing A on the items do something, like literally do anything, increment a number by 1, increment or decrement a number by 1, and we can have some kind of better music. That is our victory for today. If we arrive at that, we are winning without even declaring victory. That's certain victory, right? That's we've actually achieved definite victory. So what is I made a yellow square in Game Maker. Hell yeah, very nice. You love to see it. Are you have you made a game in Game Boy Studio? If you have something, please feel free to share. We're always looking for people making cool stuff. I think Prodsy Pod has been a game maker enjoyer in the past as well. I think they're currently trying to build their own thing that's kind of a Game Maker like situation. I could find a helper function r flag set or something of this nature. Better than not 0p for flags checking. Like how, like what do you mean by this? Like flags, the itch-link, yes, please by all means, I would love to take a look. What do you mean by are you doing like bitwise flags? A squared? If you're checking 1 bit, yeah, like what are you, yeah, bitwise flags, okay. I don't know. That's probably a sensible way to do it. Although I guess doing bitwise, I mean, I don't know all your details. Probably the way you would do it typically is just not have bitwise flags in eLisp. Just because it probably does a bunch of, like, a lot of the advantage of bitwise flags is it's like space efficiency, right? Fundamentally. But like there's like just like the space constraints of your thing are probably much less predictable, right? Like I mean, if you're doing it, probably keep doing it. It's just like running the bitwise and, like, that's doing an allocation, right? And doing this to pack a lot more info than just a list. Yeah. I gotcha. I would have a fucking struct with like fucking 10 Boolean fields. I'd be wasting. Yeah, log and log. Yeah. That's what it's just log and. I always mix that one up too because the I stands for inclusive in the or. But yeah, short simple Game Boy game I made, my first game, so not really much. Hell yeah, you love to see it. Can we see? Oh my god, this is so cute. I love your little logo too. How do I enter? Are we good? Are we good? Has a val apply in it? Hell yeah. Wait, this is made by, someone said Tomcat? This is Tomcat situation? Is that Baka Tomcat? Hello, Yongi Station. Also, welcome. Is that Baka Tomcat? Is that... You can move? There's movement? This is my house. Save the game. Is this... This actually kind of rocks. I really like this. Thank you for sharing. You have stats? Hungry points, fun, lonely, health. Hell yeah. This is really thick. Thank you so much for sharing this. Game Boy Studio is such a great tool. I'm really happy. As bad questionable game design, might want to read the manual. Yeah, I don't think I'll do. I won't do the full. But please check that out if you're interested. No, someone followed me named Tomcat the other like this morning, and I was like, wait, is this connection? Is this Rainbow? Is this same person? Is it same person? Okay, better. These are the goals for today. Having some kind of any that's gonna be the goal. It's New York month. Yeah. So yeah, here's what we're doing. Here is as they say the goal. So yeah, we have a Tomcat individual. Yes, I think it's the maybe it's related. I don't know though. Who knows with these things? If we go back to if we go back to here, hello Zedzark also. This is what we have. This is what we have. I think we need some way to getting back to the audio thing. We need some way to drive the music. Thank you for the shout out, Science. Also, do we give a solution to no ModClonk? And the solution is largely to cope. ProdZPod. ModClonk. She offered to potentially call in. I don't know, but I don't know how I would do that, given that I don't really. No, ModClonk is gone. A²31415. I'm out of here. That's what someone said. That's what Liquid Cake 1 was saying earlier as well. It's fucking over. ModClonk's currently traveling. I think she might have arrived. Can I check my messages? Yes, they are. They said they are safely there. They're going to a wedding shower. So I am here on my lonesome for today and tomorrow. I'm living that bachelor's lifestyle once again. I'm going to be throwing riotous parties or whatever here in the middle of the woods. I'll have a party of one. I'll break out my disco ball. I'll be doing some disco dancing in the foyer. I don't know, something like this. So yeah. Basilia informed us earlier that we can probably extract the frequencies of these notes in a manner that is not too bad. Be on PC and higher res BTW. Heck yeah. I know my current game obsession, Miss Puffle 698, is actually a game made in Game Maker inspired by a Game Boy game. It's this game called Void Stranger. This is also a game. This is Game Maker also, I believe. It has this kind of I really like this game. 42 by 42 tiles and sprites. Hell yeah. Yeah, please. If you're interested in sharing, please if you make a game, please share your game here. This is where we hang out. Okay. So we can probably achieve frequency. Literally just one node up equals times 2 to the 112. Is desktop audio on? It is on. I heard that. I heard beep, 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 beep. I heard that. Was it too quiet? We might have to adjust the volume of this. I wonder if chat can become entirely unhinged until she gets back. Yeah. We're going to have to do... Well, we will have the ModClonk... We'll find out... We'll figure out some way to do the ModClonk minute today. Hello, Freedroll _. Welcome also. We have Note to Freak. Very cool. Note to Freak seems pretty sick. And I assume parse returns a list of tracks. Is that real? Are you real? Divide the notes by their stellar alignment. Use discount code LCOLONQ for 10% off all GNU Emacs purchases. I love finding... I'm really glad actually that we didn't go through this all... Like, I didn't go through and exhaustively read every doc string at the start, because it's like we get funny little Easter eggs now whenever we look these things up every couple of weeks, which is very, very powerful. D-High Bonk, hell yeah. I hadn't realized... Niche Penguin, our friend D-Hide High Finland is not real, who's from where that emote is from. I hadn't realized they were streaming, they were consistently doing scheme learning streams. They're actually very, very kind, very useful stuff. Yeah. The it's just parse tracks. Okay, cool. Parse tracks presumably returns a list of tracks. Is this real? Is this real? Parse notes presumably parses multiple notes. It parses a list of... Yeah, so presumably we have a list of tracks, right? So if we say... And this is just... Yeah. Thank you, Pookie. Of course, D-Hide. Of course. Can we shout out D-Hide? D-Hide High Finland is not real. Go follow D-Hide. D-Hide's really cool. I was at... Okay. Speaking... Okay. Don't take this the wrong way. But D-Hide, over here, you're always a little bit rambunctious. So I was like, oh, is this gonna be a rambunctious kind of zone? Is this zone gonna be a little bit rambunctious? Are we gonna be? But D-Hide actually has a heart of gold. Is actually a sweetheart. You should definitely. And they're learning stuff. You might want to learn alongside them even. I don't know. Okay. We could just potentially read 2 of these tracks and we can be fine, right? Just ignore everything past the second track. Define rambunctious. I don't know. You're saying things like Pookie Bear. I don't know about this. I have Pookie Bear in my head as sort of a rambunctious kind of statement. I like, to me at least. Chords are just another list. Yeah. I gotcha then. So if we say Muzak parse yeah, a there we go. These are case insensitive, right? No, they're not. It's octave control. Makes sense. I probably should know this better, but it's just my lack of... I barely know what an octave is. A rambunctious tyke, uncontrollably exuberant, boisterous, unrestrained, irrepressible, exuberant, uproarious. It kind of is like this. So we have various notes. B, C, D, E. Thank you for Bells of Basilia. Thank you, Doc Maho. It's this kind of thing. And if we say map Muzak note to freak, go in freak style on that. That's not what... Oh, we need to say this. It's a list. It's a list of lists, of course, right? We gotta... Sure, there we go. We got frequencies. Hey, we got frequencies. So really what we need is we need a way to turn one of these funny numbers into the number that we need for the Game Boy. An octave is doubling in frequency. Since you're a nerd, that probably makes more sense to you. That's literally it. Okay, that is good. That is good. Is this really true? If I capitalize, they are in fact halved. They have been halved, I think. That seems sensible to me. Okay. So really, I'm happy because we can just work with a list of frequencies. That's going to be fine for us. And we're going to maybe make them play at a constant is... Okay. We have to understand, is there a difference between time signature and tempo? Does time signature denote tempo? Is that the lore? What is my boy doing? V-Visualizer. Today we're going... Look at this. Look at this. Game.el. This ROM, this thing, it's generated entirely from Emacs, and we're gonna make the music better and make it have input. An octave divided geometrically into 12. Time signature is n number of beats per measure. What is... Okay. Tempo is BPM. Time signature doesn't matter. It's just about the larger splits. Is time signature just about like composition? Is this it? What is a measure? You probably don't. I don't have to care about this. I just have to care about how fast I change the frequency, right? Like I have a bunch of notes, right? It's time signature and tempo, and they're different. Tempo is the important thing. Hello, thank you, Sergeant Pepper _ and Buntology also. Welcome. Buntology. Yes. Okay. The essence here really is our code on the Game Boy. It's going to take a bunch of numbers that encode these frequencies, right? In memory somewhere, there's going to be these all. I think how we actually fit these places. I think we can represent all the frequencies we want. Like the periods are given in 11-bit values. Just notation issues. The way I do it is music note length, note duration, or something like that for each note. I see. Okay, that makes sense. I don't think I'm going to have like different note lengths. Maybe we can do something there. I think there is some amount of like hardware note control. Even it's 1 2 3 1 2 3. How fast you count beats? 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1. Oh, so is time signature a purely composition thing, right? Like in terms of actual playback of the music, right? Given you have a list of notes, like time signature is the thing to help you structure the way you're putting the list of notes together. Is this it? And it doesn't actually matter once you have the list of notes. Then the playback is influenced only by tempo, which is the speed of the beats. Okay, good. Okay, this makes sense to me. So we'll have a list of 16-bit values, right? There's gonna be quite a lot of wasted space because like these things fit in 11 bits. I guess we could jam a length in the top 5 bits, perhaps. That seems useful. Like we could potentially have an encoding where it's like a length in in frames. I think we'll probably measure everything in frames because that's the most convenient thing, because we already have a clock that's, so if we look at our main game loop where we're actually doing things here, like where I'm incrementing the like the little counter that appears on the screen, our main loop down here is this thing, right? And all we're doing is we're just running halt, and we have an extra NOP here because this, my gratitude, thank you. This is shove 5. It's running on again. I mean, our options are limited here. A squared 31415. Our options are extremely limited. I never said don't use bitwise things. I just said it might be easier. Like it's all good. You know more about these things than I do. A squared 31415. You're like, you should. I defer to your expertise on the topic of music. Yes. So this is halt. Basically, waits for an interrupt to happen. And I think there's a bug, Game Boy halt bug, where the interrupt doesn't actually happen. A subtle, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. This is not it's not the halt bug proper, but the interrupt actually happens it happens one after, right? So if we call halt, if we just say halt here, the interrupt starts running after the first instruction in this thing. This is like this expands to a bunch of instructions, right? We kind of want the interrupt to happen right here then. Well, that's fine. Clonk becoming Jonathan Blowborn. I'm like physically morphing it. I'm turning violet. I'm turning violet. Is this it? I never want to like rag. I think I don't know. I do respect Jonathan Blow. I think it's the sort of thing where like I don't want to like rag people on here. You know, I'm not really so much about ragging on people. I would say in my life, it's the sort of thing where like, you know, it's best I think in general to just be like fucking nice to everybody. I don't really care. I don't know enough about these things to have to like I would prefer to be kind. Not that I was saying you were being unkind. I don't like making statements on people. 340 BPM, how I'm fucking boosted up, Chandu 16. I got that nitrous oxide in my blood. I have that. Do you ever feel that way? I sometimes feel this way. Okay, when I'm living my power fantasies, when I'm taking a shower at 5 a.m. and I'm living my power fantasies, I'm daydreaming, I'm living power fantasies in my head, right? Yeah, there's nothing to do with computers. Yes, there's this kind of thing, right? And do you ever point but in a finger crooked sort of way, right? Sometimes I point with like a crooked finger, and I feel like I could make the whole world explode if I really wanted to, right? I have this feeling. I mean this. I really mean this. I'm not trying to be like, haha, let's say the craziest thing I can, and like just, you know, like obviously it's not real, but you this feeling, right? The feeling like you have sometimes when you feel like everything's at your fingertips. You have the power of the whole world behind you, right? It's really. Can I have 340 BPM too? Yeah. Only on the corners though. Live your freaks. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely spend a whole lot of time, I think, pretending to be a wizard in my head. It's maybe an unhealthy amount of time, but like can't men have anything? Can't men have fucking anything? If you can't pretend to be a wizard who is also a king, like literally what do you have? I don't care about a job. I don't care about anything other than that. It's one of the most important things it's one of my self-actualization needs, I would even say. I finished Outer Wilds. You feel that way when I solve a program? Yeah, just like the feeling of absolute competence. I don't know, the feeling of complete, I don't know, self-assurance or something like this. It's something that's good. I sometimes feel that way, right? Like I sometimes feel I feel a lot the obliteration of doubt, right? I sometimes catch myself, right, in my weaker moments, right? If I'm having a bad day or something, you know, it's the day didn't go well. I'm tired, I'm EP, I'm angry, I'm a little bit grumpy. You know, everyone has this. You woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I sometimes start the creeping feeling of doubt starts to creep. It creeps into your heart, right? That feeling of, oh man, maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I should have. Maybe I shouldn't X. And I just obliterate that, right? I go outside and I yell. I put my hands up. I scream. I run around like a maniac, right? It's like it's good to, I don't know. You can get through a lot just by like banishing doubt, right? Because like it is what it is. You're on the, like, at least for the things that I doubt myself about sometimes. Like I've chosen the path, right? There's no reversion here, right? We are on the path. It's time to move forward. There's nothing to do but to move forward. And so why doubt, right? Let's be well, anyway, this was a unnecessary rant. Anyway, here's our little main loop. What we do is we just wait for V blank. We wait for V blank because there's a lot of things on the Game Boy that you cannot. So the way the Game Boy screen goes, A Sprite, yeah, you feel the feeling, right? Can we get 1000? I don't know why it's defaulting so low, right? Here's the screen, right? The way it goes is it draws the pixels in lines like this, right? It like checks, it finds what pixel should be in that spot by looking in like the background and the background tile map and like the OAM which is like the sprite memory, right? And it goes in lines. When it's finished rendering a line, this is called H blank, right? And you have a little bit of, you can do some funny effects by doing things when H blank happens, right? And there are various registers and like there are interrupts you can set that will tell you when these things are occurring. She's a Game Boy boy, she was a Game Boy girl, right? You see it's going like this. When you reach the end of the screen, when you've drawn all the lines, there's a longer blank called V blank. Yes, horizontal blank, hello Stoic Mana, and vertical blank, right? Down here. The reason this is important is because a lot of things will be weird and glitchy. They will cause problems. She is absent. It's fucking over. We need to have the Prodigy Pod. I didn't realize, sometimes you don't realize what you have until it's gone. Sometimes you really don't realize what you have until it's gone. I made so many jokes. Hello Crane 0001 time. I've made so many jokes over the past 6, 7, 8 months about ModClonk being an integral part of the presence of the stream, an integral part of the. She said, yes, an integral part of the stream. I've made so many jokes about that, and it actually came true. ModClonk actually is an integral part of the stream now. Whatever, like, it's crazy. I have to do my best. I'll do my best. I'll have to try my best to create ModClonk Tulpa. We have to create ModClonk Tulpa to well, anyway, that's maybe a little crazy to even say. We keep realizing she's not here. Integral is not enough. She's like the number one. I'm the optional one. He has to be doing this intentionally. Huh? What? Clone mod? We could have. Wait, we could have ModClonk clone. We already have the technology for this. Clone mod. How do you know what I know what everything is. Hi Finland is not real. I know it's my business. It's my business to know everything, right? It's literally, I don't know. It's to know at least about everything, right? He doesn't. I don't know a lot of things, but I try and know about everything. The most cursed wife doll. Selectively reading my worst messages. This is a callback to a few students ago. Clonk, read the first part too. I look like I said something mean now. He was a Game Boy. His Emacs setup was a Game Gear. Oh my god. I read every message. I made this promise. You know about everything, name everything. The Mad Wizard King clones his long lost wife. It's kind of like the Fisher King, the Fisher Price or something. You're yapping right now. Lock in, Richard. Okay. Hello, Fizzbuzz. You can call it Claude. Project Claude. Project Claude. Solution maybe Claude. Hello, Blessed Up Kid. Thank you for the resub also. Caution, dude, what if you can't tell who's your wife and who's the clone? We'll have to engage in a quiz where I ask them about things, and then we can distinguish them from each other. What the hell? His name is fucking Richard? Yeah. I do have a question to the all-knowing Clonk. What is the explicit multiplication being less important than implicit multiplication? What do you mean by this? I don't really know. You can't tell, doesn't matter. Yes, is the clone of Mod Clonk a more perfect Mod Clonk because of its intentionality? Is this true? I cloned Clonk with an LLM. I asked the model to say what would Clonk say if he said everything he knew. I know everything. I know everything. Just ask me. There's nothing I don't know. Nothing at all. Yeah, it's something like this. Mod Turing test stream when is it real or is it Memex? What's going on? What is this image? That my Merly show? Oh, that's not at all. Pick wrong, and there could be some disastrous results. I see about this now. This is paper. It's Paper Mario. Sam Altman was right. Should I do an AI company too? Isn't there that person? Someone on Twitter also said everyone's starting AI company. Everyone's doing this now. It's kind of the new fashion of the day. I also have I think I mentioned a few months ago that maybe a friend of mine had contacted me for potential startup purposes in a part-time context, potentially AO, and I've been all I can say, big things fucking coming, gamers. Big things coming. I don't know about this. It's it might be I don't know. Maybe it won't even be. Maybe I won't even say. Maybe I won't even say when it does come, but things might be shifting around in my own mind. Feels like when the Ajax first hit the scene, or Bitcoin lol. Say now you get hired as a mascot. Yeah, no, I want to keep it separate, but either way, it just might be a nice thing. It might be a nice thing for me. I might get to pretend, like I might be able to put on my resume that I had some kind of fancy role. I get to put a bit of a fancy role. Read the goddamn messages, mister. You're falling behind. I got an AI colon company. Will MC clone laugh? Have you seen the Google AI being terrible constantly? Yeah, I saw ModClonk sends me these things. I don't really use Google very much. ModClonk sent me a thing of it recommending to someone Googling thickening tomato sauce, and it recommended putting Elmer non-toxic glue in the sauce, and it was pulled from a 12-year-old Reddit post from someone named like Fucklord or something, which seemed very good. That seems kind of apropos. Fucksmith, yes, that's the one. Fucksmith. That would certainly thicken this. Yeah, I mean it's it probably works. Just pour some Elmers in there. Get the teacher bottle. And there's such an industry around school supplies. Does this still exist, or is everything just on like iPads now, right? Like I remember it being such a thing, right? Like going and like buying notebooks and like in like August or whatever, like September, right before the school year started, right? Everyone going down to the store, like buying, stationery and shit. Like shit's crazy. Everyone always did the fancy stuff. I had some fucking pencils. I had some pencils and some notebooks, and then do you remember covering books? Was that a thing universally, or is this like doxing my particular look? I feel like it must be universal, right? In high school or whatever, the books are ancient and they reuse them year to year, the textbooks, right? So you have to cover them. And all the kids whose like parents had money and stuff and were cool, they got like the fancy covers that had like, they were like the stretchy covers. They had the stretch covers on those with like cool cars and stuff on them, and I had paper bags. The paper bags actually went hard though. Paper bags have a really nice texture. And we know your exact location. Yeah, hello, I'm Geyser. Also, welcome in. Great to see you. Literally just you. Yeah, it's just me. You Google that. It's my real name popping up. I'm Geyser. Hello. So we got to figure out how to. Let's first do the formulae. Paper bags, they actually work pretty well, right? Like the thick, like paper grocery bags. Hi Finland is not real. Like, I mean, mostly those things are just they're a way to make sure you don't draw on the cover of the book, right? That it doesn't get, they're not really effective for anything other than like minor cosmetic damage. But I guess it matters over the course of like 20 years or something, which is when those things are. Like in especially in schools that don't have a lot of resources, like you end up with the textbook's been there for fucking 10 years. There's 10 years worth of names in it, even longer potentially. Thank you for Wookie A Sparkles. They'll last a single impact. Yeah, Yeah. Man, what a time. What an era that is. It's really so strange the way that school is. Hello Penguin _ TV. Thank you. Welcome in. It has kind of a bizarre it seems so strange to me now. School is for dorks. I agree, right? Like thinking back on it, right? It was such a big part of my life for so long, and of everyone's life, and like now it just seems so. It all just seems so minor, right? Like so like what a like I hardly have any memories of it at all. Even it's just like when Clonk Sparkle. I agree. Me too. Let's bring Mod Clonk back first and foremost. There was one in-class algebra textbook where someone had drawn a really veiny penis. Was a real hit in 8th grade. Hell yeah. I dropped out when I was 12 because I was cool. Yeah. Usually people use transparent plastic cover. At least I know I would have swapped my books easily without seeing the title. Yeah. I think you could I would like write on the covers. Like you'd write with like a marker or something on the paper bag, right? This is so believable you can't keep up with your promise. So many chatters +2s lost in the wind. I'm reading every message. I literally haven't missed a single message. Crane001 : time. I don't. Maybe you're looking at the secret chat. I graduated a year early because I hated school. Yeah, I had a weird. I don't really have any sort of antipathy towards school, I guess. Right? Like I didn't really get like ever like treated bad or like bullied or anything. Like I sort of feel like I largely just like I didn't really talk to anybody, but like that was pretty good. I used to draw dicks on all the walls at school. Never got caught. Yeah. It's running a school like that would be such a nightmare. I was ignored. It sucked. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've never like had like a I've never like it's just the kind of thing that like it just doesn't matter that much. I don't know. Like having like a robust high school social life, I feel like a media, especially like media here, like makes that out to be like that's like the end all be all, right? If you didn't have that, you're a fucking loser and you should feel bad for yourself. And it just really like it just doesn't fucking matter that much, right? It's just like not really something that has any sort of relevance. Perhaps your drawing is that terrible that your dicks were unrecognizable. Read them out loud faster. Korea has a 101% criminal catch rate in some years. I've heard. I don't know. I'm actually really good at drawing huge dicks. You're lucky to have childhood without smartphones. Yeah, I think that's probably the case too. But like, you have to imbue if you have a child, you have to like basically turn them into a hipster. I feel like that's the survival strategy, right? You turn them into a hipster who's like all the other kids use smartphone. I'm cool. I have none of this. I don't have this thing. Okay, how do we even clone ModClonk? Do we have recent? Let's try a new approach where we look at our recent logs. Where's ModClonk's occurrences? Do we have logs here? We could also just look at one of the old ones. But these are broken up by day, which makes them sort of less informationally dense. Let's look here. Where's ModClonk? ModClonk. There's Olga saying thing. Where's ModClonk : Joel, so jealous. Pineapple upside down cake. Hello everyone. +2. Sending my own emotes. Joel. ModClonk really doesn't talk that much. I guess we might want to look back at the complete 2024 Q1 log. I would say write some Game Boy Asm. This probably has ModClonk. What are we? Well, we can get these easily. ModClonk bot should just yell Lua a bunch. Yeah, that this is Twitch logs this is Twitch logs. Tom Wild. These old ones are before I started logging myself in that provided graciously by Basilia, who logs all our messages because through IRC, which has been extremely helpful. These days since the start of this month, we've been logging both my voice. And also chat messages with timestamps, which is hopefully useful for something. Emacs has an email sender built in. What did I do? It does have this. It is definitely not configured in a manner that works built in. BTW, can anyone say definitively what the difference is between machine language and assembly? Well, I mean, the difference is machine code is the raw binary representation of the thing. Assembly is assembly is the code that you can run an assembler on to produce that binary representation. And you might think, oh, they're just the same. It's just like assembly is a text representation, but that's not true either, right? Because assemblers often have macros, and they often even more than that, they are at a higher level of abstraction, right? Because something like, if I were to go test.osm or something, do we have syntax that's sensible here? Let's just say foo, right? If I say inc ax, I don't know, jump foo or something like this, right? This is a, like, this is much higher level than the corresponding machine code, right? Because the corresponding machine code, like, there's no, like, the notion of labels isn't present, right? And a lot of the time the assembler is going to, like, do slightly smart things too, potentially. It's going to, like, translate things to like relative jumps, even like there's various things that can happen. So assembly is like this level, and also macros, things like this, right? It'd be more, there's cool open models to do that locally now too. Voice cloning, is this true? Clone LCOLONQ's voice in 11 labs. It'd be more clone core. Assemblers are basically high level languages. Yeah, so true. Yuki's been doing some really fun stuff. Yeah. I was watching a little bit of that yesterday. There was a super long Yuke sesh on Wednesday, rather, I think is when she streams. Shout out Yuki VT is the person. I gotta ask, Yuki VT is so cracked at everything. Hello, Lead and Jin also. We can look back through these logs then. The hello no Sharko too. Welcome. Yeah, the Ukester is fucking a legend. As a top 5 Twitch stream setup for sure. Yeah, of course. I think Yuki's really great. I'm a fan. I'm a Uke head from way back, you might even say. The thing. What is the thing? We'll shout out. We gotta shout out No Sharko too. Once our 2-minute CD is off. Yuki Loki, an aesthetic overlord. Play around with things like Raspberry Pis. Not very much, Big Game Mikey. Honestly, I've had a couple of Raspberry Pis. I've used them for some stuff. Like, I haven't really, like, I can't do that. I'm lurking. You didn't use the lurk command, No Sharko. You used the boost command, and that has, I can call you out. I'm allowed. I have permission now. Twitch gave me permission. I can shout you out, and I can say go follow No Sharko. Noted void stream. Oh no, you've done it now, but now it's too late. You've chatted now, which means your lurk command is null and, well, anyway, I'll stop being silly. I appreciate the lurk, friend. But actually do follow No Sharko. Void Stranger player ? Also a good artist, does gaming, good vibes, gaming. We can grab this thing. I'm sure we've written the code to do this 1,000 times. We never save it for some reason. I don't know why. God knows why. I think it's this one. We gotta put this stuff in test messages parse. Sometimes I don't boost check in because of hearing my own Twitch name. Yeah, TF Tokyo. I know TF Tokyo. I see you around because I see your streaks. I know there are plenty of people who like we actually have, like, actually, okay, minor point of self-indulgence. It's easy, I think, to also, hello Hazmat VT. Every gifts I will find and slap my computer casing at Offkai. Is this real? I'm looking forward to it so much, Hazmat VT. I'm actually so fucking hyped to, like, it's gonna be such a fucking crazy ass thing. If any computer people are there in the San Francisco area, please also hit me up. We can get ramen noodles or something. I don't know. We can get noodles together. I am going to Offkai Badcop _. That is on the immediate agenda here. Congrats on VIP also. There are like a ton of lurkers. I won't shout out the lurkers by name, but there's people who talk occasionally, who I know are like, people have long streaks and stuff. There's people who, like, it's easy to forget because I think the size, like the number of people who chat every stream. Like if I look at the thing, right? The number of people who chat every stream is like roughly equal to hello your boy Muggy also. Thank you for that. Like for example, last stream, like we had like 190 chatters, right? Which always, so that feels like, that's must be everybody. But the number of like unique, like, there's always people coming in and out. Like the number of people total is like 1,200, right? We have like a 1/6 chat rate. which means like there's so many secret clonk heads, which makes me so excited, right? There's so many secret people, right? There's one person who has literally never spoken. They have never talked in chat. They're in the Discord. They have never talked in Discord, and they make clips all the time, and I really appreciate them. I will not call them out by name or any, like, but they're they're cool as hell, and it is, I salute you. You are a very recognized clonkhead. This is very real. One in sick of, yeah, exactly. It's hard to chat. Well, yeah, that's what I figure, Venerock, and please never feel pressure to like the I do like listening to absorb as much knowledge. Yeah, TF Tokyo, please don't worry about this in any kind of context. I'm like this too, right? When I go to chats, right, I have streamers who I love. My chat messages are like occasional Keck W at the start of the stream, and I just like chatting like you're like most people in anything are lurkers, and it's good to lurk. Right, it's the culture of forums. It's the culture of, I don't know. I like this thing, right? It's just very good. So yeah, hell yeah, huge. Hello attention span. Also, obviously Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon actually. No, she sent me. What? Okay. I've thought about this too. At what point can I not say shit like this anymore? Hello Buntology again. Second, sweet. What is the point when I can't say things like this, right? Because I was about to say something like, yeah, Pokemon's, she DMs me and she's like, your stream's so like, at what point can I not just tell lies on stream? Is there a point? Can I lie all the way? Can I just like make things up to be funny the whole way? It's TOS. I'm not talking badly. I'm just like, is it illegal to spread misinformation on the internet? Hello, Mewbox. Also, because everyone knows I'm joking, right? Everyone knows this is not true. Well, I mean, it is true entirely, but like everyone assumes it isn't true, right? Everyone hears that and they're like, they would never think it was real, right? Well, I'm not joking, clearly not. It has the appearance of a joke though. The biggest streamers lie all the time. You're not trying to. Well, like I don't know. Like XQC's here all the fucking time. Forson's here. Like I don't. Man, sometimes this really does feel like COLONQ would go on Twitch and lie. Yeah, like what? I don't believe this. You just gotta lie your way to the top. Calling Pokemon right now. I got her on speed. Yeah, exactly. Me too. XQC's doesn't lie. I would never lie. People still know what speed dial is. Like I just assume speed dial is just a synonym for contacts now, right? Like. What is it? Does speed dial originally refer to an actual physical device, rather? Because I think even when I was, it like turns the dial. I have used a rotary phone because my grandparents had a rotary phone. But I think phones were largely digital even from when I was a kid. Yeah, for rotary systems. Yeah. Did you see the Uo Asmongold? Yeah, I saw it the other day. Wait, was he? No, I didn't. I assumed you were joking, Bazillion. Was Uo actually on Asmongold? Is this real? Like on Reddit or something? Is that a thing? If so, hell yeah, fuck yeah. I will find clips then, and I will bother him. I'm so fucking proud of Uo. The like Uo. There's something very satisfying about the like I mean, as speaking as a viewer, right? Speaking as someone who is an inveterate Twitch watcher at this point, right? There's something extremely satisfying about the feeling of like watching somebody and then watching them, blow up and have everyone appreciate them. Like I really love this feeling. Like and I have that most of all for Uo, because Uo is like the person I watched do needle felting and make cakes and stuff when I went for walks. Back in like fucking both, but a little before I made this account, and then like in the early like last year, when he was very very small style, right? And now it's like I get to watch my boy collab with like Filion and Pippa and like get like it's fucking sick, right? It's cool as hell. Like it's like the best feeling. I don't really like. It's so good. COLONQ needs to activate his pirated NixOS distro. Yeah. It's a redeem, Sergeant Pepper. It's a redeem. Big time slab. No, I think we'll definitely meet up at Offkai. I'm very excited to meet him, and I think I have to resist the urge to to fanboy too hard, because I'm like, I don't know. I'm really fucking proud of him. I mean, there's no place for me to say I'm proud of him, I guess. I have no, like, you know, but I'm like, I am, right? Like it's that kind of feeling, right? It's, I am like, he's cool. He fucking rocks. Dude is meeting his Oshi. Yeah, for real. I've seen it on other streams. Yeah, so it's a parody of the Activate Windows thing. World's most parasocial streamer both ways. Yeah, I don't know. It's it'll be cool. I mean, he was very supportive of me in the early days. For real, and we chat occasionally. He's just cool guy. Cool guy. You'd be proud of someone just for doing good without needing to be in some kind. Yeah, exactly, Hazmat BT. Exactly. It's just like there's something really nice about just like feeling like everybody's doing good, right? I have this in my personal life too. Like I want to, like, you know, it's like the feeling of like someone you went to high school with and you hear like they won the lottery or something. Like it's like a heartwarming thing. Like it makes you feel like, damn, everybody's doing good, right? Or like they got a good job, or like and it's the exact, you know, it's the opposite of the feeling that you get when, like, if you hear like someone you haven't heard from in a while and like, oh, they have cancer, right? That's like, it's the exact inverse of that, right? It's the feeling of oh, everything's gonna be okay, everyone's you know, got their shit together, everything's going well, right? I have this so strongly. I think really, you feel like a mom. Yeah, I have this nature, right? I have this, I don't know, I think I had like I'm so like I don't know. I don't know what I'm even saying at this point. We're rambling. What's the Twitch equivalent to getting cancer? Getting banned for saying slurs? I don't know. Like what is the Twitch equivalent? Getting PC dies. You get a real job. Yeah, the Twitch equivalent to cancer is you get a real job and you can't do this anymore. That's the gamer's curse. You get banned from the game. Depends on which person. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just like, I don't want to have any kind of grudges or like friction with anybody, right? I feel like my approach to life has become just like, I want to see people doing fucking good, just like, you know, having a good time, improve, like, you know, living their best life, I think, is the colloquial expression. I gotta go get a real job soon. My condolences. Yes, the hello Sampy159 also. Although I mean, I don't want to say my condolences too much, because I mean, I do, like, you know, that's how it is. Someone's do this with a real job. Yeah, that's true as well. I was doing that for quite a while, and it's, you know, I will never, like, yeah, like I'm always hesitant to talk too much about those. I feel like I'm in a very privileged position, right? Being able to quit my shit and do this. But and I don't want to ever be too glib about that and be like, oh, haha, like, no, like, I mean, I understand how much it is. Say the mod who made like 20 bucks in bits last month. Get some pro tips from Fabius on how to min-max money-free lifestyle. Yeah, I mean, it can be good, I think. I mean, I think for me, it feels like there's two ways to live. Like there's a way to live where you're like increasing both your input and your output, right? In terms of resources, right? Like that's the way, like, I think a lot of, and it's sort of what lifestyle kind of creep ends up being, right? Like you're spending a lot of money, you're living well, and you're spending a lot of money, and you're making a lot of money, right? That's one way to live, and people do try, like, I friends, like, people, you know, it's common in tech for sure, I think, right? Maybe less common in tech than it is in other, like, you know, in like law, or like being a doctor or something. Like people who are living relatively expensive lifestyles, right? But you can also, that's one way to feel rich. You can also feel rich if you make a little and you make not very much and you spend not very much, right? If your expectations are low, right? If your needs are low, and for you to be happy, right? You'll feel happy even if you have, you know, you don't need too much coming in, right? The balance just has to be just right? I'll go lower cost modes, but sometimes you just got to be in a place until someone, yeah, right? There are of course necessities, right? To matter. I felt like I was in the former mode for a long time because I was in a city, I was making a lot of money, and I was paying huge amounts for for rent and stuff. Do you even have it coming in? I make so Prodsy Pod. I mean, I have enough to basically support myself, right? At the current time. I mean, this is maybe faux pas to talk about, right? But the you want to hear a joke? Rent, yeah. So already, well, no. So my stream income is pretty consistent. It's like, it's the sort of thing where like off the stream, I think I mean, thank you to all of you for this. Off the stream, I make, you know, a couple $100 a month, right? Which is like in objective terms, that's like not enough money to survive. But in like with the lifestyle that I'm currently living, that's like, you know, like like enough that like splitting with ModClonk, I can like pay my living expenses when combined with like, you know, interest from things and investment, you know, stuff like that, right? So I think I'm pretty, as far as like raw living expenses, like food and housing, I'm pretty neutral. In terms of like other shit, right? Like, you know, this trip I'm going on, that's like I'm dipping into savings and things. So like it's I'm at the point of like subsistence right now. I think, when's the NordVPN LG ExpressVPN did contact me. I did get the email as soon as I got partnered. And I just didn't, like, fuck, I'm not doing that shit. When you like hanging out at home and consuming free media on the internet, life isn't that expensive. Yeah. What's the other color platform which is said to pay more? I don't think there's really any value in those things, TF Tokyo. I think something like Kick or like whatever. If you're streaming and you're like trying to make it into like a thing, like for me, it's not like it's like a career. Like the express purpose of the streaming thing for me is to practice socialization and to get some kind of presence, like meet people, basically get some kind of presence out there where like if I ever release a game, there are people who like, the only thing I will ever like shill, right, to you all, right, the only thing I would ever be like, oh hey guys, check this thing out, maybe consider touching fingers together, maybe consider buying it, ooh. Like the only thing I would ever do that with is if I like released a game and thought it was good, right? And it's like, okay, buy products. Just chill, someone named me. Yeah. Remember Justin.tv? I got my 2009 reg date from Justin. Hell yeah. Void Street. If I have thought about F Collector, like I don't know, I would love to like reach out to System Erasure or something and like interview. I don't know, interviews are like the laziest form of thing though. I don't want to do interviews. We just need to make test messages parse, and test messages parse, presumably this is looking for it just needs to have the user in the first thing. Why would Void Stranger sponsor him when he already does it for free? Yeah. And you just beat me, maybe. Never mind the idea. I was just going to pitch. Welcome in, JD Does Dev. It's good to have you. I'm fine doing interviews, certainly, right? I like, you know, I'll collab with anybody else, you know, like people ask me to do. I'm happy to talk. I enjoyed going on VTuber Talk. I thought that was a great interview, right? I just feel like I can't, like, to make an interview stand out, you have to do it really well. Right? That's like why I think VTuber Talk is relatively successful with it, because it's like a very polished like interview thing. But like I think it's a common experience that like I know like Ludwig has talked about this, that like a very like he gets like 30 emails a day saying like, hey, can I interview you? Can I, like, it's like the lowest like kind of investment level of collaboration, just because it's like anyone, you know, it's just like it's pretty like uninteresting, I think. Test messages is F. Do we have Slurp? We do have Slurp. We can Slurp, right? I'm not the oldest fart. Just a few months of VTuber Talk and everyone's an expert. 10 months. What streams do you want? You don't need any prior connect. Yeah. It's the sort of thing you can do. Like an interview, it's like doing a it's like giving someone a food basket for the as a holiday gift, right? It's going food basket style, right? It's saying, I don't know anything about you, but we are both human beings and you probably like to eat food, right? It's like loading up the Hickory Farms, which is fine. Or like giving someone a gift card, right? It's fine, right? It's like a baseline level of fine, but like it's not particularly spicy. I'm trying to get some people who've helped me into Trop. Oh, of course, I will do that. Of course, JD Does Dev. Please let me know the time and the place. And congrats on the anniversary. I will 100% do that. I'm not trying to like rag on it. I am down for any sort of thing at any time. Used to host Shoutcast video feeds for friends as a kid. Then Justin and Tiny Chat became a thing. I watched the shit out of So Bade. If I do any interviews, it's gonna be like Chris Farley interviews on SNL. Yeah, people who hate VS Code. Yeah, I don't know. We need to get more trivia for another VT. That was quite fun, Hazmat VT. Thank you for having me on that. I like game show formats. I think those are pretty good. Following Towley since 2009. Is that a World of Warcraft person? Is that them? Yeah. Tiny chat, man, memories. I'm skipping I'm skipping WoW raid this week because I have to pack. I have so much shit to do, and also next week probably. So, and I feel fucking bad, gamers. I feel like I'm letting the squad down. I feel like I'm letting the squad down, but I don't know. I also a shameful casual. Yeah. I also like. I gotta get back on it. It's I'm really mostly waiting for the next phase of WoW at this point because I think I have basically all the gear. Like I don't. Hello Zinka, welcome in. It's good to have you. Welcome. We're yapping out here. How are you doing, friend? What the heck is up? I saw you. I think I saw you the other day because you just sigh up. Don't be rude to new friends, Isomorphic. I don't think there's any kind of operations happening. I think I saw you the other day because either you rated Spherophoria or Spherophoria rated you. I don't recall. It's good to see you. How are you doing? I know I've seen you on here. You're doing frameworkless web development. You rated him. Yes. Okay, this is very good. Hell yeah. Welcome in. What we're doing today, Zinka, is we're yapping as always. If you don't know me, also I'm LCOLONQ. Hi. I'm Letters on here. I'm a guy pretending to be Letters on. Hi. You see, there's a clip from Zinka in the background right now, I think. Thank you, Fallon, here for the follow as well. What we're doing today is we're making a Game Boy game, also frameworkless. We're going frameworkless style on the Game Boy, and what that means is we've made this little Game Boy ROM. You can see it plays tone and changes. It doesn't do very much right now. Hello, Adel005 too. But this is made totally from scratch. It's made with no tools whatsoever. There's no, like, not even an assembler. We actually wrote our own assembler in Emacs Lisp for the Game Boy architecture. The only tool that's being used to produce this ROM is Emacs, which is kind of that's our fun little idea. And we're doing this for a jam, right? There's this game jam happening right now called the Spring Lisp Game Jam 2024. And that basically it is you make a game in Lisp in 10 days. And we decided it'd be kind of a fun idea to just do a Game Boy game, because that seems very unconventional for this kind of thing. So the goal that what we're approaching today is we're trying to get some kind of game experience. Like right now, this is only like the merest trappings of a game-like thing. Like there's no actual input being processed, or like, and the sound is obviously horrendous. We're trying to turn this into some place where we have music and also some kind of user interaction. So that's the goal. But thank you again for the raid. Welcome in. It's great to have you. Please check out Zinka if you don't know them. I'll be around in the future. And welcome in Isomorphica and Darren Mershawn and all new friends. Fallon, your fans. Wait, are you? I see game dev badge. Are you? Is this game? It sounds awesome. I was glad I was introduced to you. Hell yeah. Thank you again. Thank you. It's great to meet you as well. It's always wonderful. It's such a small world of people doing these funny little things on Twitch TV, right? Doing weird. I managed to, well, I mean, thank you for the recommendation. Thank you for the introduction, Isomorphica. It's very kind of you. I hope you're. Oh, I see. It's just a negative way to put it, I think. I don't know about that. Anyway, we also have a Discord IRC. That's where we. Holy fuck. Thank you for the gift subs, Eudemoniac. That is way too kind of you, friend. Thank you so much. And thank you, Santo Phantom, for the follow. Holy, you really don't have to do that, friend, but it's extremely, I really do appreciate it. It's very kind. And thank you, Golfsco, for the follow. I thank you. I recognize a lot of names in there, so it's great it's thank you. You demoniac is someone who you've been here, someone who's been here for a long time. I really really please do not feel pressured to like give money or anything like that. I feel like it is extremely appreciated. It will go towards essentials for my life, like food food and housing. But it is not. No, I won't cry. I mean, I'm not gonna be, if I'm too sappy about it, that comes across as like that's cloying. I won't be cloying with it. You demoniac's a person who's been very kind to me over the years. I salute you. Okay, yeah, thank you. Anyway, back to what we were doing before, which is talking about World of Warcraft, which is talking about how I can't I just have fuck. There's just no gear left. There's no gear left to get. I can't even. I'm all disrupted now. They're smuggled Russian subs. They don't cost anything. Don't get too fucked. I appreciate it all the same, you demoniac. It's all good, friend. Oh hey JD. Well, Falonir, wait. I'm surprised we haven't met before. You know all my friends. Falonir, do you have a game? Do you have a game that you've made? Please feel free to link if you have. I like looking at games people made. It's good to see. That's my idle dream. My dream is to create release video game at some point. I've been telling myself that this is the year every year since probably I turned 23, and I'm turning 27 in a month. So that'll do it. And thank you for the gift sub to Isomorphicus as well. Welcome. You seem resourceful. You should join our collective. It's Show Normies the Light of Lisp. I think. I saw you fighting about Lisp the other day in Spherophoria's channel, Isomorphica. I think. I don't know. I don't know if I'm. I kind of have some gripes with Lisp, honestly. Falonir Fantasy, hell yeah. I kind of am a Lisp, and despite writing a lot of Lisp, I have some. Oh, this. Yo. Played via Twitch chat.
Welcome to Falonir Fantasy, the first ever turn-based.
It's Twitch. It's entire. Yo. Some masquerading as me. My alter ego here has alter egos. Hell yeah.
Up to 8 chatters at a time.
This is actually very sick.
7 different classes.
I like. I'm a fan of. I have. Do you entirely twitching? You've been writing this on stream, I assume. We gotta click buttons here. We gotta click on some buttons. This is very fucking sick. I'm such a fan of like the I don't know. I'm a fantasy freak to some extent. I've been getting real into dungeon crawlers lately. I'm starting to really have thoughts about, I don't know, wizardry and things like this. This is obviously very distinct. This seems more JRPG inspired, but either way, I'm starting to feel. Everyone has a phase, right? Everyone has a. It's like those crazy like the phrases people say where they're like if you're not X when you're 20, you have no heart. If you're like the stupid shit, right? Like boomer expressions, right? If you don't hate JRPGs when you're in your 20s, you have no heart. If you don't love JRPGs when you're in your 30s, you have no brain. And I'm sort of starting to feel this way. As I approach the age of 30 years old, I'm starting to feel like I've had no brain. And in fact, Final Fantasy VI is the peak of video gaming. Final Fantasy V, maybe even. Hello, thank you. Hello, Sonto Fanton. Multiple. We have a doppelganger situation. You're talking to a professional Python programmer. I am the Normies. Peter Norvig to the rescue. I've been playing JRPGs since I was in grade school. You gotta play SMT Digital Devil Saga. Okay, of the SMT games, SMTs I have played. Megami Tensei's I've played. I've played the SNES remake of the original Megami Tensei 1 and 2, which is the Kyoyaku Megami Tensei. Why do I have no shin daggers? It says Tomato does. Oh, it's possible that there's still some kind of incident happening, Broadzebot. It's possible that there's an extended incident report. I've been playing JRPG since I was in grade school. Yeah, they fucking rock. They rock. I think just I was making a joke, but I think a lot of people do. I had a phase where I was like, oh, I want to play action games. I want to play Dark Souls. Just fetched API. Yeah, that sounds like a potential issue. Even if you don't have them, they should be getting updated all the time, which. So if that's not the case, we need to associate. We need to figure that out. Those are good too, though. Yeah. I quite like. Dark Souls 1 is my favorite game of all time, for real, even still. But I'm sort of growing to like all sorts of different things, right? I'm liking the real-time dungeon crawlers and the turn-based ones and the JRPGs. I don't know. I like all of these things. You check website, Prozipod? You can check the Shindaggers knife website, like shindaggers.io. This is from my friend Shindigs. Has this gizmo. That's what they're in chat. That's what Prod and them are talking about. I have various integrations where my little robot down here can talk about events. So it's currently talking about Tomato not having a particular knife from this thing, which my friend runs, right? And you can see who has what, right? Prod's pod does have knives, presumably. There's error loading catalog currently, so it seems like it's not on our end. We can ignore this. I like this logic. I like this a lot. Dark Souls is a role-playing game it is a JRPG, right? I think JRPG is also just not a very useful term, right? It's like it probably could be broken down. Probably the real breakdown of RPGs is like ideally on gameplay, not like where they were made. But JRPG also like is a term that identifies like a noted subgenre of thing, right? Genre is not a useful term. Well, I don't know about that entirely. I think genre can be a useful thing, or at least taxonomy is a useful concept sometimes, right? Like categorizing things into different groups based on their similarities, like different like media in this way can be useful if you're like making things or like thinking about things, right? that can be handy. It's a relic from the computer RPG era. Yeah. If I'm 25% Japanese, are all games I make JRPG? I don't know. Is it I think I use JRPG as a genre indicator distinct from origin. I think JRPG is the sort of thing that distinguishes a style of gameplay, but it doesn't have anything to do with, there are JRPGs made in Eastern Europe, right? I played Fear and Hunger as a JRPG largely. I wish I could say, but I need to eat. I'll talk to you later. Have a great stream. Thank you so much again, and please enjoy your meal. We'll be in touch. I'm always around. I'll say hello in your chat. We'll be around. You play a character in a US RPG. You are the character. Maybe this is true. Hello Morongo too. Don't forget to save your projects. Yes, do this for sure. We were cloning, right? We were taking a little break to clone Prozipod, I think, right? As long as everyone understands that every categorization is inherently flawed, sure, then yeah, of course, right? I mean, anyone who's ever tried to take notes has encountered this, right? Trying to make a hierarchy for your notes files, it's impossible, right? There are so many overlapping things, but sometimes, applying tags to things, like little labels to things, can be useful. It can be like it's never black and white in this way. It's never like the thing is perfect or it's imperfect, right? There are degrees of usefulness of different techniques, and genre is a technique that has some degree of use. We have Muzak DSL now. This is courtesy Basilia. This is the music DSL that we have for the bells, RBX-BX. The bells of Basilia redeem. You can play, and we're going to adapt this to some degree to our Game Boy, like Orgrom Zettelkasten. Yes, exactly, which is what I've switched to for my notes. But I'm currently okay. I don't know how to solve this fucking problem. I don't know how to. I have a giant Orgrom repo. Got to restart PC BRB. Well, good luck to you. I have this huge Orgrom repo. I probably have, I don't know, a couple thousand notes files in it, like, and with varying degrees of completeness, right? Some are just like a little note. I have many Orgrom notes. Hello, Captain Alec. Thank you for the follow. I don't know. Many of those notes are about things in my personal life, right? They're about things I've experienced, right? They're about people, right? They're about people and places and stuff. Many of them are also about things that are less like that. They're about things like, like some concept in math, right? Some programming thing, some video game, about like writing notes, things like this, right? I don't know how to. My current issue is I would often like to access and put things into those notes from the LCOLONQ context, right? The issue with the thing that streaming has made apparent is that my life has been bifurcated. My life has been bifurcated into Just wings. How many wings is too many wings? 16 feels like a lot of wings. Although I'm not a huge wing head myself, I guess. This is right now what we've been doing is we've been putting org files with random names in this directory and not using them, right? We're living a double life, right? Because I'm trying to figure out the best way to like separate things into the two contexts so that I can have like I think probably the solution is just to have like two directories. I don't know if org-roam supports having multiple directories very well. But like I would like to have like some place where I can put my personal notes, and all the notes are encrypted anyway. It's just like the names of them that is in the database. I don't want to like pop up my list of notes and have it be like, oh, here's my real name, here's ModClonk's name, here's these notes on this person I met once, right? That's not good. So I need to have some way to have like non-stream versus on-screen stream notes, because I still want like things for like programming. If I have like some note that I made about some little Rust trick, right? Need an org.org. Yeah, a logged off section. I've already done this with my passwords. Like I don't have any passwords on this machine, even encrypted, just because I don't want to accidentally press a key binding and have it pop up like even my list of user like. But I have a repo that is only stream passwords, which I keep on on my desktop. What I do is I have two. The reason why my dot files aren't public right now is that I have two Linux users on my desktop, which is not this machine. I have one for my personal user and one for LCOLONQ, and they have different home manager configs. They share an Emacs config, which is largely the one I use on stream now. I've mostly consolidated that, but they have different home manager configs. They have different, obviously, like files and stuff lying around, and I use this this thing Unix pass. I use this hello Namanios __0. This thing, the standard Unix password manager. I don't really use this. What I do is I have a tool. What pass does is it basically just like manages a directory containing other directories containing encrypted files. And like basically the encrypted file holds your password, like a GPG encrypted kind of deal. I've used this for years. So I use pass to generate the passwords. And I just have them all in this big Git repo full of these encrypted files, like named after like I use a convention where it's like the directory is the site and then slash the username, whatever the username is .gpg. Then in Emacs, I don't actually use pass at all. I just have an Emacs thing that I wrote that just like reads. I can just like enter the name of any of these files. Like I have like a little pop up, like my pop up like this that pops up with a list of all my passwords for websites. I can just fuzzy find them down, and when I press enter on it, it just like decrypts the file, prompting me for my password if necessary, puts it in my clipboard, so I can just use that easily. That's the whole deal, right? Also, if you don't know, it's actually super easy to do stuff like that with Emacs, because the main way that stuff like SSH and GPG ask for your password is through this thing called pin entry. Linux, like if you're like, this is how it prompts you for the password. Like GNU PG, and you can also have this prompt. You can use this as your SSH agent, I think, which can allow you to prompt for your SSH password like this. And there's a thing called pin entry Emacs. So if anything prompts me for a password anywhere, even if I'm just like running like the actual like git command in a shell or something, right? It'll pop up a prompt in my Emacs mini buffer to ask for the password, which feels very slick. And it surprisingly works pretty well. I rarely have to tinker with it. There are occasional issues, I think, with like Tramp. If you're not already logged in, have you seen pass.el on Melpa? I'm sure I saw it at some point. Pass.el Emacs Melpa. That does the thing better, but I think my thing probably like I don't have any issues with my current deal. Pass, a major mode for password store. Yeah, this is like a whole like deal, like a whole like interactive buffer thing. I'm sure this is very good. This is like, but like I don't think this probably gives me anything over than like what I have now, which is press one button. It shows me a list of like, imagine this is just like a list of every website / password. I filter it down to the name. I press enter once, it copies it in my clipboard, which is like very, very clean. Just don't lose your password store. Hello Coos also. I have it committed, you know, it's on my like I have it like all the files are encrypted, right? So I have it, I have a private repo on GitHub for it. I have a private repo on SourceHut for it. I have it also, I think, on a USB drive in my house just for a backup, right? I have my GPG key backed up that I use for it. like written down on. I use that. There's that thing paper key, ArchWiki paper key. This is kind of a really cool thing. Helm Pass thing too. I mean, yeah, my thing is basically what I assume Helm Pass does, just with my custom completing read. Like I bet that feels like a pretty clean workflow, because for me it's like 3 characters plus like typing whatever fragment of the password identifies it, plus potentially pressing up and down to identify to get one, right? Just instantly. The main thing I am kind of considering is I need to set up some kind of timer thing to automatically clear my clipboard after like a minute. Is I'm often worried, like I'll do it and then I'll have to like go copy something, you know, to like, I need to like make sure things don't end up in my kill ring either. If I'm ever going to have that on stream. A day where I learned a lot about Linux. Yeah, this thing is really, really cool. So GPG is this tool you can use to, it's a public key encryption thing. GNU Privacy Guard, right? It's a way to manage keys, right? To manage your key and to like import other people's public keys and like send them messages and do all kinds of tasks, right? And for me, I mostly just use it for like occasionally encrypting text, but mostly for passwords, and potentially also for signing things. Like if I wanted to like tweet something or like post on a message board something that I could like prove is me, I would sign it, right? I would attach a GPG signature probably, which I'm surprised there isn't much more of a meta for already. Like that's well, anyway, there's this, obviously losing your key is nerve-wracking, right? So there's this tool called paper key that like easily converts the thing to like a nicely printable representation, so you can like print it out on paper and then re-enter it and re-import through this thing in the future. The idea of storing my passwords in the cloud makes me a bit nervous. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't do that. Like, I would also be very hesitant around password management. I'm already hesitant even around what I'm currently doing, because in my current approach, right, it's just like I have directories with names of things in them, and then the files themselves are encrypted, but like the file names and stuff are all apparent, right? So like I am sort of worried that I'm trusting like SourceHut and what do you say? I'm trusting like SourceHut and GitHub with like my usernames, even, because those are also, what is a bare metal cloud, by the way? I assume what it means is that like what like a cloud where you can just like run an OS image, is that it? Like hosting something like this, or not on a VM? Is that real? Storing passwords in the cloud would make me paranoid about quantum computing. Yeah. That's I mean, I'm not super worried about that part. Passkeys are becoming more obvious, but you have similar problems with physical keys. Yeah. Like, I mean, you could also like, I would be too nervous to do a YubiKey, like, and go whole hog on it, because like, especially for passwords, because the way you're supposed to use a YubiKey is you're supposed to have the key only on, like, a YubiKey is like a physical device, right? I should bring things up instead of just talking about them and assuming that people know what they are. A YubiKey is a thing like this. It's these little dongles. Can we go Wikipedia? You see this gizmo, right? You get a little thing like this, and you'd put your key on it. And it's set up in such a way that you can't easily read the key off again. But you can use it, right? You can use when this thing is plugged in, you can decrypt with the key, or encrypt. You can use the key, right? So you're kind of turning like your key into like this hardware thing, right? And the idea, I think, in the core idea would be to not have a key that's not have a backup of the key, like it's just on the YubiKey, right? Hello, AAJJBBK. I know so many people with the YubiKey, and they use it mostly for unlocking /boot so they can get past the BIOS. Yeah, a lot of like corpos will like force you to get these things. I have had one. There actually is still one on my key ring. I have had one in a personal context. I never ended up using it too much because I was scared, because like, what if it stops working? Like, what if the thing like I'm too hesitant with that. Like, it's sensible if you're part of like a corporate thing that has like, where other people have permissions to access the thing that you're accessing, right? And like there's like some kind of standard rotation of keys, and like you're not totally fucked if you lose your key, right? This is my ceiling, like using a hardware key like this. It's too scary as like a person, like one person, right? And you wouldn't want like a YubiKey, you wouldn't want your whole business to be dependent on a YubiKey, right? So just like this, I don't want my whole digital life to be dependent on this. What's that talking to the YubiKey there? The BIOS Windows. I assume there's maybe some UEFI kind of thing, Zedzark. I don't know though. encrypted slash boot seems scary. I don't know anything about that. Is that like what how does that even work? Hello MXLX. I don't even have encrypted drives currently, which is probably sketchy to admit. Although I think I'm going to do that moving forward. I'm gonna wipe my desktop soon, I think, and make it in the move towards total LCOLONQ dominance of my life. I'm gonna make some changes there. But I ran an encrypted drives in the past, and it was mostly just like a pain in the neck, and I didn't really consider it like, it's not like I have anything that's like, I don't know. I could see it being potentially useful to have encrypted drives, largely to like avoid, has some downsides in SSDs, doesn't it? Yeah, I can imagine, right? I don't know. Like it's not like I have anything to hide, but it's like the sort of thing where like I consider, like if I'm having a especially paranoid day, right? Like I worry about like, does anyone else have this? Like for me, I'm constantly worried about getting framed for crimes. I don't know. I have this personality, right? I have this personality where like maybe it's just like my own distrust for the government or something, but I constantly feel like I could just be like destroyed by any time, right? And it makes me feel like there's some weird audio artifacts sometimes. Wait, is it fucked? Is there fuckery afoot here? What is this? I saw this entry in my test for depression. Like, I don't know. Is this a persecution? I don't know. Something like this. But I have this sometimes. When I'm in a low mood, I have a feeling that like, oh God, they're gonna find me and someone's gonna have it out for me, and they're gonna. Oh yes, friend's voice does it. Friend talks in a very strange way. Like if I say to friend, where's friend here? Hazmat says hello, right? Friend will reply. That's friend talking. You see? Yeah, it talks like that. It's like sped up samples of like people from here saying words. It's not about the voice, it's all about the skills. That's a clone saying this. Yes, getting swatted. Yeah, it's just this kind of thing. Like I'm always worried about like, oh, the police, they're gonna raid me and they're gonna plant shit on my hard drive. They're gonna plant drugs in my house. They're gonna frame me, right? I'm going to like this kind of thing, right? Like obviously that's completely deranged, right? There's no way this is going to happen, right? They're gonna make me act up with that kind of talk. So true, Fake Tomato. So true, right? Average, but I don't know. Like people feel this way, and stranger things have happened in the world. So maybe having encrypted drives is worthwhile just for that, right? Making it harder to plant coke in the SSD. Hello, F Mega. Yeah. The 3 miles of wacky traps leaving my home first. Yeah, they wouldn't even make it to B2F of my dungeon. The just don't try and download shit from a .gov site too quickly. I don't know. It's just like everything in life, it's probably fine just to like it's probably also due to my affinity for con artists, right? Like when I see something like this, when I see someone being I don't know, be like someone's going to jail forever, like someone robbed a bank and they're going to go to jail forever, right? I think some people put themselves in the position of thank goodness this villain is behind bars, right? I think I just sort of like inherently will always put myself in the position of like oh God, imagine if that was me, right? Like it's that kind of thing. Like it's I have this kind of sympathetic nature, I think, not in a good way, right? It's a bad sort of sympathy. It's D-sympathy, not U-symphony. U-sympathy. What the fuck am I saying? There's weed in this man's hair. Get him. They're using grub stored in an encrypted boot, which is unlocked with the YubiKey. I assume the UEFI boots a stripped kernel that only waits for the YubiKey, does the handshake and decrypts boot. Yeah, I'm sure it's a complex sort of setup. Hello, Ashlyn Artificia. Thank you for the follow. What are we doing here now? We've gotten sidetracked into some kind of insane hole. We're down in the abyss at this point. What are we even doing now? We need to go, but what if it was me who killed a man? Yeah, exactly, Valvanana 7. Exactly, right? Or what if I didn't actually, what if they claimed, they claimed I did, all right? What if it's a frame job? Welcome in though. We're on our 13th topic change. Yeah. Tomato, you were asking something. Did you ask a question? You asked a question. You asked a thing and you brought it up again. Tips submitted. Yeah. What was it? What was the thing? It was a while ago now. It was a while. Oh, SMT games. Shin Megami Tensei. Yes. Perfectly. Yes. Can we just go to the Wikipedia page? Megami Tensei. What have we played? I've played these two through this remake. I've played a bit of this, have not finished. Have not played SMT2. I've not played If either, but I watched some banger video essays. This is like a precursor to Persona. It has like that high school setting, right? Have not played 9. What is 9 even? I don't even know what fucking SMT 9 is. That's fucking wild. Have played Nocturne. This is the MMO. I have not played the MMO, but I have followed these. Good night, you demoniac. Thank you for hanging out today. It's good. I hope you sleep. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Nocturne is a banger. I played Strange Journey. I love Strange Journey. I have played 4. Have not played 4 Apocalypse. Did not play the Strange Journey remake. Have not played Liberation DX2. Is this a gacha game? Is this a did they make a Shin Megami Tensei? Well, anyway, whatever. Have not played 5, but I will probably play 5 Vengeance when it comes out. My main thing, I want to be playing these a bunch these days. I'm feeling this. I kind of want to play SMT2, maybe, this kind of thing. As far as the spin-offs go, like there's like digital well, where's the spin-offs? Can we see the side series? Where's the side series here? I haven't played I haven't played like the Game Boy Color game, like Demi Kids or whatever. I haven't played any of that shit. Have not played Last Bible. Have not played Majin Tensei. I did play Devil's I have not played Devil Summoner. I've not played any of the Devil Summoner games actually. Although the Raido games, these are the action RPGs. These are pretty cool. I have not checked them out. I've played a little bit of Soul Hackers 2, but like kind of bounced off it a little bit. I've played most of the Persona stuff. I mean, obviously there's all these fucking spin-off garbage. I haven't played Persona Q, which I want to. I've not played Devil Children. Spin-offs. Other titles. Have not played Jack Bros. I have not played Digital Devil Saga, but I have heard these are quite good. These are they have a nice setting to them. I know. I have played Devil Survivor 1, which is a banger. This is like the Fire Emblem clone. This game fucking rocks. I have not played Devil Survivor 2 or Tokyo Mirage Sessions or whatever this shit is. You played Trauma Team? I have not played Trauma Team, I think. That was a thing on like the Wii. Is Trauma Team Trauma Center? Is Trauma Team 2010 video game? Is this Trauma Center? Like Trauma? Yes, it is. It is. I have not played this. It's the final. These are like the anime hospital drama thing where you do like surgery and shit. I remember these in Nintendo Power all the time. There were DS ones too, right? Trauma Center had the first one was Under the Knife for this is DS. Was it and then they made one for the Wii, and then another one for the Wii, then another one for the DS, and then I see. This was quite an era. They seem cool as fuck though. It's that whole era of like DS games. What's the one? Fuck. There's 999 obviously in that era. I feel like there was a proliferation of like really good like strange narrative games on the DS. Like this seems like maybe Trauma Center seems like maybe in that genre. Ghost Trick. Late in era. The DS was such a thing. Ghost Trick was also a thing on the DS, I think, which is well regarded. There's that Hotel Dusk. Hotel Dusk, I remember seeing this a bunch. I haven't played this. You hold it sideways like a book. It's like a detective game. I remember this seemed really, really sick. Really interesting. 999, obviously, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, right? This was in that same. There were so many of these on the DS, right? Just these like weird like VN kind of like strange like I don't know. This is like a genre of thing. Like, does this really exist anymore? Like, what is this still around? What's another one? Oh, there's a really bizarre game on the DS called Contact. This game is fucking crazy. I never play. I remember following this. It's kind of like an RPG, but you don't like really like control the protagonist. You're just like influencing the protagonist. It's kind of like a Mother-esque thing, right? But you kind of like you don't really directly control, right? You kind of you give the protagonist instructions from one screen. I thought the aesthetic style of this was so crazy good, right? There's something about this DS era, like this laboratory aesthetic, right? This kind of look, right? Like this very like simple, clean, like the contrast between this like simple, clean look and it's so, I don't know. I don't think this game was particularly good even, but just like very strange. Infinite Space, what is that? Infinite Space, same era, right? Oh damn, you're telling me about these things that I didn't even know about too. We got the Magellanic Clouds, we got the Lugovalian Empire. God damn, is this a similar thing? Fuck, the DS had so many strange games, didn't it? Right? Like it was really like made by Nude Maker. Thank you, Nude Maker. Very cool. Just like obviously this we talked about recently. We talked about Nights in the Nightmare, another one. Like there were so many of these like crazy ass fucking games, right? Like Nights in the Nightmare it's a bullet hell RTS, right? Where it's a bullet hell turn-based strategy game where your cursor in the menu on the bottom screen is, in order to like navigate the controls, the options for the turn-based strategy game, you're constantly being accosted by bullets, right? It's just a strange thing. Etrian Odyssey is more of a conventional game, right? But maybe that's even interesting in that era because like I don't know if people like that was not an era that was it was popular to make turn-based dungeon crawlers. Yeah, The World Ends With You too. Holy shit. The World Ends With You. The DS really has like a crazy catalog, right? The in-game mapping stuff was new. Yeah. Like using that really is a genius idea, right? Like using the bottom screen instead of having to have graph paper for your dungeon crawler, right? It's kind of sick. Like there was just a whole era where of making like these crazy games utilizing the weird touchscreen. Like, yeah, this shit is crazy. The World Ends With You it's like a JRPG and there's like rhythm game elements. There's like all kinds of, I never played this either. I just remember like all of these games for me are like half remembered memories from my childhood reading Nintendo Power, right? But this came out when I was 10, right? This came out like, you know, it's like these are the games I remember coming out. It's we really gotta go back and see all of this shit at some point. It's like, I don't know, the DS really might be, I feel like it really opened the door, even in the Nintendo catalog, some of the early releases like Kirby, like they weren't good, right? Like Kirby Canvas Curse, I think this was a launch title for the DS, right? Just like crazy shit, right? Like, is this me regurgitating shit from VS recommended games? I see. Is this a zone? Is this a zone? I wish I liked the sequel to World Ends With You, but the combat is so different, and that's what I enjoyed most from the original. Free DS Lite was a weird era. Yeah. Oh, others of these Elite B Agents came out. It's V. Oh, I see. I understand. I parsed it as VS instead of. I get you now. Elite B Agents also was fucking crazy. All the latent stuff. Yeah. The Zelda Minish Cap. Hello, Crespian C. Minish Cap was for the Game Boy Advance, right? Minish Cap was. I know this. Can we bring it back? But yeah, we got to make some weird ass games, F Mega. Hell yeah, you feel it. You gotta get some code. I don't worry about that Isomorphica so much. I'm not so worried about the. You know, we'll get to it when we get to it. It's a matter of the excitement of things. I don't try and think about these things so much. You know, this game does rock. I played this on the Not Gonna Make It. I mean, you know, sometimes Isomorphica, sometimes I'll give you they call this Clonk's tip. They call this Clonk's gamer's tip. Sometimes making it is something in your own head. Making it means something other than, I don't know. Sometimes it means something, it's something more complex than a number, I think. This game I played on, there was this thing called the 3DS Ambassador program, right? This was, I didn't really parse this. This was the like a thing for the disaster, like because the 3DS had a weird launch, because the 3DS I don't think sold well at the start. So if you I bought a 3DS at launch. I remember I fucking saved up my money in high school. The 3DS came out when I was like 15, I think, right? I saved up my money in high school and bought it at launch. I remember I had my dad took me to GameStop, and I had the thing pre-ordered, got the 3DS, right? They dropped the price immediately after launching the thing, right? Similar looking titles on Nintendo Directs, yeah. Freak DS games, if you mean just like, I'm sure there's even more now in yeah, Prod Pod. Like, you just have to find, there's just like a certain, like, I think the constraints of the DS bred some degree of creativity, right? There was some level of like, something was formed, right, from this. There was something, I don't know. It's harder, like, it's both that they're freak games and also there's like a distinct commonality to them because they're all trying to use the new feature of this is what you said before. Yes, okay, I'm missing thing. I'm missing thing on my uncle's emulator. DS specs were, yeah, the specs were shit, and also like the touchscreen gimmick. Oh, Tingle the Rupee, fuck that too. What is it called? Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land or something? Tingle's Fresh Picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Yeah, this fucking game. This didn't come out in NA, right? I remember Nintendo Power also did a feature on this, like if it was going to come out. You see, this was a crazy ass game that I've heard is not fun. I've heard this game actually is not fun, but like it's still sick. Draw that redstone. Hello. The Zelda game on the DS was Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. I played both of them. Phantom Hourglass was actually the first Zelda game I played. Hello, Crufts _. This game here, I thought people hate this game. People think this game fucking sucks horribly. People think it fell off. It's miserable. It's horrendous. Nobody likes this, right? Hello, Rubint also. I think this game actually fucking bangs. This game is good. I don't care what anyone says. It has a good Crufts. I said underscore. I was reading other. Hello, Water Rogue. No underscore. Sorry, Crufts. I'm so boosted at the moment. I'm so boosted up on Nintendo DS game commentary. Hello, ABC123. Also, welcome, Clonk. Hello, hi. That just didn't go like going back to the same dungeon. Yeah, I love that about it. Right, the core. So basically, Phantom Hourglass. It's also, of course, it's got to use the touchscreen. It's a sequel to Wind Waker, which is very interesting. I think it's a sequel. It's a sequel to Wind Waker. It's in the same chronology. Who cares about Zelda's story? It doesn't matter. Basically, it's a big flooded ocean world, right? And it's got the same like kind of Wind Waker thing where it's like a huge map and there's like lots of different like islands and stuff that you can go to, and you chart the course for your boat by like drawing a path, right? And you can see the path and you can like, there's all kinds of, there's water monsters, there's like things you have to fire cannons at and stuff. There's like hidden spots and salvage and stuff, ghost ships, all kinds of stuff, right? There's interesting things. But then the main lore of the game is is the Phantom Hourglass, which is you have this hourglass that has a certain time capacity, and you keep returning to this same dungeon that the big bad enemy guy has taken over, called the Temple of the Ocean King. Awesome Vipper fail. Draw that redstone. Did it not work? Did it not? What happened here? Did it not even do? Didn't even do. VIP draw that redstone. Shout out Scribblenauts. I had Scribblenauts. That shit was crazy. Okay, you're VIP now. Draw that redstone. The you keep going back to this core dungeon, the Temple of the Ocean King, that was really unique in that it was repeated floors that had like puzzles and stuff. You couldn't kill most of the enemies. Like the basic enemies were unbeatable. Right? You could only run from them. Hello, Archibald. You could only run from them and hide in these safe zones. And also, whenever you weren't in a safe zone, Phantom Tax was my first Zelda as well. It's far from the best, but it's a solid game. Yeah. The first, whenever you're not in a safe zone, the hourglass ticks down. So you start off with like very limited time, so you can't get too deep. Right? But like as you progress through the game, you get more and more sand in the hourglass, which gives you more and more time to go through. Like it's so, and you can solve more puzzles. And if you're fast, you don't even, it's sick. It's a sick concept, right? And also there's various things that are implemented better or worse, right? I remember in the final boss fight, there's like this weird thing, you have to draw symbols on the screen, and that kind of sucks, right? I remember that not being it didn't work super well, but it was sick. It was sick. It also had multiplayer. It had online multiplayer. I remember going to my grandparents' house, connecting the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection on my DS, and playing the battle mode. The battle mode of this, which was like a thing where like you had 4 players, I think, and you were trying to collect like little crystals to get points. It was cool. Cool game. And then they made Spirit Tracks, which was the sequel. This was the squeakquel. You might refer to this as the squeakquel to the game. And this is the same game pretty much, except there are multiple dungeons, and also instead of boats, it's trains, which admittedly, kind of a cool concept, right? Kind of different that they picked trains for this shit. Alvin and the Chipmunks, yeah, exactly. You know you're picking up what I'm putting down here. Draw that redstone. You know. Yeah, it's very silly, right? Like the concept of it being silly, and there's like evil trains that like pursue you, and you have to like. I remember this game actually being fucking scary. This game, I do remember it being fucking really scary, because in the open ocean, you know, you can route any which way, you can evade things, but like it's like almost, it has like a Pac-Man level of fear, where like the evil trains, like you're boxed in, you can't escape, they're coming at you, right? They're gonna get you. I remember that being kind of a thing. I finished this, but I didn't play it as much as I did Phantom Hourglass for sure. Anyway, it's a whole last thing. The DS really has a great catalog, including one of the greatest grindfest JRPGs of all time. Where's How Long to Beat? I was looking at this recently because someone brought it up on Twitter, and I played so much of this game as a kid. Dragon Quest IX, Sentinels of the Starry Sky. This has one of the most fucked up How Long to Beats of all time. The completionist 742 hours does go absolutely crazy, because they made this game, and unlike a lot of the other Dragon Quest things of the era, it's less story focused. It's basically just a single player MMORPG. Which, I mean, thinking about it, potentially put the freak brain rot into my head in the first place. What it is you make a party of 4 guys. You have 4 guys. They're totally customizable. The plot is extremely minimal. There's a lot of it, but it's mostly just goofy Dragon Quest stuff. And your party is like, there's no characters. It's just all your custom big guys. Yeah, exactly. It's all your custom 4 guys. But the way it works, there's a massive post game, including like a bunch of DLC that distributed for free on Wi-Fi, and also the way you like, there's like tons and tons of like post game super bosses, and like they have like fucking, oh, this gives you a 1% drop on the crafting component, and the crafting component has a 10% chance when you combine it with this other rare shit to give you the weapon upgrade. Like, it's that kind of shit. It's like insanely grindy. It's just but man, what a game. It's the sort of thing that like I would love to actually like optimize, because they also had a feature where like the best way to, there was a DS download play thing. Like if you were like near other people, I think you could link up in multiplayer and like share these treasure maps that were randomly generated. And like some of the treasure maps, they weren't just like totally random. They were extremely high variance, right? You could get, most of them were shit, but there were some that just had like all like metal king slimes that spawn, which were like the only way to level efficiently at a certain point. So like you being able to level efficiently in the game was basically dependent on you meeting someone else in real life and then get them giving you the one good map where the enemies that give experience spawn. I never had it as a kid, so I had to settle for like worse farming techniques, because I remember reading game facts about this at the fucking school library in middle school. I remember this, which was fucking crazy. I vividly remember going on game facts for this shit, just like IRL. Yeah, exactly. Connections metal, Pokemon Go on steroids. Yeah, they just did so many unique, even with a pretty bog standard kind of boring JRPG, they did so much unique stuff with this, right? Like so much weird. Really, Nintendo really has the niche of weird multiplayer kind of locked down, like weird elements in games, sometimes to their downfall, right? But like a lot of the Pokemons had this too. Like Pokemon Black and White had that. Like people love Pokemon Black and White, but people forget about like all the weird. They had the weird like IR thing, right? Like the cart came with like some kind of like infrared scanner for like some weird local communication thing on the like there was strange stuff in a lot of the Nintendo games. Very, very bizarre. Anyway, we're cloning, by the way. We need to rewind. It's always kind of jarring when we have to rewind the stack quite so far, right? We've been on a tear about this topic, right? We gotta bring it back, all the way back, reel it all the way in. And we need to parse these messages, right? So test messages is slurp, home, logs, LCOLONQ. This one. Here's test messages. Don't print out, please. May I re-ask questions? Please do. I'm really sorry if I'm missing messages. Also, PronziPod and others. I don't intend it, but sometimes I like read a thing and I'm like, oh, I'll respond to that, and I forget. Other times I'm like, I do miss it for real. I'm sorry. So about the interviews, what do you think are some of the higher tier types of collabs than interviews? I don't know. I think probably the best thing is like, so okay. Here another thing. I think interviews are kind of like, they're kind of like, shame on you. Well, I mean, you gotta try. You gotta make an attempt, Zedzark. You have one life. It's worth an attempt. When there's a shared activity, that's pretty good, right? I think even just talking is better than like well-defined interview with questions. Like again, I had a really good interview with VTuber Talk. I really enjoyed it, but a lot of it was just like, because we were just chatting, right? We had a little chat, right? I think that's a lot better. To some degree, I feel like the very structured interview format. Hello, Jazzahall VT, welcome. The very structured interview format with like, okay, I'm going to ask a question, you're going to answer, right? That kind of thing. Which I think that is like, and you don't like know each other. There's no camaraderie. That's like the lowest tier thing, right? Above that, definitely like just chatting and like you obviously like are getting along, right? You're having a human conversation. That's pretty good. Hello. And shared activity is really strong. If you are gamers, the playing games can be okay. I don't tend to watch many gaming collabs, but I guess I don't really tend to watch many gaming streams anyway. Like I tend to kind of zone out when there's actual gameplay happening, unless the person, like some people can really yap really well over the gaming. I think if I'm watching a stream in particular, like I think I may be a weird freak viewer. Like I don't know how many people are like this, right? But like I'm sure people have all kinds of different preferences, but I'm definitely the type where like I'm there to listen to someone talk, right? As background noise, or just to like have a fun thing being said to me, right? While I do the fucking dishes or whatever, right? It's like that, right? Or while I'm working, I'm there. Like it's to have someone talking. It's kind of like white noise. Yeah. Podcast Andy, right? It's that kind of thing, right? Especially like I actually find streams better sometimes when it's just kind of like idle conversation, right? I like that a whole lot, right? Versus like if it's like super focused conversation, like about like if it's like addressing the drama, like talking about something serious that I'm actually interested in, that's harder to watch sometimes, right? Because it's like the kind of thing you have to be kind of keyed into. But listening to someone just like talk about whatever bullshit while they play games, that's like mildly entertaining. Like if I like most of the time I'm like unfocusing my ears. Hello, ModClonk, welcome in. We're cloning you. We're making you a clone. Because you were gone, you abandoned us. Welcome. Congrats on the boost. You will not fall behind Gen Dude by one more point. But yeah, it's like this, which is why my favorite people to listen to a lot of the time. I listen to probably like my most listened to streams are definitely Hina, Uwu, Soy Milk, like people like that. Because mostly it's because they're live when I'm like working like late at night. And wait, Gen Dude has pulled. Did ModClonk miss one? Did you miss last stream, ModClonk? Did you not boost? People are meeting for the first time over a party game where they are teamed up, like that Twitch Plays Fall Guys thing last year. Has a great potential for great collab atmosphere. Yeah, that's also true attention span. Like breaking the ice can also be a nice thing. Hello, Visual Sanity too. Welcome in. I really think it's like a thing that's like I don't know. There's no end to the thing. If I had the perfect formula, I would be doing it a lot more, right? I think also like people pressure themselves to collab a whole bunch. Right? They put a lot of pressure on themselves. I think especially in the VTuber thing, it's such a thing. Hello, Keo. It's such a thing, right? There's so much pressure that's put on. We always do it like this, right? Can we set queue, test messages, parse? If you're like a new, I see this a lot of time with like people who are starting the VTuber thing, right? There's plenty of people who are like, oh man, when am I gonna collab with, like can I collab with X? Can I collab with, people attach far too much importance to it, right? Hello, Majin_Ds, thank you for the follow. Can we split new lines? Let's just S lines it. That probably handles blank lines or something in a sensible way. Test message and electric cube rhubarb also welcome in. And let's, instead of printing the whole thing, let's just print car test messages parsed. Okay. So of course we just want to split these on tabs and drop the first 2 Are you actually cloning me? Yes, we are. Because we need LCOLONQ. It's essential. I think it's better when you're starting streaming to just like not even think it. Like, again, I've collabed literally once on this channel. Like, we have impromptu, like people have come on impromptu, and I would not be hesitant to do more. But like, yeah, it's just, can I get shout? That's not going to help you. Like that's not the thing. Like, people think it's like this instant, oh man, if only I could get the big collab with Vebe, and I can be famous too, right? I can be like, it's just not how it works. It's just not the world that we live in. Mod clone is good. Yeah, we'll do mod clone so it's recognizable. And we'll make it have your exact same, we'll make it be called sword space mod clone, so it's hard to tell. I need to join. If only I could join FaZe Clan, my life would turn around, man. Like, yeah, it's just not how it is, right? And you shouldn't feel pressure on this, right? Like, I have a lot of friends who stream. Like, I have friends, I have people who I love their stream, right? Like, I have plenty of people I watch who I feel no pressure to collab with, to like, it's just not like, I've never collabed with Uwu, right? I would if Uwu asked, I'd be like, hell yeah, if you have a good idea, right? I wouldn't do it just for the sake of it, right? It's not like, what's the point of doing it just for the sake of it? There's no, all the orange chicken pizza rolls you can eat. Yeah. There's no, like, there shouldn't be any like pressure surrounding this. Like, you should do things because they're good. You shouldn't do things because they're like, there's some kind of social expectation of you to do them. It's just not like helpful. Is this real? S split. I mean, to say it, of course. Who could have expected anything less? You should do things because they're bad. Yeah, that's true. Also, we do have to link up with Bad Cop. I have a lot of people who like this is unrelated to the issue of me procrastinating and not actually linking up, as they say, with people. That is an actual problem due to me not having good ideas, falling off, etc., etc. That's a whole separate discussion to be had. But in terms of like forcing yourself, it's not relevant. A lot of people, like, I wouldn't collab with, like, not in like a negative sense, but in the sense that like I just wouldn't be comfortable with it, right? If someone like let's say someone like who I don't know, who's like a much bigger person in like especially the VTuber space, if Primogen or like Pirate Software or Philion were like, hey, come on my stream tomorrow, like I would say like sorry, like I really appreciate it, but like I don't, like, I'm not comfortable with that. Like, I don't know, like not because of them, but because of like, I don't know what I would do, right? Like, I'm gonna make a fool of, like there's, you can't force these things, right? You can't look at it like an opportunity, right? Hello, Ascento. Looking at relationships with other human beings as an opportunity is it's just a recipe for like your life turning into a fucking nightmare, right? Like it's not like that. It just don't be like that. I don't know. We said cutter here. This is wrong. It's cutter here, actually. Actually, we need to do that instead. Okay, now we have test messages parsed. Take 10 test messages parsed. It's kind of like a map cutter situation. God forbid Thor finds you. Thor follows me, Niche Penguin. I don't think he thanks to I think before Thor blew up one day back like last summer. Visual sanity. Are we not getting any redeems right now? Is that why ModClonk's redeem didn't count? Are we not getting any redeems at all? What is that true? Yeah, we're not getting any redeems for 27 minutes. For 27 minutes. Damn, huge scams in the LCOLONQ channel. Hello, Exodrifter, welcome. Can we shout out Exodrifter? Exodrifter _. The boost waste. Okay, who boosted in the last 27 minutes? Who boosted? We had Arrow, we had Forsen, ABC123. ABC123 W user boost. A bipolar carp 123. That's one of them. User boost. Who else was here? Draw that. That's why I draw that Redstone's VIP didn't work. ModClonk. Visual _sanity. Attention span Soob. Attention span. You got here before, I think, Babanana. There it works now. Is that all? Ascento also. Ascento too. Okay, good. I think that's all we missed. The only scams. I was like, why is ModClonk 2 behind now? I just didn't go through. Hello. Thank you. You're all loaded up now. We're loaded up. Okay, we have the messages now again. Can we run the thing, the double scam? Yeah, it's a secondary. I got souped. Oh wait, I souped you instead of boosting you. Fuck. It's an up arrow situation. Boost. Okay, there we go. No -2. +1 nets. Okay. Where is the thing we had here? This thing, ModClonk. This is every message from ModClonk in the history of time. It's 15,000 messages. Just installed 32 gigabytes of RAM. Well, that's very good. I'm glad to hear it, Geyser. That's a lot of RAM. Can we take 50 of these? Let's get a representative sample of ModClonk's messages. We'll use one of the most sophisticated statistical sampling techniques. It's called take 50. It's called take the 50 either most recent or oldest ones. I think it's oldest ones. Here we go. Everything you've said. Notepad++ is S tier. That sounds about right to me. Okay. We have this now. Let's get these. We're going to dna.el. Sure. We have so much DNA now. Some would say that placing... Oh, also, I found the greatest hack of all time. They're mostly highs and agreeing with chat and being excited. ModClonk is very nice. ModClonk does... Like we're like, I mean, we talk about the like the streams so much, right? Because it's like, it's kind of like my job now, it's what we're doing. And ModClonk's always ModClonk's always like, I love the clonk heads. Like, it's like we like the computer so much. It's this kind of thing, right? It's ModClonk is maybe even more parasocial than I am. I don't know. And that's saying something. I'm pretty fucking parasocial. I'm a paratrooper even. I'm so parasocial they got me jumping out of airplanes. Do we have same sis talking to your wife about your job? Yeah, how crazy. Do we have ModClonk here? Where's the DNA? Load it up. Getting paranoid. Yeah, we're starting to get parasocial. The para stands for paranoid. Lua, yeah. Do we have... I like how you can just type it and I'm just gonna say it. I know what you're doing and I just will say it anyway. ModClonk. Also, if you're still here, ModClonk, the lamp burned out, so I'm living in darkness. The lamp was destroyed. The lamp was destroyed. I turned it on this morning and it just like made a noise, and then like it didn't work anymore. It just stopped working. So presumably there's some kind of incident happening there. It's not the power, I don't think. It could be I can try something. Go buy a lamp. We have the B lamp now. I moved the B lamp, the Minecraft B lamp, from the other room. Now it's sitting on my side table on a stack of unopened letters that I have. You're a child. Yeah, we have it. I can hear. Yeah, the second the mods leave, even in real life, a streamer's life immediately falls apart. Yeah, and being disrupted. The president of Brazil's full name. What is the president of Brazil's name? I don't even know who that is. I imagine you two sitting in your rocking chairs in front of the fireplace, covered with a knitted. His name is Lua. John Lua is the president of Brazil. Is this true? Luis Inácio Lula da Silva. I see. Light bulbs aren't real. This is like an LED. Is it a real light bulb in this, or is it just like an LED thing? I can find the storage room. Talking with the clonk heads, yeah, we do. It's an everyday occurrence. Do you have insane light bulb takes? I just don't like lights very much, Tomato. That's probably my take. Okay, so I have to. It's hard for me to channel this too much, because like I've mentioned before, my parents, major hippies, right? They are living. My parents have decided they don't do lights anymore. They don't do artificial lights. So my own thoughts on lights are naturally tempered by this, because the natural desire of the unfilial son to rebel against the father, to rebel against the parents is, it's tempered in this way. But I mean, I sort of feel it as well. But they don't do lights. They don't do any artificial lights. They have candles at night, but they only do daylight. And even then minimal. They go to bed really early, so they don't really have any kind of lights. It's more my mom, I would say. My mom is always telling me to all my stuff, my stream setup is like in my bedroom, and she's always telling me to get all of that electronic equipment out of your bedroom. It's gonna mess up. Like they think it's this kind of thing. You understand. I love my parents. I don't want to rag on them too much. I have a similar. I don't really like artificial light also, just like aesthetically. Like ModClonk always yells at me when she gets home from work and I just don't have any lights on. I just have the doors open to the room so I can see out. I can see out to the the outdoors, right? I typically do this. Quick Korea cyberpunk dystopia facts section, right? Yeah. Clonk confirmed Amish. Yeah, I mean honestly. Thank you. I got a random gift. I'm being notified by Twitch that I received a gift sub to Sleepy_project, which is big mood. Never turning on lights did make me have some of the best sleeping I've ever had. I'll tell you what. Yeah. One of the things I was surprised by a lot when I went to the Americas was the lights. Yeah. Is it differences? Are there light differences? Yeah. ModClonk on the other hand turns on every light of all time. We are different in this respect. You're a major light head on a yellow lamp or something, right? Yeah. It's very like this. Main YouTuber posted a video recently about light bulbs. A dim orange light. I'm fine being in the dark, I think. I'm fine. 45 views, real banger. Hell yeah. Please link it in the Discord. Can we do the thing? Link it in the Discord IRC, which you might consider joining if you're not there already, but you know. This old house, more like this mold house, am I right? I think this is the word. Man, TomatoBot actually is. We actually did nail TomatoBot, actually. That is a banger message. This word is that Americans would understand. The standard home light is literally bright as fuck white hospital. Yeah. I think in general, things are kept very bright inside. Like there's this like fluorescent light kind of, I don't know. It's very bright a lot of the time. I dislike it. I like that feeling of cave dwelling, right? It's that kind of thing. I like the feeling of being. I can see the natural light coming in from one direction. There has to be a little bit of. It's also like at night, if I turn a light on, like in my kitchen or something, I prefer to like not turn, or like a hallway light. I don't like turning the light that's like directly over me on. I like turning the light that's like the next room over on, right? Do you get this, right? Like letting the light kind of like spill into the space, spill in a little bit. Hello, Yanomancer. Looking a little bit kawaii tonight. Is this true? Is this real? Huh? What's going on? What's happening here? Yanomancer? Cat? Huh? Oh, there we go. There we go. We've arrived there. Louse from Slay the Spire. Yeah, something like this. Something like this. I can only stand being out in the day up in these trees. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is happening. Yan on floor. I see floor. Okay, we've got there. I like how we've gotten caught in like this point draining loop of people giving and taking, mostly Taimisi giving back to Prod and Mickey and others taking away from Prod, I think. Maybe it's just Mickey. You look skipping the party right now for this. I mean, what are you talking about, Tavader? The party's right here. What is happening? ModClonk finally getting the viewer experience. I feel like ModClonk, you often don't listen to the sounds, right? I feel like you often listen just to my voice out loud, I would guess. Welcome in Yanomancer. Yanomancer, are you fucking ready for oft Kai? Are you amps? Are you fucking amplified? I'm getting a little bit amplified. The forever war we found ourselves in. I'm so ready. Hell yeah, Oompy. Hell yeah. Get ready. I'm gonna be sending you texts. I'm gonna be sending you awkward texts saying, "Where are you? Where are you? I don't know anybody. I don't know where anybody is." I'm ready to punch all the VTubers. Hell yeah. You can I would say you can punch me and we can trade blows, but I feel like that's probably not the right thing. What exactly is it? It's 1 week from today, attention span. It's the next week. It's funnily enough, it's not this weekend, which is a long weekend in America because it's Memorial Day. It's the week after the long weekend. Yes. I'm not up north for the CHM visit. Yeah, rip. Where is ModClonk anyway physically? ModClonk actually is. All I can say is that she is closer to Boston than I am right now. Only thing worse than JavaScript is Dart. Yes, wish I knew about it like 4 months ago. We'll be at TwitchCon, I think, too. Although we have not yet procured. I don't think the tickets are on sale yet. We will also go to TwitchCon though. We'll be around, you know. The good lord, last year blew by. Yeah, shit goes quick, Jazzahall VT. There's a quickly skipping progress of time, right? Skipping along. Do we have everyone around here is looking at her weird, but she's laughing every 10 seconds. Yeah, ModClonk's actually, she doesn't think I'm funny at all. She thinks I fell off. She's totally stone-faced. She's looking at the phone. She's like, she's not even listening. She's just typing in chat. She's only here to respond to chat room. I'm with my mom. She's used to it. Yeah. Okay. Can we have? Do we run this ModClonk DNA ModClonk? Okay. If we go to fake chatters.el, can we add one of these fuckers? I'm ready for TwitchCon. Got my cave and transport booked. Just waiting for tickets. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I gotta book the cave and the transport also. Thank you for very funny that the Moai statue emoticon is facing to the left in whatever font I have here, facing forward in the font I have in my other browser. Very interesting. I kind of like this one. It's a little more recognizable this way. The last guy is that off kind, not a streamer, and seeing randomly that's wheeling a sex machine through the hallway. Yeah, from what I understood last year, there was a lot of. It seemed like there was a lot of complaints. It seems like there was a lot of nonsense. Help me convince Clonk to plan. I mean, it's just we got to get the hotel and stuff. We just got to do it. Did Clonk even plan the I actually have been, Prodzipod. I have been. I have not shown ModClonk my specifications just yet, but I have been planning the thing out. I've been looking at VFIO Reddit. I've been looking at Reddit, ModClonk. What more planning can you ask for me? That's like the epitome of planning. I'm looking at Reddit. Conflicting information. Well, you don't have a hotel. No, I have a hotel for this. TwitchCon is in September. I don't have a hotel for that yet. We planned for this very early. We're staying in the place that it is, so we have extremely minimal walk. We meet at the crossroad of suspicion again. It's a matter of differing perspectives. Please don't fuck Steam Deck. Yeah, please don't have sex with the Steam Deck computer. That's not ideal. Okay, can we clone ModClonk? What's ModClonk's color in the chat room? Can we see? Describe text properties, please. What's your nature? Please? 929292. 929292. Mod clone. As if you're the Twitch chat user ModClonk. No more than you talk very conversationally and casually. You do use emotes. Hello, 50_HP. Great to see you. Welcome to our little stream family. Beep beep boop. According to Robot, according to that thing. Hello, welcome. I'm sorry for always saying freak things when people follow. Someone comes here, they're like, look, someone's going to be doing some cool list programming. Certainly they will be eminently professional. Certainly they will communicate in a manner that is sensible. And I don't know. We don't have stroopwafel vending machines. Doesn't mean we're not cool. Do you like cheese and eggs? I think so. I hope so. ModClonk is LCOLONQ's wife. You like, what do you like, ModClonk? You like saying Joel. What do you like, ModClonk? What things do you like in the real world? I probably should know this. Well, why would someone expect a list dev to not be a bit weird? I've never met one. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the vibe is Joel and Northern Lion. You like saying Joel and +2 maybe. It's just gonna talk about Northern Lion all the time if I don't. If we don't do this thing. +2, yes. I don't think you have to specify. Maybe we just leave it. Maybe we just leave. Let's run one of these. Food, laughing. Yeah, those are like basic. Saying hi and lamau. Like the DNA is just agreeing with chatter and saying hello, right? Yeah. If we say fake, when we get which number is it? Is 15. 15. Fake chatters. 14. 14. You are lucky number 14. Did we change the? We did. Run. It's called Fake Chatter Run. That's what the name of the game is. Oh, every day. Oh, I see. It's because there's bad characters in it. We have some of those funny little backslash sequences. Let's just delete some of these. Let's delete a little bit of this. Here's one here. Here's a little bit of nonsense here. A little bit of nonsense here. A little bit of nonsense there. The clonkheads just get me. Yeah, get trap exit opinions wrong. Wait, is this true? Or what is trap exit saying? What is trap we have wrong? Did you watch Librarian? Lisp devs are kind of strange in general, I feel. Hello, Rem2Ember. Wait a second, I know you. I know you from CVNKA channel. From CVNKA chat room. Rem2, and also from Choco J Doggy chat room. Can we do? And also from Razul chat room. Welcome. That's Rem2Ember is, I think, some kind of mouse creature, which is pretty good, to be honest with you. You really can't beat that. You can't complain when you have when you're a mouse. Do you have? We're trying to clone my wife right now, Rem2Ember. We're trying to make a exact replica of my wife who's currently away. You like Fire Emblem? That's true. Where is this thing saying? Hell yeah. What message is it? Every day. Huh? Excuse me? Wrong type of argument character. Are these? Oh, they're fucking different. Oh, they're different, gamers. They're different. We fucked this up bad. We fucked it up bad. It's over for us. We didn't put it's not cons. It's list. It's over. We broke it. It's all broken. We busted it up. Okay, we need to fix this now. The DNA is corrupted. The helix structure of the DNA is a little bit misconfigured. Hello, Chixie9901 also. Thank you. Thank you for Sparkle also. I'm feeling rather bedazzled. Do we have, what do we say here? We have more helix noita? Yes. We have to say this is a different sort of thing, don't we? Don't we? This is pairs, isn't it? Is it pairs? It is pairs, yes. So we have to say this is like, it's cons two things, DNA mod clonk, right? It's that kind of thing. The first thing is it's the car of it, is the first cons. The second thing is the kadar of it. The third thing is the kadur of it. The fourth thing is the kadadr of it. Is this true? Is this real? It is real. We've produced the correct thing. This is the power of Lisp programming, remembering garbage words. The car, yes. Has more helix noita, don't worry. Yes, the sparkle emote works. I'm reading back chat room because I'm near Boston. Yeah. The car, you get it. Bast Harvard Yard or something like this. Shout out to twitch.tv/Matra. Do we know? What is this? Can we paste now? Delete all. Perish now. Okay, good. Back 1000. No, don't mod DNA ModClonk. Do you have the 3-level versions? We do. We're using some of them here. We actually, it goes up to 4 levels, I think, predefined here. There are all 4 level combinations are defined in eLisp, at least. I think that's also the convention in Common Lisp. Hello, Crypt K5, the Crypt Keeper. Welcome. It's great to have you. We're currently cloning my wife because we need that. And then we're gonna hopefully make some kind of holy cannoli. It's already been 3.5 hours. It's been 3.5 fucking hours here. We need to fucking begin locking. I think we need to start locking sometime really soon, computer. It's been a little too unlocked. I'm going to go to the hotel pool. I'll be back later. Enjoy. I don't think it actually stands for Crypt Keeper, Prod. I just always have said that. I'll be back. Thank you, Mickey Noon. Also, sleep tight. I should snipe P6D for my Minecraft username. Is that available still? Is that real? I bet the Minecraft username. How does it actually work now? Isn't it tied? Can you have the same usernames? Wait, is P6D a known Minecrafter and I'm simply being foolish? I'm being baited. Is that it? Fake chatters.el. I learned an interesting secret also, computer, about, you see this def const? So I think someone was asking last stream about whether or not there was def parameter versus def var in eLisp, right? Because def var is sort of obnoxious when we're eval buffering, because it only sets the initial value. It won't update itself unless you like explicitly like tell it to with eval defun or something. It turns out def const, all of our things are basically going to be const anyway, and also def const doesn't actually do anything. It's just for the user, right? It's not actually enforced. But def const behaves like it doesn't have the def var behavior. It will always reevaluate itself. So instead of doing the def var set q dance, we can just do def const and it does the thing for us. And all of our shit's const anyway, right? It's not like we're ever rebinding these variables, right? Maybe there's some internal mutation of a hash table, but that's not what a const even means in this context, right? We're not going to so yeah, it's actually just use this is the solution. It's a good way. Okay. Do we have this? Do we have this? Does it work? Fake chatter run. Let's see. Hi Mickey. Hi Mickey. Glad you're loving it. love. You be wildin'. Lol. ModClonk. I don't know if ModClonk says whiling, but I mean I'll accept this. Just 5, that's restraint, respect. That's also kind of a ModClonk thing to say. ModClonk, when she's talking does use +2. Okay, this is really good. Let's make it. Excellent. We've accomplished something sensible. I have a bad feeling about this. Perhaps we never know what the consequences of our actions will be until we've done them, Zedzark. We try and minimize things that are too bad, though. Do you ever have that feeling of another common human emotion maybe is that feeling of you say something and then you know you haven't said it and you just feel that sinking pit in your stomach. You're feeling like man, I really shouldn't have, man, I really shouldn't have said that. I don't tend to have that very much, at least on stream. I especially don't, because I think about things too much. We're in too much of a controlled mode. The stream honestly is sort of like sutra recitation. It's sort of like, I don't know. It's sort of like one long recitation of a prayer. We memorize the whole thing beforehand and recite it. I see Lisp by Click. Welcome in 6412. Great to have you. Suture rest. I don't know what words mean, Chlorgal, unfortunately. Replacing your partner with a robot can be beneficial for him with no downsides or something. What we're doing today, 6412, is we're making... It's time to actually return. We will clone prod too. We'll clone prod, but we can see, we'll use the prod messages from this stream maybe, so we can, I don't know. We have to, next time we need a break, we'll do it, because I'm sure we will. What we're doing is we're writing a Game Boy game in Emacs Lisp. We have totally from scratch. We have some eLisp tooling that is a Game Boy assembler. Is everything gb.el. Like we have all of the tools we need. It's only eLisp, and we're gonna try and see what we can do with it. So let's think what we need next. The thing I want to do first, I think, is the Zelia style. We want to do conversion of note sequences to this gizmo. Right, is what we really need. Right, let's go over to gb.el. Let's build this over in that zone. That's wicked. Love it. Thank you. Yeah, hell yeah. It's technically for the Spring Lisp Game Jam, but also just for like our own fun. I asked the DEFCONs thing last time because DEFVAR had bit me bad in DCL that day. Yeah. So you can just use DEFCONs, and I think in general, like, it's probably actually decent. Like, if I'm using defvar and I actually don't intend for the thing to const, that probably means it's some piece of global state, which it actually is, like, maybe sometimes relevant to not reinitialize the thing. My first language when I was 8 on the Acorn Archimedes back in the mid 2000s. Lisp has always had a place in my heart. Hell yeah, very nice. You love to see. I got into Lisp pretty in my early days from the book Land of Lisp. Which I think came out in around that time, a little after that maybe, and I've been a fan since. I guess I don't know if I'm not like a hardcore Lisp weenie. I guess I wouldn't say I'm not like one of the people that's like Lisp is everything else is a blub language. Lisp is so, but we have some fun with it. From a manual that was missing pages, I see. Hell yeah, a good story. So the thing we want to do. Put it above the image stuff. Let's say defun u/gb/music from Muzak. I think is the thing we'll do. This will be, we'll have to ship muzak.el using evil mode. Yes, I'm an evil mode head for sure. I was a Vim user before an Emacs user, but I've been on Emacs for quite a while now. Learning Lisp is your first programming language. It has to do something to your brain. I don't know. I mean, it's a nice language to learn, right? It's certainly a little more. I don't subscribe to this theory that Lisp is like this fundamentally different thing. That's like this there's definitely this culture sometimes, right? This culture of like, when God wrote the universe, he wrote it in Lisp, right? This kind of thing, right? This sort of oh, you do Haskell and OCaml too. I have not done very much OCaml at all, but I worked as a Haskell person for a number of years before I started doing this. I'm a functional programming enjoyer for real, but like Lisp is like it's just a normal language. It just has slightly funny syntax and like good macros, right? It's not like this huge thing. Many moons ago, I had a professor who was from Bell Labs. She loves standard ML of New Jersey, and we talk a bit of trash on Lisp. Yeah, I mean that's the natural order of things, right? It's like the smug. It's just as the smug Python weenies will talk down on the smug Perl weenies, and the smug Ruby weenies will talk down on the smug Python weenies, and etc. ad infinitum. The Lisp people will talk down. It's just the nature of programming thing. It's the nature of thing. I use NeoVim, but I use Emacs EG for Magit or org mode. I just use the default. Yes. JavaScript people. I think even JavaScript's not bad. I was thinking the other, like JavaScript is like, I don't know. Like some things are very bad with it, but a lot of the things that are bad are just like, they're things you can kind of avoid. I feel like you could have a pretty decent Lisp on the JavaScript platform. Like you, especially if you wrote a decent compiler, right? Did TCO, right? Did smart things, right? Computer programmers love being weenies. Some people make it bad. The bullying circle exists on the lower rung as well. Yeah, it's the sort of thing where like everyone wants to think of their. I'm fed up. Yeah, we definitely are as well. 6412 around here. You'll definitely find a lot of people who are very fed up with things like Electron or whatever. But ultimately, at the end of the day, like it's not useful to be like a be too like smug about these things, right? Act like a weenie for languages I've never used. Yeah, exactly. If someone wanted to get into programming, what do you recommend they do? So welcome in SuperCon 20. The thing to do is to program a whole bunch, right? So what I would recommend you do is I would recommend you pick something that you want to do genuinely, right? For a lot of people, that's like a lot of people play video games, right? So a lot of people, a good project is some kind of little game, right? Just because a game is a nice project in that you immediately know the goal, right? Which is to make a fun little game, right? I would pick a little project like that, knowing that you have no idea how to even start on it, right? And I would pick some base point to start. A good point for a lot of people is Python tutorial. Python is a pretty relatively easy to learn language, right? It's relatively applicable, right? And there's also good document. There's a tutorial on the website for Python, right? You can literally go to the official website. I'll link this right here, right? It's on the website. You don't need any other resources. And I say Twitch say this. There we go. It's in chat. Don't get caught up in all these opinions about things, right? Just read this, learn a little bit about this, about the basics, or not. Don't even learn about this. Just know that, okay, I'm going to use this. Start reading and start trying to figure out how to get towards your goal. Of course, you won't know how to get towards your goal. You won't have any idea, right? Like, how do I do this stuff? But start trying to move in that direction, right? And in the process of like learning how to look things up, how to find information, that's the essence of programming, right? Because the first, I'm going to read a little bit of this and I'm going to Google Python graphics, right? I'm going to Google this thing, right? Oh, hey, here's some ways I can do graphics. Maybe here's the first one. This is called Turtle. It's on the official Python website. Can I do something with this? Maybe this is useful. Maybe this isn't good enough. Like Python sprite graphics. Maybe this gets me somewhere. How to create a 2D game with Python in the arcade library, right? I've never used the arcade library, but maybe you start looking into this. Maybe you read this article. Hey, this library, arcade.academy. Maybe I head over here. Oh, that's for really bad habits. Yeah, I think so. But I think it also it's accessible in the sense that it offers a lot of resources. And if you're going to learn in a manner that's totally self-motivating, the less impedance, like you already have a lot of impedance, right? You already have a lot of like things that are going to get in your way, right? I think it's best if even if there are bad habits can always be unlearned, right? You can always, like, you're going to form bad habits regardless of what you do. Over creating good habits is sort of the essence of the skill, right? Like learning what the good habits are, the good idioms is the skill. Like that's what you're learning. So like, I don't know. Anyway, Python is easy. It's approachable. There will be many other people trying to do things, but I think the core thing is not to decide on a specific thing like this or like use. The core thing is to learn the skill of, in a self-motivated way, looking things up and like learning them, right? That is programming. The essence of programming in my eyes is like learning things, like teaching, like finding information and being able to effectively use that information. That is the skill to learn. So I would do this. I want to say, in the most respectful and constructive way possible, I wish we had something better to recommend than Python. Yes. The reason I don't recommend other things, right? The reason I don't recommend, I don't know, C, right, or something like this. Well, for one, it doesn't matter that much. Language choice is largely irrelevant. It doesn't, like, people ascribe way too much importance to programming languages as a thing. I say this as someone who is kind of, at least it has been in the programming language research zone, and like even those people will agree with this a lot of the time. Like, people, especially like in the discourse surrounding these things, it does not matter. It is not that important, especially if you are starting off in learning. It is. So of course, some things will be a little higher friction than others. Yeah, of course, some things are better tuned for certain things, right? But it's not worth worrying about. The more important thing to do is to pick anyone, and get used to the process of programming, which is, like, like the basic element of like how do I type the thing down in a way that it, you know, and also the element of like looking things up and figuring them out. That is like the thing. I don't think it's completely I think it's perfectly fine to start with C as a first language. The reason I wouldn't recommend I don't recommend that to people, like random people coming in. Get your Haskell GB emulator to work reliably in real time and get back to yes, the availability of resources. Yeah, there's a lot of good resources, and millions learn to develop on C. Yeah, C is totally fine. Basics fine, right? Anything's fine. It's just like I think it's probably a slightly smoother ride, in the sense that like you don't have to. There are less concepts you have to be exposed to right away in order to get something interesting done. And one of the most important things for like motivation, staying motivated, is like, hey, I made the thing. I put the thing on the screen and the thing goes. Versus like having like you should be trying to develop a holistic understanding, not like this encyclopedic understanding. I think it's much better to get an understanding of like, well, hey, I kind of know how this works. I've come to grasp with how this works. I know how to do what I want to do. That's much better than trying to like go through. I'm going through the book start to finish, right? This kind of thing. I might out myself as a complete amateur, but I struggle with Python setups to the point where I give up. Python does have, I think, almost notoriously bad like package management thing. Poetry has made that a lot nicer for me. Whenever I had to do a little bit of Python recently, I did some at work a couple of years back that seemed to work pretty well. Did like a Python backend thing. Poetry Python. This is basically like cargo for Python. It's quite nice. It kind of hides away a lot of the, like when you're doing Python like with just like the raw virtual environment stuff. It feels like, damn, this stuff really like, I shouldn't have to care about this. It should just like work, and this kind of helps it just work. Does feel bad version. Yeah. I work in ML, and my researchers and junior devs struggle with Python a lot due to how open it is and lack of structure. Yeah, I think in general, like there's a broad problem of like you can definitely, there are definitely environments that are more structured that can help with that sort of thing. Like I find that that's often the advantage of like a heavy OOP deal, right? Like heavy Java code base, right? It's kind of, there's a very well defined structure of like, okay, how do I add a new thing, right? It's very predictable in that way. Lack of structure. Yeah. I mean, so Python actually is, it kind of does lean towards one side of this in the sense that like Odin handles packages really well. Hello, Postybar. I haven't used Odin at all yet. It's sort of in that Zig Jai like space, right? New system language, which I don't really have too much of a need for personally in many things. Dynamic typing, I mean, maybe that a little bit. I think Python is actually kind of closer. Yeah, few standards and lots of ways of doing the same thing. It's ironic because one of the things in like Perl's motto, one of the Perl mottos for a long time was there is more than one way to do it, right? And I think Python, in contrast to Perl, like a lot of I remember in Python a lot of people talking about like there is one way to do it was the thing. As soon as I can get my PC fixed, I'll be able to start. Yeah, hell yeah, please. And let us know how you're doing, SuperCon20. If you have questions for me, please, we have a little Discord and IRC channel, and I'm always happy to talk about this stuff. I like teaching this kind of thing. I miss it. I did it for so long. I miss having people to like talk to, like begin, having beginners to talk to is a really valuable thing. Is Go any better at this? At what? At having, one of the things in Python's motto is that there shouldn't be, but there is too many. Yes, I agree also, A squared. Trust the developer and nothing is guaranteed, like matching. Yeah, there's yes. I wrote a package manager and project manager for it a few years ago. Hell yeah. And thank you for the follow, SuperCon. I think in general, damn, I just went to drink and I drank out of the handle of my mug instead of the actual, I don't know how that even happened. It's like another beginner facing language, right? Yeah, I guess so. I think Go's probably, it's all fine. There's no, like, I would never make like a tier list about this because fundamentally that's like endorsing an opinion that like it matters in a meaningful way. It doesn't matter because the skill is not like I'm learning the language. The skill is you're going, like, if you're learning programming, you should approach programming with the mindset that you're going to learn it all eventually, right? You're not like, it's not a matter of like, oh, do I spec into this or do I spec into that? Do I like, what's my build? No, it's not like that, right? You're approaching it with the mindset of you're going to figure all this shit out eventually, right? So then the question of, okay, what order do I learn it in? Well, maybe that kind of makes sense, but like, yeah, people do spec in terms of their careers and stuff, but like, I think at least, and maybe this is whack for me to like I just think of it this way. Like if someone asks this, I assume like they want to be like, yeah, they want to learn to program, right? And the languages there are languages that are meaningfully different, right? Like learning to program in C definitely does not teach you how to program in Haskell and vice versa. And learning to program in Prolog definitely doesn't teach you to program in Forth and vice versa. But like largely that's why I would say the core skill is not the thing, it's the learning of the thing, the ability to learn the thing, the ability to internalize the thing and like, oh, I'm seeing Prolog. Okay, here's how Prolog works maps to like my existing mental model of how this happens, right? Like that kind of thing. That's really useful. The completely new language, again, I forget the name, the fucking. I have this working theory that people who stick to dynamic languages too long kind of get stuck and can't get out of the mindset when they try a statically typed lang. I don't know, maybe. It's been so long since I have not been in the type zone. Like I don't know. I really don't know. I find that matters less than people think also. Just spice variety for a code chef like me. Very true, fake time easy. What is this? What is image? Do we see image? What is image? I see. KNRC. KNRC is actually it's true. Like KNRC is like a pretty old book, right? Bend, that's the GPU one. Hello Tycho. The biggest take, the language doesn't matter, but I can't. Some of my friends completely stop programming. Yeah, there's definitely like there's friction involved very much. I'll agree with that, right? Like certain things create additional friction that can make it harder to learn early days, which is why I always recommend Python. Language doesn't matter. Me staring at a screen telling me to develop. Yes, we're develop real. I gave my 800-page C# basics textbook to my brother the other day and didn't reappear on my desk, so I think he might be learning C#. Yeah, it's one of the craziest things that's happened to me as well. My brother, right? I have a younger brother, and he was always interested in very different things than me. And in college, like I've been into programming forever. And then in college, he like told me like, yeah, he had to learn C++ for this class. And he's suddenly asking me about C++ shit. And it was like the most cognitive dissonance thing for me of all time. Like it was crazy. It was like a context that I was like, because I don't talk about programming until like my family at all. Like they don't know or care about any of this shit, right? Like they hardly use computers, right? They have no, it's a completely outside of their realm, right? And then suddenly having to talk about like fucking templates or whatever is crazy. KNR isn't a great book for beginners. Yeah, just poor thing. Just try, like the best way to learn in general is not book. It's just like just try shit. Just sit down and try it and like look things up when you don't know, right? It's this messy kind of process. At least for me, this is how I always feel. I think this whole this discussion kind of started between that question and also someone mentioning that like, oh, you know, Trap Exit mentioned that the lack of structure for junior. I think here's another hot take. Most people who don't like, most people who get computer science degrees like have like that I've seen, right, have no fucking clue how to program. And I don't mean this in like an elitist way or like it's not like that. I'm not ruling them out as people because of this. I think it's a problem of people don't like getting a computer science degree doesn't prepare you very much for the practicalities of programming, right? I went to a okay, here this is my personal anecdote, right? Like I went to a school, I went to a university, a pretty good university with a reputation for being pretty difficult, right? Having a pretty rigorous program, right? For this, right? And I went through, and I also was as an undergrad, right? They had a whole thing for like undergrads to do TAs because there weren't enough grads. They didn't have enough. It was a whole thing, right? So I was a TA. Like I didn't do grading, but I did a whole lot of like office hour stuff, right? For like 4 hours a week every week. And I did this for the one class. I did this for a kind of an early class in the curriculum, which was a C++ class, right? That introduced a lot of concepts. What did I say about tools? What is this? Not knowing the tools though. It's not about knowing. Yeah. They don't have the programmer name. I think we might be on the same page, Vosher. Also, welcome in, Vosher. Yeah. So I did this class, which basically meant it was kind of a weed out class. Also, it was a class that a lot of people like dropped the major over because it was a reasonably hard class, right? It was the first time they're doing C++ and things. I did this for every semester past the start. So I was there for, so 2.5 years I did this. So I saw basically every person going through CS at this school for 2.5 years. And I kept in touch with a lot of them. You know, I talked to people later. I was taking like higher level classes myself, like, you know, all kinds of stuff, right? I had a lot of exposure to people. Basically what I saw like a very broad net of people going through this school. And this was like the main programming class in the major. Like there would be like projects elsewhere, but this was like the main class where you had to like sit down. You were doing like reasonably engaged programming assignments and things like this, right? Most people graduated, like most people finished the class, right? Like there were some people definitely who like get it, right? You meet some people and like it's obvious, like they know what they're, you know, they get it, right? But like most people passing, like getting through, graduating, like do not know how to program. They just don't know how to program. And again, not a bad thing. It's not like some kind of moral failing on their part. Like what it is they sign up for classes. They take a bunch of classes. The classes occasionally make them do a little bit of programming for homework. They muddle through it, right? They get through. They get help with things. You know, they get along, right? They graduate, and that's all the programming they've ever done in their life, right? So of course they can't program, right? Like it's not like there's no like, you know, like it's not like this thing. Like why would you expect them to? Hello, Kizaroa 00. People approach it as like a regular lecture, but it's more like learning an instrument. They stop after. Yeah, exactly, right? So like, I assign like very little, like, I don't know, like, it seems it's a very strange world. Graduates college not knowing how to use CMake, or just like not knowing how to do anything, right? A friend of mine graduated their master's and she was very ashamed to tell me she cannot actually program. Yeah, and it shouldn't be shameful. It's disappointing that that's how it ends up a lot of the time, right? But I think this is what creates a lot of the really crazy, like, the really crazy job market stuff. Because what are you gonna tell someone like this, right? Basically it creates a world. Hello, XWidget1 too. I'm in the minority because I was always yeah, exactly. Of course I'm the same way, right? And there are others who are like this, but I feel like all computer science does, the computer science degrees in college, what they do is people basically, a ton of people sign up for it, right? Some minority of the people sign up because they're really interested in computers. A lot more people sign up because this makes them, you know, it's a lucrative career, right? It's a career path where you can make a bunch of money, right? Which is not a bad thing. Also, I'm not saying, oh, it needs to be programming. No, of course, get the bag, right? Like literally learn skill to make money. That is good. That is a good thing. I respect you doing that, right? But the people who are legit interested, right, get a lot out of the classes, right? Especially like the theory classes too, right? They can apply that stuff more easily. They're always doing side projects and stuff. They're doing it because they like it a lot, right? So they, at the end, they know programming, right? And then people who are just doing it a lot of the time just for, you know, just they don't do things outside of their classes because maybe you know, college is hard. You have a heavy workflow. There's a lot of shit going on. I mean, you don't have time maybe if you're to like dick around and make a bunch of stupid bullshit, right? Like it's a totally understandable thing. But then you graduate not having programmed a whole lot, and then suddenly say I'm John Company. I'm looking to hire junior developers for computer science, junior computer programmers, recent college grads. What's the current crop looking like? Now suddenly, John Company realizes that, wow, well, some of the people I'm hiring really know how to program. They're really, they're good, right? They're competent developers. And then some of the other people I'm hiring, we have to teach them a whole lot. It feels like they're really not steady on their feet with this stuff, right? They don't know what's going on here. And then suddenly it creates this insane interview process that is super fucking stressful for everybody because like you basically, like, I don't know. It's really, it's really strange and frustrating. Of course, it's that is the way it has to work, right? Of course, John Company wants to hire the people who are competent. I've seen these grads the past few years. It's not great. Yeah, like I would like. I think of it like this: if my skin was in the game, if I was running a company, if the success of my business was dependent on hiring good people, right, who are going to know what they're going to do good work, right, and I would not give any value to a computer science degree, which is kind of crazy, right? Like this is kind of turned into college take in addition to learning take. That like of course many people are going to get, most people aren't weirdos like me, I don't know, but I would like if my ass was on the line, right? If it was my gamble, if it was my thing, I would give it zero value. The big zero. Like it's the only thing that matters is your like literally interview. Only thing that matters is literally interview. But of course there's too many people to interview everyone. Random chatter or random CS grad. I would pick a random chatter here versus a random CS grad for a company. Absolutely. Even knowing that like half the people here like are just here, we're yapping about DS games and shit. We're not programming. I should probably put shit on the screen. We should probably at least put shit on the screen. I would 100% hire a random COLONQ head than a CS grad, right? But again, it's horrible because like there's a lot of good, I'm a CS grad. A lot of people I know are like very competent people who come out of universities and stuff. But like it's just not a very strong signal. Do junior developers have an artist portfolio? I mean, basically a lot of people will put their a portfolio of side projects on their resume. Here's my CV, chief. It's the kind of thing where like a COLONQ is guaranteed to have seen a TUI before. Yeah. It's I think some colleges are trying to do this a little more now, trying to do like, it's also, again, it's the classic contrast between CS as like academic field versus CS as vocational training to be a computer programmer. That's a whole other issue, right? There are definitely some things I've seen where like people are trying to like do resume padding, like kind of do side project resume padding. Also, if I didn't say hello standard error _DK. That's why your applications start with I've been programming since I was 10. Not I haven't. Yeah, exactly. Because of the fucked up world we live in, programming since you were 10 years old is a much stronger signal of competence than having a master's degree. Of course, you can prove that you have a master's degree. You can't really prove you've been programming since you were 10, right? But like it's I don't know. Like it's so crazy. It's so fucked. I had to write my CV recently. It turned out to be an impressive list of things I don't actually care about. Still not sure what to think about that. Yeah. I've been on the computer since I was in the womb. Like saying that like you made a Minecraft mod when you were 14 is like I cannot emphasize the degree to which I am not exaggerating this. Saying I made a Minecraft mod when I was 14 that adds this cool new type of block to the game is more meaningful on a resume to me than I have a master's degree in computer science. No exaggeration, because making the Minecraft mod proves that you know how to like independently. You had a project that you were independently motivated to go after, and you found solutions to problems and produced a good outcome, produced some kind of result. If I can look at the mod, like, of course, if I look at the mod and like it's some bullshit, but like you know what I mean, right? Like saying something like that is a much stronger signal. Tell me those pie games are going to pay off. Hot dog. Yeah, exactly. Jay creates stuff. Like doing anything that indicates, because really what it means is you have programmed ever, right? That's the signal, because having a degree is not a signal that you have programmed ever. It's a signal that you have maybe done some homework assignments. But like having any sort of indication that you've done any programming at all ever in sort of a non-contrived sense is stronger. For a 14-year-old, it's probably partially bullshit, but people make, like, even young people make cool shit sometimes, Vosher, right? Like there's I know I was making stuff that I still think was cool when I was 15, 16 or whatever, and it's like, it's long, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. even if it is some bullshit, it's a good signal, right? Even if you didn't program on it, it's even a better signal, right? You at least had to like download some bullshit and like put it together. Just the and deploying and like all the building the thing itself is I figured out how to hack a SimCity save file to get $1 billion. Yeah, I have family members who got their business degree with bribes. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I'm all fired up about this now. I modded Minecraft PE. That shit needed C++ using Substrate on Android and Pointer Magic. Left me wanting for, yeah, any sort of like Minecraft modding is kind of nice. It's just on JVM, right? There's any sort of like that kind of modding. I kind of want to get into that. Like, I've been investigating a lot of like FF14 mods recently, and like a lot of like the Windows game modding with like finding hooking in, right? Like how does it work typically? If I were to make a mod for like a Windows game, a single player game, we're not cheating here. Hello, thank you for the raid, Spherophoria. Also, welcome in. We're talking about computer science education. Welcome in, please. Happy Friday. Welcome. Hello, Graphic. Welcome. We're doing some bullshit. Can I shout out Spherophoria? How is it going today? How's the editor? Spherophoria, if you don't know, is making a video editor in Zig and Rust, and it fucking is cool as hell. You should 1000% check them out. Welcome, it's too Bob. What we're ostensibly doing today when we're not yapping. Look at this, gamers. Look at this. So I have this file. Look, you hear sounds. You see number incrementing. You see things happening. This is running in a Game Boy emulator. This is a Game Boy ROM. What is unique about this Game Boy ROM is that this Game Boy ROM was produced totally from scratch. It was produced, yeah, I saw you were working on the Whisper thing last time. Click on the script and hell yeah. I actually really need this badly. I've started transcribing all of my own. I run Whisper, I use their API to run it. So I've started having, recently, I've been logging all of my stuff with timestamps for the same kind of reason. Like I can see this, like it says, there are some things that say, I think voice. Where's voice? Yeah, this is me talking, but it's kind of bad. Like there's kind of weird overlap between things, etc., etc. Hello, MFS, and Henry 1I also. So the idea here is this ROM is produced with no tooling whatsoever, right? So normally if you were to develop on the Game Boy, you'd use something like RGBDS, which is like a assembler and linker and like some various like asset tools for the Game Boy. We are doing total scratch. So we have this assembler over here in udcgb.el. We have this assembler. We wrote an assembler from Lisp forms to the machine code for the Game Boy. And we also wrote various asset importers for things like we can import an image and turn it into like a Game Boy tile map and this kind of thing, right? So, and we have various like higher level language stuff that we're slowly kind of building. It is an assembler, Zedzark. Like it literally is an assembler by definition. It does take some assembly representation and turn it into it does the thing, some mnemonic representation. So what we've been doing now is we've been defining a bunch of macros, somewhat symbolic assembler. Of course, it's not a symbolic. It doesn't have, well, it is to some degree, right? We do have replacement of labels, at least. I don't know if this is quite what you mean, but we do have we can have like mutually we could reference entry point from this and be like, we could have some kind of mutual recursion kind of deal, mutual reference. You have labels, that helps. Yes, Superglue was developed in World War II to patch together Game Boy ROMs. It is known, it's well known. Yeah. So what we're trying to do today is we're trying to in between yapping, we've been mostly yapping about random bullshit, but we're trying to make this whole deal actually be a game, because right now it's basically a counter incrementing once per second and a constant audio tone playing. We would like to have some response to user input and also some good music, and we're writing our own like sequencer thing for the music. That's the basic idea when we get back into it, which it might be a good time for, actually, given that we've been rambling about the state of computer science education for several hours now. The most impressive feat here is COLONQ actually doing work with all the yapping. So fighting analysts, I've written zero code this stream. I cloned mod clone. We did that. We wrote a little bit of that. I did this. This exists because I worked all day on Wednesday and all day on Thursday. is why the progress is, because I was writing this and linking it into the Discord at 6 a.m. on Wednesday night or whatever. Clarity. We're locked in. We're locking down. We're locking in. We're focusing. We know what we need to do. We even started. Okay. We need music from Muzak. We need imp. Turn the Muzak string imp into a sequence of into a list of bytes appropriate for playback. That's not a very useful thing, but that's what we're gonna call it. You know you've made it. Oh, also I should do the thing. If you're new here and you're like, wow, this is cool. This guy is pretending to be anime character and also letters on the web. Wow, I love this. I'm all about this. You can join. We have a Discord server and an IRC. I will even say they are tolerable. They're a place you can go and you can talk to people about things that are interesting to you, and you probably won't want to die after 1 hour. So that's a big up, I think. Okay, so we're going to repurpose a bit banger. Banger. Crazy seeing him blow up in real. What? Huh? Banger. 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 Okay, we need to continue. We must continue. Speedrun format. Let's see here. What is this? What is this thing? We need to first translate the deal, right? We have to go, what's the music thing we had in mind before? COLONQ's still more productive than me. In 3 hours, all I did was 120 lines of wishlist docs for a BB code like that's very productive. That is productive in its own right. Design is worthwhile. It's parse. It's just called parse. Parse is Muzak. Parse imp. Let's make this a let star. It's let star. Uos Lab says you're cool. I agree too. It's a one. Yes, I'm reading the same messages 150 times in a row. Okay, this thing is a list of tracks. Let's just take track is car parse. And then the frequencies. The freaks are just map again this Muzak note to freak track. And how are we going to convert this? We have to look at we have to do math for once in our life, for once in our miserable life. This is negative. This is 7. We have to consider this. We have to consider this. How? The main thing we have to consider here is we know, given the period value, this is this. Is this real? This is interesting to me, right? It says 2048 minus period val. Is this decimal 20? We have to see. Math, my beloved. Yes, safer Q. Yes. Let's go. We have to open up Python here. Let's get Python here because Python is the only thing. Python has this I use Python way too much, mostly because it has this very convenient function called hex that just produces a string representation of the thing in hexadecimal. And also bin. It's very convenient for this purpose. There's probably some better tool I could use for this. I probably could be using the BC or something. Who knows? But Python does do the trick most of the time, right? You can use printf for that, but so much like printf. I have to do the whole I guess I could probably do it in elisp. I could probably format it. I don't know if there even is a format thing for use PHP for that. Can I do this? I can do it's so much more cumbersome. I can just in Python I can just press QHY at any time, just get a Python interpreter, right? It's so easy. It's just so easy to have as use as a little calculator. So if we say is this decimal 2048? That sort of makes, I think it probably is, right? If we say minus 0x500, that is 7. Okay, so it is just this value, right? That's good. That's good. So given a frequency, it's something like freak equals 131072 divided by 2048 minus period value, right? It's this kind of thing, right? So it's sort of do we have a good, do I know how to do math anymore? Do I have any sort of conception of how to do math anymore? Can you share docs? The docs are the pan docs on, if I search pan docs, not to be confused with the tool called pandoc, they're here at gbdev.io, which is a very extremely good resource for these sorts of things, you know. It's really handy. Do we have here's where we struggle again to do basic mathematics. Is there, do we cheat? Hello, Hyzor. Do we cheat? But obviously this is freak times 2048 minus period value equals this. Well, this is actually not hard at all. Okay, we're back. We're so fucking back. This is this divided by this. This is this. It must be less than or equal to 2048. Yeah, of course. Yes, for sure. For sure. Because 2048 is 11 bits, and it's going to be like not equal or div by 0. Yeah. Probably this. I forgot how the Game Boy hardware works. This NES bit banged, I thought, looks like hardware linked expression. Yeah, the Game Boy has like, basically there's like hardware registers that control a couple of oscillators. And you just like, you basically put like a period, you put like various parameters for like these square waves in here in it. I don't know very much about music, just to be fair, or about audio. So anything I say, please take with a grain of salt. This is like this. This is like this. This is like. This is then like this. This is then like this. Let's put our funny little precedence parentheses here, and then this is then like this. So then it's this. It's 2048 minus. It's then 2048 minus this. You see, like this kind of thing. I think this is correct. Do I know how to do math in my life? Can we verify that that's correct? If we go to gb.el, defun ugb freak to periods. Thank you. This is freak, and then this is going to be round. Hello, thank you. 131072 divided by freak. I appreciate that. We did cease idle performance. We probably want to round at the end. I think this will make everything promote correctly. That's probably sensible. Convert freak to an 11-bit period value. Something like this, UGB. The prefix is G for the game. The library is U, and the Game Boy specific portion of the library is U/GB. Because I can't stop thinking of horrendous schemes. I can't stop thinking of horrendous naming schemes, FraudzyPod. So the architecture agnostic tooling is U prefix. The game itself is just G, because that's what we picked. And then this is the Game Boy specific tooling that I might potentially use for multiple things. So we should have just gone with Gregly. Yeah, I agree. It's over. Okay, we have freak to period now. So what does this give us? If I say UGB freak to period, if I say 170.67, not a string. Why did I give it a string? That's 1280. It's 1280. Can we make that hex easily? Fine. 0x%x. Can we do that? Is that possible for us? 0x500. Wow, we took this and we mapped it back to this. Wow, so easy. What about no, we don't change that. What about 682.67? 682.67. Wow, it's 0x740. I didn't know the Game Boy was it's the same. You see, we've done it. We've done it correctly. So what do we need to do with that now? Well, for one, we probably do want to sanity check these things and make sure that we cannot translate things that will end up being over 2048, right? Or equal to. So 2048 is 0x. We want everything to be less than this, right? We want everything to be less than this deal, right? This is true. This is true. So if we go over to gb.el, we can probably just make it be like let res is let's just check. If greater than or equal to res 2048, error frequency seems friend uses unary. Yeah, 11. Yeah, friend uses church numerals exclusively. 11 is actually how the number 2 is represented in friend's counting system. I will probably just use something weird like aliasing if you try and create higher frequencies. Maybe must be fun tests, but tests are for wimps. Yeah. I think it's better. We choose to go bravely forth. It's too Bob. We choose to dive directly into the abyss. As you know well, if we say frequency %s is too high, freak, at least then we'll at least know. We're trying to be a little bit better about at least knowing instead of silently returning nil and ruining our lives. So that's hopefully going to be improved. We have a bunch of frequencies, and then we can get a bunch of periods. Periods are. Do you have any MREs? No, I don't actually, unfortunately. UGB freak to period on freaks. So if we say let's just return periods for now, right? Do we need any songs? Do we have a convenient song zone? Let's require Muzak. When I distribute this, we're gonna have to bundle the Muzak code probably, but that's okay. That's my engine code developed beforehand. UGB. I'm using my friend's engine code for the sound system. That's kind of crazy to say, Tomato Robot. I don't know if I like that. Understood like a tracker. Yeah. It's the same format that's used in there's a redeem called Bells of Basilia. There's all kinds of do I have the DB Kai page? I should just open DB Kai on here. Where is Bells there? pub.colonq.computer prod toy DB Kai. This gizmo, right? This is the format. Rhythm repository. Do we have any good ones? Bad Apple Part 2. Where's Bad Apple base? That's Hell's Gate. Where's Bad Apple base? Here we go. Copy. Thank you. Give please. Excellent. It's community. Yes. Excellent. So if we go here and we say music from Muzak, this arithmetic overflow error. Very cool. Are we doing some kind of division by, is frequency 0 is that real? What are we doing? Are we dividing by 0 somewhere in this division? Let's get the freaks. Car Muzak parse the whole the situation over here. I'm old enough to remember MIDI not existing. I see it. Fireboys, sweet work. Hell yeah. Yeah. People have been doing, it is 0 in some cases. It's 0 for the slashes, for the rests, right? We have to think about how we're going to encode those things, aren't we? Right? How are we going to do this? What does it look like? What does it look like when we have, I can think of a good solution here though. If freak equals 0, 0. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll just pass it through. We call that. What did fake me, unhinge, and swing? It said something about not trusting. I don't know, something. It was crazy. MREs. Let's go back over here. Let's go this style. Okay, wow, we have various numbers. Stopping by briefly, welcome. These certainly seem like numbers. We're being thrown some numbers. So what do we want to do with these numbers? Well, basically, if we can, do they support chords? This definitely does not support chords yet. So what do we want to do? What do we want to do? For now, I think what we do is these are not quite the this is not quite the representation we want yet. We can use tree map for that. Does tree map do? Do that is pretty good for chords. Yeah, we'll do that. It's just doing a tree map here on. Yeah, we don't even need, we could even do it before. We could do this. We could do both of these operations, just compose these and do this before we even do a single tree map on the whole thing without even identifying the track. You could run 3 channels if you understand how this will work. Yeah, I think that's probably what. I don't know if we're going to support chords directly immediately, but we can see. I just want to get anything going other than just like static deal. This is still not quite right because we need to convert these periods to we need to break these, right? So we need to say flatten, which will also help with our tree map. No, it won't. That'll just play them in sequence. Not good for now, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We need to take all of these and split. Do we have a split in our utils? Do we have anything that splits a big endian value into? We do. We have split 16 BE and split 16 LE. I think we'll do split 16 BE. That seems sensible. I think it doesn't really matter because it's going to be our own reader byte by byte that does this. I don't think there's anything to read a 16-bit value from memory, right? So we're going to be doing it by hand regardless. So it's fine. Let's just think big endian. This is going to be map u split 16 big endian periods. So this one will give us the bytes that we want to put in memory, right? Does this make sense? I think so. Right? Well, we have to look at hex representations of everything to make it make sense, right? That's required. But it seems fine to me. Is the length exactly double? Like is the length of this exactly, that's 126, and the length of this should be 63, right? Are we good? I'm just worried about like messing up. Okay, we're good. Hello, random question. Use company or core foo for completion? I use company right now, the ugly dev. Welcome in. But I could be convinced to use something else. I'm not particularly committed to it. It's just what was around when I was. It was what was around when I was starting. Bell's thing really took off this stream. Yeah, it's what was around when I was starting, and I have not bothered to look at anything. I'm sort of dissatisfied with it because company tends to throw out random errors. Like it randomly like complains sometimes, like using it in eShell. I know like certain completions fuck it up really bad. Like see that error on the bottom. I pressed tab inside of a quote and it's giving me some random error, right? Like I don't really like that. I kind of want something that doesn't just like randomly die. Oh, the Doge did perish. Yes. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. I wonder how many new crypto scams will be spawned out of this event. Doge, yeah, lived a long life for sure. Do we have? I've been using Emacs heavily lately, and I found company to be really useful with Lisp, but really bad with languages like Go. Yeah, a lot of it is what backends you have, also the ugly dev, right? Like company is just really the front end, like how to display the things. So in RAM, the low order byte is stored first. Yeah, but there's no, that's for immediates, right? Xwidget 1. There's not actually any instruction to read a 16-bit value from, is there? Can you read to HL maybe? Is that true? I thought you had to, Game Boy instructions. Do we know load BC does? Oh, it does. It does exist. Okay, good. We'll do little endian then. That's fine. That's better. That's better for us if we can just rely on thing. Okay, there we go. Convenience. You load HL or RC with pointer. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We've done this, but we repeated ourselves so many times, right? BC with a pointer. Yeah. I'm sure we asked the exact same question when we decided to make our fourth 16-bit word size fourth. Remember that whole, man, remember the good old days right in that fourth implementation. Okay, now we have music as a list of bytes. What do we want to do with the music then? I sort of think what we want to do is probably just put the music, we probably want to put the length of the music also someplace. That sounds maybe good. Lisp reads like fourth. They have a similar sort of feeling to them, I think, in the abstract at least. Can we just put this shit somewhere? Can we just drop this shit? I think we can actually just conveniently chuck it. We don't want to put it in RAM. We want to put it in the ROM. But I think we can just, no, these will be, we can just write it to memory. Let's do that. We have so much flexibility in how we can actually put things into memory like this. Let's just do it like our other assets. Let's say defconst g music adder is, where do we want to put this shit? 6,000. I'm just spacing them all out by like 4K. Memory. You don't have to worry until you connect to the external world. Yeah. Memory map. Game Boy. We've looked this up so much. I need to have this like fucking memorized at this point. Are we still in the realm of sanity? If we are, yeah, we're in cartridge zone still. I dev in Pascal. Pascal is probably fine, right? I've never written any Pascal, but it seems like relatively it seems inoffensive, you know. It seems kind of nice in some ways. Okay, we're writing. Let's say our what are we saying here then? Defconst g music is fourth is quite fine. Yeah. Can we grab this? Let's put bad apple on here on this fucker. G mem, and then we're gonna put it. The address will be g music adder. Just so we, in case we, I'm just putting this here because we'll need to read it later. And then it's just G music. Let's just do this. This just chucks it into memory at that address in the ROM. So we also probably want some kind of constant for the memory length. We could do this in a number of ways. We could just bake the memory. We could just bake the song length into, like, we don't have to put it in memory explicitly. We could just put it as like a macro here and then just like use it as an immediate later on. That seems kind of good to me, right? We can say defconst g music. I mean, we don't have to do this. We just check the length of this. Tiny fourth on embedded, it's a game changer. Yeah. P4 was used to do DSP development on the 3DO. The author of P4 worked for 3DO. Cool. Very nice. I know we definitely have some fourth heads here. Bridgewater, notably among them, has done a lot of embedded fourth stuff, I think. And also a lot of Lisp implementation development. Do we have okay, so the thing now, hello MET. We can conceivably change notes here, right? We can do that. Let's try changing a note a little bit every second, just for fun. We can just give this macro 50 streams. Holy guacamole, DJ. Welcome in. Good to have you. DJ Kawaii Fieri. Welcome. Welcome in, both of you. This is basically just like a this play note 1 thing here. The value isn't immediate, right? It's not like we need to adapt this to read. I mean, it's not hard, right? We need value is a 2-byte value, right? So presumably we just say, okay, you have the thing loaded up in some register in BC or HL or something like this, right? And then it just beforehand. Cool. So what? I'm shocked this works, actually. Why does this work, even? Does this not work? I think this doesn't work. How does this work? What the fuck? Like, value is... Huh? Like, this is gonna be no, of course it works. This is not... I was reading this before. This is the whole immediate. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We're doing it. This is just happening all at like compile time, basically. So we want something that does that. Let's call this play note. Let's call this test note 1, right? Test note 1, maybe like this. We also want something that, and let's just change play note 1 to test note 1. We also want something that does this straight up on, hello Retroboy128 the game dev, welcome. We want just play note 1, something that does the play. We can probably implement test note 1 in terms of this, because it's basically just going to be load the play note 1, play the note in, what's a sensible thing? New chatter and inspiring Lisp fan here. What is okay, so what that does is, in Lisp, right, this thing, this character, the apostrophe, is used, it's a synonym for a special form called quote. And what that does is it interprets something as data instead of as code, right? So say I type +11. It's going to it interprets that as, you know, I'm just going to do the whole thing, LG, just because, you know, so I know some people probably don't know. This interprets this as code, evaluates it, gives you 2, right, as the value for it. If I put quote in front of that, right, it just returns the list +11. It just returns the thing itself without running it, right? Similarly, this can also be written as, you know, like this. You see, this is just like, you know, sugar. It's kind of, it's the same deal. So there's a different kind of quote for cases where, like, you want to put something inside of the quote. I hate this. Yeah, people don't dislike the mismatched single quote sometimes. You know, that's how it is. That's how it is. So say you have, I don't know, plus 1, like, you want to write the expression +1 10 or something like this, right? I can write it just like this. But what if I don't, what if this is some big number that's hard to compute, right? I could say like times 5 2 in here. It's not gonna, it's not going. It still doesn't go, right? It's giving me the whole thing back, right? So when you want the whole thing to be data, but you want to selectively evaluate some code in the middle of your data, right? Which is like, you know, it's a thing you might want sometimes. What you can do is you can use a different sort of quote, which does the same thing normally, but it lets you put a comma in front of anything, and it'll get evaluated. It kind of unquotes, right? You see, now this is +110 because it's quoted. This is data, and now we unquote, and now we're in code again. You know, you see. There's also one, you don't like that. Yes. So you can do this for a variety of things, right? Are you mixing strings and ints? There are no strings here. These are all, this is symbols. There's a symbol type here. So say I have another thing I want to do. Say I want to say I want to generate an expression that adds a bunch of numbers, because I can normally write like +1 2 3 4, right? If I run that, I get 10. You know, I can do that, right? Say I want to do that in here, and I have an expression that generates a list of numbers. Let's say I have a function. I have defun test list. I call this function. Well, let's use iota. I have this function iota. I can give it a number, and it will produce a list of all the numbers up to that number, right? Let's say I want to make a list that's like plus and then iota, right? I could of course do that by like appending these lists. I could also use this list functionality, right? So if I say this style, right, and I say plus and then this, that's not right? Because there's an extra list in here. Because this is just putting the result of this inside, and that's an expression. So there's also an extra thing you can do called this. This is the splicing quote. Splicing unquote. I don't know. They call this splicing often. And what this does is it takes a list expression and just puts it directly inside. That's really all there is. There isn't really anything more than that, but you do see them a lot. And you'll especially see them a lot here, because a lot of what I'm doing here is like a bunch of, like, we're basically building a macro system on top of our little assembly thing, and our assembly thing is like just like lists of lists. So you'll see me doing the splicing quote a whole lot. Like whenever I like run one of these macros, you'll see the splicing quote, because it's basically what this is saying is put all the instructions that this function returns in this list. String interpolation in Common Lisp. Is there interpolation? I mean, I'm sure there's some macro that does it. I think the common way that's done in Common Lisp is there's this format macro that is hell. I really dislike a lot of the macro stuff in Lisp format. Yeah, I am a loop macro hater to some degree. I don't really love this kind of thing, even though I am embarking on like this huge metaprogramming project here. It's kind of fine. The DSL for like LG. Practical Common Lisp loop macro. If you want to see something really fucked up, if you want to see something really, really messed up, this is this thing right here. This is like one of the core looping constructs in Common Lisp. Like, it looks like this. It looks like this thing. There was discourse about this again recently on Twitter. It's a whole. I am a hater of this. I mean, it's useful. It certainly is useful. But I dislike this. To me, this is like, why even like why do this? But that's because I'm less of a Lisp weenie and I'm more of a functional programming weenie. And Lispers would say, I mean, the essence of Lisp is using macros to create domain-specific languages. But I would say that sucks most of the time. That fucking sucks dick a lot of the time. I really don't like domain-specific languages. I mean, I do a little, you know, it depends. You have a different taste for these things. You have a different, not as ugly as C sound macros, but pretty ugly. Yeah, I know, you never know what you say, but I nod my head and agree. It's so it goes, Johan the Butcher. So it goes. Welcome in. I hope your stream went well earlier, friend. Johan the Butcher Diablo 1. MPS link I sent on Discord. Did you when did you send it? Was it today or was it? I'm not unsure. Isn't eLisp? Yeah, eLisp. Well, it's different attention span. It's different. You shouldn't dictate core code structure in like your general day-to-day. Yeah, I think I care a lot about comprehensibility, and about uniform. Like, one of the reasons why I like. Okay, so I like Lisp for exactly the reason. Like, Okay, here's the deal, right? I like and value uniformity a whole lot, right? I think uniformity of syntax and semantics are really, really good, right? Predictability is really nice, right? I would also be less of a hater that way, F collector, right? If it felt like a big, but I really value uniformity and predictability. And Lisp offers this, right? Like, the core syntax of Lisp is extremely uniform, right? There are very few things that are like weird. Like, these quote things are kind of weird, but they're mostly weird just as like syntax sugar, because it'd be like you can write out quote, and I think quasi quote is also maybe you can write this one in a funny way too, in the long style. I really think that's good. But the problem is the uniformity of Lisp is what enables the macros, right? And the macros in turn allow you to create extremely non-uniform like tools, right? They allow you to create things like loop, which is cool on one hand. That is a cool thing. But like, I don't care about the uniformity for the sake of the malleability of the language or the ease of metaprogramming. I care about it because it's easier to program in the first order sense, right? In the sense that like, I want to understand the code that I'm reading better. I don't want to have to think about like fucking turbo fish. Like, I don't want to think about weird syntax for like doing what I want to do. It's very consistent. So it's sort of a Ouroboros kind of situation, right? It's the uniformity of Lisp kind of eats itself by making it too easy to metaprogram. I agree. I also prefer, again, Haskell. Haskell is a little less uniform syntax, but you know how it is already. You still have weird insight. It's just a bunch of not invented here macros. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's just like, it's why I don't really use macros writing Lisp very much. I just don't think they're very useful. I don't really care about brevity, I guess, like syntactic brevity. I care, I guess, about like brevity of the concept, brevity of the semantics of the thing, about it being clean to express. I don't really care about like the number of characters I have to write, or like some people would say like, why don't you just write all of these things as macros? It's because it'd be harder to understand. It'd be like, here I know that they're just, okay, it's a function that returns a value, and the value is this list. If it was a macro, I maybe it's just maybe it's a skill issue, right? But I'd constantly be looking at it thinking like, well, what does it return, a list, or does it like, what does it expand into? Is it a list, or is it a list of lists? Like, it'd be fucked, right? So like, I just choose not to do that. I don't value it very highly. I don't think it gives you many huge wins. Like it just whatever. A lot of languages can fit the same niche nowadays. Yeah. Half the point is you could basically reinvent the whole language in each prog. Yeah, I mean that's what people claim. I think I don't think so. I think it's just kind of a nice language, right? It's a nice little language that often has a lot of nice like features I actually care about, like higher order functions are very easy. Good things like that. It's nice regular syntax. And kind of a way of doing things that I'm kind of comfortable with and used to. I don't give a fuck about the metaprogramming angle at all. It's just not like changing the syntax of a language is it's just not that useful. Like it's useful sometimes. I agree 100%. It's useful for representing the REPL and that kind of stuff, right? Like being able to use it. Like I don't use any Lisp really except for eLisp, and I guess I'm kind of into Scheme a little bit. It's just not useful. How hard would it be to write a function in Lisp that takes a number and properly defines all the counter functions up to that level? That's probably not hard actually at all. You'd write a macro for it probably. No, you could do it with a function or a macro, but probably with a macro. And it's not really hard. You just basically want you're going to just it's exactly as hard as computing all the combinations of the things, right? That's all it is, right? It's exactly as hard as that. As basically building the branching tree. Dynamic typing is easy. I don't know. I feel like dynamic typing, it makes things harder. I wish I had static types here a lot of the time. It makes things harder than it's worth. If I learn any list, I will write that as an exercise. Yeah, you could do it as soon as you learn anything about macros, Zedzark. It would be like easy, right? You would get it instantly. Although of course, once you're generating that long, right? Once you're generating that many combinations, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? I mean, that's probably still tolerable, but even by then you're defining 4096 functions in your macro. As soon as you get a little bit longer than that, you start getting into a zone where it's like, can we handle this still? Hello, Ronmu, welcome. Your vinegar on your pickles or pickles on your vinegar? I think vinegar on. I sort of prefer my pickles separated from the vinegar. Actually, I would think, right? They've been removed from the jar. They're pretty. They're good. I don't know. A pickle is nice when it's kind of a little dry, right? A little. You've taken it out. You've kind of shaken it off a little bit, and it's a little. I don't know. It's not just you're not just tasting the brine. I like salt and vinegar chips. Yeah, that's when you talk to HR. That's when you talk like they won't let me use nth here. What is this? Play the note in BC on channel 1. Okay, this is the lore here. What is this? It's literally just this. We're assuming BC is, well, we have to actually do the bitwise arithmetic in this zone now, but that's also not hard, right? So what do we have to do? Well, the low byte rather is in C. So let's load a C, right? That gets the low zone. And then that's just the whole thing. We want to put the whole byte in there, right? So then this is just exactly this. Wowzers. It's just that easy, gentlemen. And then this we want to load into B, and then we want to mask it. So we want to and a 0, 0. We just want to mask because this is an 11-bit value, right? A helper function. This is a helper. This is the helper function. What are you talking about? This is where there's only so far you can get when we're writing assembly fundamentally, right? Like we could implement a whole ass language on top of this, but like mask it. Yeah, very true. I guess we probably will do half of at some point. That was kind of the original idea, but like we're trying to get this done. Period low is such a name. Yeah, it is. It is a name. It's period low. It's the low bits of the period, because the period. Do you want to? I'm not working with the situation I'm working with here is already kind of fucked up, LG. It's like this, the way this shit works is the memory address at FF13 is a register containing 8 bits, the 8 low bits of the period. And then the memory address at register FF14, these bits are the high 3 bits of the period. It's an 11-bit value. And then there's 3 unused bits, and then a bit to enable length, like basically ending the tone after a certain length that's configured in another register, and then trigger, which if it's ever set to 1, restarts the track. And also you have to do that to enable it in the first. Like, this is already, like, it's fucked up. You have to give it some kind of name. Well, I mean, it does make sense in the context of the hardware, I assume, right? Like, it's not that, like, I mean, there's only so many ways to do this shit, right? But like, it's you know, if I have to give it a human readable name, you can do worse probably than reg sound channel 1 period high. You could definitely do worse. As Tommy Tellerico could do it, I assume you could do too. Don't complain. I learned about that whole thing. I don't really know very much about it. Isn't it? It's just a guy who like stole a bunch of game music and shit. Is that it? I'm editing the wrong stuff now. And this with this, and then we load into period high. That's real. That's real now. He had some legit stuff. I see. We looked at his mansion on the under 100. I'm at almost 300. That guy Dory, welcome in. We looked at his mansion on the GOP channel. I was on here a couple of months ago on GOP. And we looked at the mansion. I felt kind of bad because I didn't know I hadn't watched that H Bomber guy video or whatever that everyone knew it for. He wrote the sound driver and music for, what is this? Color a Dinosaur NES gameplay? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, and all the comments are about Tommy Tallarico. I see. Very, very cool. I'm 100% down with the name. We family him welcome. Hell yeah. So we have Playnote 1 now. Does this, let's testing. So how do we want to be testing? Let's just try 2 numbers. Let's try like 0x300 and 0x500 and just oscillate between those 2 notes. And we can do that easily because we're already incrementing this tick value, right? Right now we're saying test note 1. So instead of incrementing this tick value, right? This happens every second, right? No, we probably do. No, the tick value is not on the cadence of this. It's on the cadence of fuck. We're incrementing cur keys, which I'm just reusing this variable. Let's do that. This is just a 1 byte variable that we have allocated somewhere. Let's keep doing this. Like, we'll do our little business. We'll if the tick is 60, we set it back to 0, increment our variable by 1. Let's also do that right digit thing. Let's say something like this. Let's say we don't want another conditional probably, but we can load a cur keys. This is again just our arbitrary counter. We can mask this to the low bits. Mask this to the, I'm just going to write this, it's the same obviously, but it doesn't, mask this to the low bit, then Zenzik. What do we do? So one of the problems on this machine is we cannot, we don't have a hardware multiplier. We cannot multiply very easily, right? Which can be troublesome. I'm used to thinking like, oh, I'll just multiply this. I'll multiply this 0 or 1. I'll multiply the value of the low bit by thing, and then we'll add, right? What we can do is we can shift, right? Which does help. We can just shift this 1 over, which probably works, right? If we shift this one over a little minute here. Do we actually know what the shifts look like? Where's LSH? Do we have any actual instances of this? Where's our shifts? Where's our shifts here, gamers? We definitely have some. There's like 1,000 fucking shift and rotation instructions on this thing. On this thing. Here's rotations. Here's a bunch of bit stuff. Do we really only have, we definitely have a shift somewhere, don't we? We must. There must be a shift. Is there really not? Is this really not the key? This seems like cap to me. We want. There's definitely one of these rotations that rotates into the carry flag or something that effectively does a shift, right? Like that's real. Where's GBZ80 manual? See rotate for shift. Yeah. SLA. I don't think there is an SLA or an SL. Is there? GB.el SL. Oh, there is. There literally is a shift right there where I'm looking. Holy fuck. Holy shit. We probably want SR, you know, it doesn't really matter. We want SL, we want S, it's a left shift, so it doesn't matter at all. SLA, does he take an immediate? He's taking immediate, no, it shifts A left by the value in a register. We want to, can we be slightly smarter than this? Can we put the thing in a thing first? Let's put load. I think we have to load immediates into A, right? Is that real? Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Where's our loads? LD R8. Oh, we can load into an arbitrary immediate. Hell yeah, that's useful. So load thing into B. Load B. Let's say how much do we want to shift this fucker? Let's make it be a difference of 64, right? So then what this is going to do is it's going to say we're going to make A equal 64 if it's an odd number and 0 if it's an even number. The GC was already in the game cube. Are you seeing the game cube? I don't know what the architecture of the game cube is at all. The Game Boy Advance is definitely ARM. I kind of doubt the GameCube is. Is the GameCube some kind of fucked up power PC? What is GameCube? Yeah, power PC is the word, right? That's I'm glad I actually said it out loud before the message appeared. It has an ARM as I recall. Yeah, I'm sure it has. I wonder how the Game Boy Player works. Oh Lord, yeah, it's a 32-bit power PC thing. Who knows? Consoles were weird back then. You never know what they're gonna have. Okay, do you go? You go. You do go. SLA. You do go. Why is this SLA R8. I didn't write these in the same manner that I write the rest of them. Let's just check GBZ80. There's this one page. Yeah, this page. No, wrong page. Don't want the PDF. Can we see? Can we see? No. There's a page for it. It's in the pandocs. Fuck. It's in the pandocs. It's in CPU instruction set. It's linked from here. It's this page. Where is SLA? SLA R8. Okay, cool. Right, it just shifts left one. Okay, fine. It just does it once. It's just of course it does. This is way easier than we're being very foolish. We're being very foolish. You know how we do these? We'll even do it in a smart way. Repeat 6 SLA. There, we have the power of macros. We'll shift left 6 times. And then we have this thing in A. And what we can do is we want to add this to some base frequency, right? Do we have a convenient way? We have a 16-bit add, right? We do have some kind of 16-bit add. I believe we do. No, we have ADC. We have to add them piecewise, right? There's add to HLR16. This does exist. Okay, fine. Can we so we probably want to put this into this actually does need the register, right? This can be SLA B. Let's put this all in B. or in C even. Let's put this in C. The contents of register pairs are, yeah. It's real. We found it. We fucking found it here, gamers. There's already an account registered with that address. I see. Damn. Maybe it just says that generically because it's like blocking, you know. Let's flatten this too. Is this what we want? It is what we want. No, it's not what we want. It's concat. I really wish that this this existed. It'd be quite nice. It's not blocking because I generated another 10-minute mail address and it worked. Oh, damn. That's kind of scary. Of course, it's just additional thing. There we go. Wait, why are we oh my god. I just feel like sometimes I just lose my whole mind. I don't know how to do anything anymore. Do you ever feel that way, computer? You just feel like you just, you know, you get in a little thought pattern and you're like, damn, I forgot how to do anything. GBA was ARM v3. I was hoping. No, Game Boy is definitely not ARM. It's a funny little thing called, it's something kind of close to the Z80. It's I think there's all kinds of speculation about what exact CPU it is. GBA is ARM, yeah. The Game Boy original GBA is ARM for sure, right? Game Boy Advance. Like you can build binaries for the Game Boy Advance with with a recent ARM toolchain. I feel it very often, mostly because I can't do anything. Well, I don't know. It's not worth that kind of thing. ARM 7, this, right? Stands for Game Boy ARM, with scary moments of lucidity that are assiduously avoided. Yeah, Z80 with some extras, right? With some differences. But largely this. GBA. Oh, so on GB. Yeah, GBC is like basically the Game Boy, right? It's like very, very similar to the Game Boy. Hence their compatibility. The 3DO is ARM v3. So GBC is So you know, plutonium is false. The plutonium bot is one of the ones that always tricks me up because plutonium doesn't talk that much. So whenever I see it, I'm like, oh, like it takes me by surprise. Okay, this is thing. Then we load B. We load B0. We load HL. We load HL. 500. I assume we can do this load, probably. Yeah. And then we play notes 1. No argument. Unable to assemble and C1. Can we only and A? Is that real? Is that what we're being told here? Oh, I said let's just do this. Load CA, sure. Load A 49153. What is that? Is our immediate too big? What's going on there? What are we loading into A that's... Oh, this needs to be mem. That's how we distinguish those. Cool. Definitely needs more 3DO Kotlin streams. I mean, COLONQ needs to also. I need to watch. I also need to stream 3DO development. Is this true? I will. Trap exit. If you okay, I know I'm quite foolish. We should do. I would love to learn more about this stuff. I have little knowledge, but I'm eminently curious. We should send me. We should talk. We'll chat. I don't know if you're. I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but like I am very, very interested in learning more about miscellaneous retro consoles and things and just generally doing a bunch of programming. Okay, do we have hit me up? Hell yeah. Does this thing, okay, we're here. You hear oscillation of sound? High, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high. You see? You're hearing? You're hearing. That's what we're doing right here. Let's make it more noticeable. If I shift this over by 7 bits instead and run this, it's going to be a little more noticeable. High, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low. You see? That's it. Can you see a good girl going ear to ear at LCOLONQ macaroni with the chicken strips? Yeah, you see. You see it now, right? That means we can change the notes. Hello, Jack00, welcome. We can change the notes. We could make this different if we wanted to, if we were to want to, really. We could make it a lot. We could make it, if we increase this, if we make it up to here or something like this, does that give us something? What's this give us? Did we not run? Did I not recompile the thing? Maybe I didn't. Hello, Ivshleet. Are you using bitmap mode or sprites? Is there bitmap mode? I don't know if there is bitmap mode on maybe I don't know thing. What it is, the current graphics are all it's all just the background tile map. It's just a background. I'm not using any sort of sprites at all yet. I suspect I'll probably use a sprite for, I mean, honestly, you could probably get away with doing it all in the background for something as simple as this. It's not like things really need to move. Like, sprites are most useful for you have to move things around at sub tile. In sub tile, it doesn't have a there's no straight frame buffer. Your access to the graphics hardware is like, you have a bunch of tile data and you have tile maps. You have 3 different tile maps that map into that. Yeah, you got tiles, baby. So sprites are most useful if you want to have things that are not aligned to the tile grid, right? Because the sprite coordinate can be off. I mean, it shouldn't be tuned at StuBob, given that we're just randomly adding the value 128 to another number, right? We want to try next. Hello, Amoros. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Also, welcome. We would also like to try. Oh, this is Game Boy. If this is raw, and this is not advanced. No advancement happening here. It's just the Game Boy. So I think the main thing I wanted to see here is, like, we can change notes on a given cadence, right? Like, we're computing our value here based on just this counter, right? But, like, I still hear the buzzing. Is it still playing in the background, or is it my head only? Let's not give everyone tinnitus. Let's abandon the ancient god of buzzing. Hopefully it'll start sounding something more like music soon. If let's say, like, we know how to do things on a timer, then, right? We're successfully oscillating between 2. I just realized I've also we're sort of at, like, next up we dive into the meat. We get into serious meat. We start putting that. We're already putting our actual bad apple data in memory. We can start, like, writing a little thing that actually reads the things from memory and plays the song. I think before we do that, I'm gonna get up and stretch and use the restroom and get some water, because I realized I've been sitting here. ModClonk isn't here to remind me, and I've been sitting here for 5 hours and I have not stood up. So let's take a little break. Let's make sure we're all moving around. Let's not fucking die. I'm gonna click the button now. It'll be this one, and I'll be back shortly. Let's all take a brief break. All right, be back soon. See ya. Hello, I'm here again. I am Bad Apple Core, I think. I'm the core of the apple or something. I'm eating even the core. And thank you for the follow, ILY Wiesel. Wizzle. Hello, welcome. Let's pour some water here. Let's get a little bit of a high pour going here. Why does Twitch always I have my preview up. I always look at the little like the dashboard thing where it previews your stream. I think I just tend to type spaces randomly because I'm looking at the wrong monitor trying to type, and that name is Violet. Yes, true. Well, callback much? And I always just pause it by accident, so I never actually know if the thing is running or not. Yes, so trap exit. We're doing Bad Apple just because the in general what we're trying to do is we're trying to translate from this format called the Bells of Basilia, created by noted chat member Basilia, that you can see, and we have this like kind of like text representation of various music. There's varying degrees of complexity, right? There's all kinds of different things. So we're trying to at least translate a subset of this for the Game Boy, and Bad Apple seemed a good choice. We are another project lurking beneath the surface that I haven't touched in a while because we've been so engaged with other things recently. Is we have this Bad Apple virtual machine project, and that's a whole separate situation. So the idea behind that is I won't even get into. We'll talk. We'll do that. Let's make it a deal then. We'll go back into that in the near future on stream. So we'll all see it then. We'll all see it then. I don't want to sidetrack too much in these things. And if you care, you can ask. I'll chat about it here. The idea is basically to turn Bad Apple into a computer. So instead of running Bad Apple on things, we run things on Bad Apple. And yeah, that's it's exciting. It's exciting, but we must work. We must away, computer. We must away. So how do we do fucking anything? How do we do anything? So what do we have? We have thank you for the gift sub to Trap Exit also, LG. Very much appreciated. It's we have the address of our audio data. We need to save the length somewhere. No, we can save the length just in an immediate. We established that. We'll just have a thing that compares to the length elsewhere. So what do we want to do every tick, or every 60 seconds or something. I guess we can compare. I mean, this tick is only going to happen is a 1 second tick. Maybe we try a half-second tick. Let's not do any of the right digit stuff. Let's not do any of this. Let's drop some of this bullshit. Let's do a half-second tick. That's going to be our cadence. And every tick, what we want to do is we want to read another variable that contains the offset. Do we want to make it just be the address raw? Maybe that's easier. 1 note every 200 milliseconds. Okay, so that's 1/5 of a second. That's probably better actually. Which with bells, I mean, yeah, it'd be nice if we could match it, I guess. So what does that mean in terms of that's probably every 12, because this is incrementing this increment is happening every v blank, so it's 60 FPS. So then if we just do that, if we just count to 12 and reset over and over again, that probably does the trick. We could also we could do something, whatever. It doesn't matter that much. It'd be nice it's hard if we're only incrementing a 1 byte counter. It's sort of hard to get away with doing like the usual thing I would do in a game or something is I would be incrementing some 64-bit counter, and I would just say, oh well, if the thing modulo x equals 0, then do the thing, right? And you can have all kinds of different things. You don't have to deal with resetting the counter, right? You just check modulo. The problem with that here is, I mean, we don't really have. I mean, we could implement some kind of remainder operation. I'm sure we could do some funny little bitwise thing like what we're doing here with AND in order to get pseudo modulo for powers of 2. The problem is, since the actual thing that's incrementing is just 1 byte, it's going to be wrapping around often, right? Which means that unless I guess with powers of 2 it makes sense, because the power of 2 is always guaranteed to be like it's always going to be a factor of 250 of the thing. It kind of works out, I think, in the sense that you don't end up with like a weird delay when it's wrapping around, or like it happening too. I don't know. Basically, it's you have to care about these things. About the someone with more mathematical terminology probably has a better sense of it than me. They have to be not coprime or something like that. So what do we want to say here? We probably want to say here's tick. We probably want to, let's call this audio tick just to be cool with it. And let's call this audio cursor. GB hello, you're back for a little bit. Are you cloned? You are not. You are cloned, ModClonk. So, sorry, you can use talk to clone now. No, it won't work because you have the clone is named ModClone, so it won't actually work for you. But your clone is present. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having. I miss you. This can be reserve 1. This we go reserve 1 style. So this deal, it got mixed with fly DNA. Yeah, it's sort of a Delver of Secrets style. It's kind of like a Dr. Manfly or something. I don't know what this is. So cursor will be the do we want to do this though? Cursor can be the offset. Cursor can be the offset of yeah, hi LG clone. I didn't realize. I guess you just prompted it too. Cursor is the offset from the base address of the thing, which is music adder, right? So the way we'll do this is it'd be easier just to increment. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't want to have to deal with having a 2-byte variable, and maybe that is nicer. Oh, we do have ink on. Oh, it's fine. Okay, we'll make it be 2 bytes. It's fine. It's a way for us to get bots to converse. There isn't really currently. It'd be nice if there was, though. They do respond to each other, Tomato, right? Like they see the whole chat history, including the other robots, but they don't do it well. That would be very cool. I agree. We need like some kind of. That's the sort of thing that feels better, like offline interactions, right? Like the me Plaza idea of like, it seems like. I don't know. Will ModClonk clone ever trigger, since she never actually sees that ModClonk is talking? Like it doesn't track it. It just will trigger very rarely, I think. It's a rare Easter egg. We should probably have some kind of ID system instead of just string comparison on the names, but like it's fine. It's fine. Where's tick actually being? It's never being initialized, I guess. We probably want some kind of thing to like. Here's initialize variables. What does this look like? It looks like it looks kind of like this. It looks kind of like this. Load a 0 loads load audio tick 0 load audio cursor 0. No, this would be A, sure. This probably needs to be load HL kind of thing, right? That's probably what it is. Because we're doing a load like this. We're a street. ModClonk is still a street pass freak. Like we went to PAX like a few years ago, and ModClonk was bringing the 3DS, like in bringing it out in like 2021 or something. It wasn't then, because that was in COVID era. It was before this, but it was you know the drill. Did you Street Pass this year, ModClonk? Street Pass was fucking sick. I don't know. That's again another in the realm of weird Nintendo features that existed. We were talking about, right? It's a good one. It's a damn good one. I'm gonna carry mine again. Yeah, it's a cool thing to. It was a cool thing. I remember I never had street passes, like, because I lived out in the, I was in the boonies always. I was out in the booning. I was booning major. And the original 3DS is quite small, LG. It's not much bigger than it's like cell phone size. Like all the variant 3DSs became gigantic, but the original is I think probably about, yeah, I have one within vision but not in arm's reach, but I think it's smaller than the GBA even folded up. Gonna be a Street Pass meetup thingy at Offkai. Hell yeah. You should bring it then. brang that shit. I don't know. I mean, LG. I just choose to wear cargo pants all the time. I wear cargo shorts. It's just the epitome of comfort and fashion. I don't know. I didn't make it that way. I didn't choose that they happen to make the most stylish shorts also have the most. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I do wear LG. I wear really loose clothes all the time, so I tend to have major pocket style. Hello Takeda. I have a Triforce t-shirt. Yeah, you know it. I have like hello Toma Shark 1 too. I have like some gastrointestinal issues always. So I'm always like I don't like wearing tight clothing because because of tummy hort, because it can be major tummy hort situation. So I really wear like my PAX fit, baggy corduroys and a sweater. My Off-Kai fit, baggy corduroys and a sweater. Right. This is the nature of the thing. Really. Yeah. No. Really. We go this style. And the convenient thing about wearing very baggy clothes all the time is that they often have many hidden pockets and they don't look ridiculous. Do we have your shirt gives you shit? It's not the shirt. You should typically pants, right? Like if you wear something that like tight jeans or something, it's not even like that. It's just like that's confused. That's what they're calling me. Maybe funny when it spins. Thank you. It can just be like uncomfortable, right? It's I don't think tight jeans. No, it's not about needing to poop, LG. It's about if you're like bloated a little bit, right? If you're bloated, if you're experiencing bloating, it can be like uncomfortable on your cut you in half. I don't know. Like I don't want to get into all this the realm of hell. It must be a feature I haven't unlocked yet. Yeah, probably. I don't know. It's we all have different. I just like very I like looking like a garbage bag. I like looking like a garbage bag most of the time, which is it's stylish and comfortable. Let's do this with audio tick. Let's be smart. Audio is tick happening anywhere else here? Are you happening elsewhere? No, we're good. Okay, good. Can you fit ModClonk inside your jacket? Almost certainly, if I'm wearing a jacket. ModClonk is very small, and I am a lot bigger. And I just tend to wear really large stuff because it's ridiculous, because I'm not very like broad, right? I'm very thin. And it's the sort of thing where like I tend to buy like these super large jackets and stuff. Like the worst one is I had this when I was a kid. I wore this like one of my dad's like Carhartt work jackets a lot when we were out like doing trees and stuff, doing business, getting up to business. And so I went and I was like, I'm gonna buy another one of these because I didn't have it anymore. I'm gonna get one. And I ordered like a large or something, right? Because normally I'm like I'll get large everything, right? Just because it's like I'm tall too, so like if things are too, I don't want things to be too short, right? This kind of thing. So I ordered a large, and I hadn't realized like they probably make these for people who actually do physical labor and like are not like sickly computer men. So so it's totally massive. I look like a Roblox character wearing it. It's fucking unreal. So I that's been one of the most notable ones. A trench coat guy. No, I would never. Trench coat's kind of lame. That's shit's whatever. I got the crop top from Wrong Size Shopping. Yeah, it happens. Lumberjack. Yeah. We're incrementing audio tick. So what do we want to actually do with our life? Would it be good to do something with our life? I think probably it's an insane fit. Yeah, I think so. It kind of is a truly deranged fit. Sam Zero also. Answer Niche Penguin's question. What is you got in ModClonk? Mice small or rat? ModClonk is definitely mice small. I think ModClonk is very far from rat coded. Like there are definitely people who you see, like I wouldn't hesitate to say it. I'm not saying this. I like rats. I would not say you're if I had to, questionable psych fit. Yeah. I did buy knockoff Chinese pit vipers too. Where we do have the pit, the pit vipers. I always get funny sunglasses for things because I love wearing them. It's really funny. Pit Vipers sunglasses. You know these? We got them. We got them fucking loaded up. The optimal blend of style and performance. You see them. They're so killer. Many people died. Dismiss these fuckers. Yeah. We do have. We did acquire. What do we have to fucking do? We need to increment the 16-bit value at audio cursor by 1 every time we do this. We need to check if that value we probably want to reset every at a certain case. Sure, the actual ones I'm not going to open Amazon because Amazon's going to be like all kinds of bullshit. They're literal, like, you know, that's the standard like knockoff thing. It was funny because I realized, like, why am I going to spend, I'm never going to wear these. So open Alibaba. That was SND tab devrs.com. Is this true? Is this like a, here's, oh yes, this is actually extremely useful. I think we already made this conversion from Hertz to Game Boy value, but this will be useful to check our work, I think. Thank you, Hetanis, for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you. Italians and Spanish have some great clothes with a great fit for a great price. Yeah, it's I actually had a thing for a while where I was considering getting a bunch of like buying like getting some stuff tailored. Because it's so awkward if you're like a weird height, right? To like the shout out, please check out Tanis if you don't know them. They run like a cool like Linux users group kind of thing, and they like it's cool. It's a nice place to hang out and like learn stuff. They crave the shades. We'll probably find some kind of something at some point. Thank you for the follow, Mint Julep _ good luck, have fun. Great to have you. We are building a Game Boy game right now, or at least we're trying to make some kind of song be played. Tall sized items. I have not. The I don't know. It doesn't car. I'm sure they do actually. I don't really. I'm very. Huh? What's this? What did I say something? I'm always worried whenever someone says huh. I feel like I just like I'm always worried I accidentally misspoke and said something really bad by like, and I'm always like instantly like cold, like oh god, it's over. Which is probably not like wonderful. Like it's like I probably shouldn't worry as much. What did you get up to today? Also, Hetanis, please, if you I would love to hear about it. In case you need to know, you know, in case you need some extra length. I see. You're not heard of tall size? No, I buy my clothes on, like, again, we've established this. My dad buys me pants on eBay. I buy clothes on Amazon.com from brands with names that are 7 incoherent capital letters. Like I love to cause streamers to invoke the deepest fear. Yeah. It's it really does do it, right? Like the constant fear that like, oh wow, I misspoke slightly and now it's fucking over. It's done. Everyone hates me. Okay, do we have okay, we need to be smart now, computer. We got to be smart now. It's the Prod Z Pod. Yeah. The Prod is honestly pretty iconic. Can we load HL? I think we can load a little bit of HL here, gamers. Let's load a little bit of HL. We probably don't need to say, maybe we do need to say mem. Maybe we do. Well, we probably do need to say mem. Let's load into HL. This is real, right? Is this real? Where is this? Where is this? If we go over to gb.el, I love having to fix our assembler to make sure it works. We got to get you real. I literally have real clothes. I have real clothes now. I have 2 pairs of pants. I have 2 pairs of pants. I have assorted socks, underwear, things that I like that I bought that are decent. I have a number of t-shirts that are reasonable to wear under things. I have 5 or 6 flannel shirts, and I have a number of sweaters. That's literally all you need in life. I'm literally going to wear corduroys and a sweater. I often just shop for him all the time. How many cloaks? I have no cloaks. I have a couple of coats that are decent, you know. You know what? Literally, what else do you need? We gotta get you real clothes. Yeah, we need to get some hose. I need to get some hose. I need to get any Dickies. The Dickies. I actually the most recent pants I bought because I was like, I need more pants So because I have one pair of pants, I need more pants if I'm going to this con, were Dickies style because they were on Amazon. Because they were on Amazon.com. Sweats and floral shirts. I do like a floral shirt. I'm a fan of those. I got lots of flower prints and things. Got to get two. Yeah, it's literally in the name. There's 2 Fs, one for each leg. Two. You see. It's I really am killing my own metaphors here. The mods are banding together to make you wear real clothes, but I mean cloaks is. Okay, we can load R16, M16. Okay, that's cool. Can we load? Does this exist? We can load. We do say we can load a M16. Oh, of course we can't. We can't load a 16-bit value from a address. I learned Lisp syntax from learning WASM. Do you think that makes me cool enough to follow this? I think it does more than enough. Mint Julep GLHF. I think you do not need to feel any sort of we're just dicking around. We're just hanging out. We're just hanging out a little bit. You know how it goes. I like WebAssembly quite a lot. One of my main projects right now is actually a WebAssembly game in Rust. You can see it in your browser here. It's a little 3D game with WebAssembly plus WebGL. The Duster and Stetson hat dropping. Hello, back 9 _ welcome. I do have a couple of a flesh colored nude suit would be a strong statement. Yeah, that's I kind of got to get into the suit game a little bit. I'm thinking I might have to become I don't know. It's kind of crazy. You think WASM's yes, Watt is written with S expressions. The WebAssembly text representation is written with S expressions. I hear because S expressions are a good way to write trees. You're going to wear a morph suit this whole time. Yeah, it's kind of I don't know. It might be a legendary event to write the end of the joke. Yeah. Okay. What are we? We need to load this from audio cursor. So we load from audio cursor. We load HL from audio cursor. Maybe we just put audio cursor. We're going to read 2 bytes. I don't think there's a way for us to read 2 bytes from an address at the same time, right? I don't think that's real. I think we have to go one at a time. Let's load this into HL. Then we can load this in a different sort of fashion. I think isn't that literally what XWidget1 was saying earlier, that there is in fact a way to do this, and in fact I'm just being foolish? Is that true? Am I being foolish with this? Can I read an R? Is there any load into R16 other than load immediate 16 into R16? Is this real? I don't think there is. Maybe I'm just not doing it right. Maybe I'm holding it wrong. There's load HLSP, but I mean that's still going to be one. I mean that's kind of interesting. I don't know what this. Maybe that just loads. I think that maybe loads it's just load immediate. Oh, okay, good. Makes sense. So we do have to do this. So let's just this will be load immediate. We'll load into HL, and we can do the funny little HL plus kind of thing. This dude like the Lisp wizard, and he wears a top hat every day. Is this common Lisp? This is Emacs Lisp Mint Julep GLHF. So what we're doing today is we have an Emacs Lisp program inside of my Emacs here that generates a Game Boy ROM from scratch, and we're trying to make that Game Boy ROM play music now. That's the idea. We're doing this for our Lisp Game Jam, the Spring Lisp Game Jam 2024, and mostly just to have fun. Also, it's just to just kind of have a good time. So it's kind of like looks like assembly a whole lot. It's because we're writing assembly that's generated for this in Lisp. But an Emacs Lisp is kind of similar to Common Lisp. It has a lot of similarities. It's closer to Common Lisp than to Scheme for sure. Buying a delivery package looks like Watt for me. Yeah. I mean, it'll have a similar vibe, a similar like appearance at least. The details will be very different for sure. Delivery outfit from the work store and using it to get backstage, another possible. There's a whole like I found a Reddit at one point. I forgot what this was called. It's just it was a whole thing about doing things like that, like putting on uniforms and going to like employee cafeterias and stuff to get free food. It seems pretty good. The stack operations use 16 loads from a pointer to memory. There's also a swap HL. Yes, okay, that's what we have. This is easy though, because we can just say load. We're little endian, so we have to load the low. If we're doing this, we have to load C first if we want to load this into BC. So let's load we have to load something like how do you say it? This is from star HL plus. This is the syntax, right? I have a custom. This means load from the address in HL and increment HL, right? And we can do it again to load into B, and that gives us BC. BC contains the value of the cursor, which is the address. Let's make audio cursor start as the correct thing too. Let's make it start as G/music adder. Good. I can't even follow along if I'm a Vim nerd. Oh no, we're kind of Vim heads around here too, Mint Julep GLHF. I use Vim key bindings and stuff. Like I'm going into insert mode. I got all kinds of Vim behaviors around here. I think we then probably want to load HL BC, right? Because then we can read from HL. And then what do we want to do? We want to get the 2 bytes here. Mesaka and Vims, yes, so true. Mesaka seems very. I only encountered her recently. She seems very, very cool. Also, it's nice slowly expanding the vision, the third eye to encompass every person who will ever interact with the software and game development category. I'm doing it slowly but surely. I'll slowly learn everyone's name. She's more happy. Yeah. Very. It's good. I like the scene. Do we have So this is also, we're going to load into BC again. We're going to do this business again. And then we're going to write this back to the audio cursor, I think. I think that's what we want. The question is, though, we want to check some business. Can we do some business? Okay, let's write this back first and foremost. Let's load audio cursor HL. Sure. Adeline is a good member of this scene. Is there Adeline? Who is this? Do I know them? Do I know them? I might know them. The name seems familiar. Are they? Oh, I see. I don't know them actually. That seems very good. This seems very good. Blade sight. Hell yeah. Okay, we're clicking buttons out here. You know. Remembered your term for it, Bavarian fire drill. Acting so confident like your actions are normal. That people just go with it and let you do anything well. Yeah, this kind of thing, right? Like walking in. Hello, Maradine too. Like walking in like you own the place, like you're supposed to be there. It goes a long way, I think. Right? Do we have? Because we need to check if audio cursor is good or is bad. I guess if we just don't do the length check at first and just let it go off the end, right? That's probably kind of fine. If we just let it start playing memory, it doesn't fucking matter. Blade sight effing tight? Hell yeah. So we have audio cursor now. We're incrementing audio cursor by 1. It's also in HL. This is not right also. This is totally not. This needs to be here. This needs to be here then. Now BC contains the actual bytes. And is that where we decided to put thing in play note 1? Yeah, it's in BC, right? So if we just do play note 1 now, maybe that does something sensible for us. Oh, not the config files, Walfa's Rift. We're using Linux libraries here, or list. Actually, not. Well, this is just using Emacs, Mint Julep, but the resulting thing uses nothing, right? Because it's just a Game Boy ROM, so there's no. It's kind of like this. So we're using kind of a bunch of built-in Emacs libraries, and also a library that a friend of the stream, Basilia, wrote to do music synthesis. But like beyond that, there's nothing really. There's mostly what the code that runs here is mostly just kind of like compile time code, essentially. It's code to, this is the compiler, right? So we're kind of just like, it doesn't like the end result will have no dependencies. It's like firmware. It's probably kind of I don't know. It's maybe kind of similar in that we're having to do a lot of stuff that interacts directly with the hardware. It's a Game Boy game, you know. So it's any of these old consoles. They do a lot of weird stuff. Need to get some sleep. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Standard Error DK. It's great to have you here. We'll see you around. And I'll say the thing I always say. If you like it here, you can check us out. We're on Discord. We got a little zone. It's pretty good. That's where you will find us. So if we just say this now, just just play note 1. Is this really reading out of it looked like it was reading out of HL almost up above. Were we just calling it wrong? Were we holding the whole thing wrong? It is definitely out of VC. Does this build? Failed to load. Assembly. Failed to assemble instruction. Load C HL plus. Can we not do that? I'm pretty sure we can do that. gb.el. It should be this. It should be load A. Oh, you can only load into A. I see. Sure. Load CA. We've encountered this exact same thing many a time. Many times. In the course of our little thing here. Load CA. Load BA. Load A. Load HLBC. We can't do. I should have sworn we could do that. I mean, I guess we can load. It's the same as just 2 instructions, right? Load HB. Load LC. There we go. The register shuffle. Yeah. Now we can't do load 0 HL. What are we trying to load 0? Huh? Excuse me? What are you saying? It's failing this because it's trying to, the 0 should be an address. It's just the length. It's not doing this load audio cursor, which should be this. Oh, of course we can't write 2 at the same time. How foolish of us. How foolish of us, right? So we want to write to audio cursor blah 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 blah. What do we want to This is also wrong. We were also right the first time, I think. I'm trying to think what is what here. What is what here? You can push HL and pop to BC. Yeah. That does maybe do it. But this is probably just as well. This doesn't do a memory. Do memory, right? If we have, okay, let's think about this. HL is the address audio cursor. This is the address to pass the audio cursor now. We do not want to write it back. We want to write back this value down here, right? Because HL is the address of the audio cursor. We then replace HL with the address stored at that address, right? We dereference once, right? And then down here we want to write that address back to the address. Okay. So but incremented by 2, of course. So we want to write blah 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 blah. We can do this maybe in a manner that is sensible. It kind of sucks that we don't have a way to like it's just that this and this are different. This is a load in immediate into HL. Down here we're trying to load HL into memory, right? This is that. Is XOR an XOR gate? It's bitwise XOR. But yeah, similar, it's the same, concept logically, right? It's 16, yeah, 16 XOR gates maybe is the thing to say in parallel, right? Or rather in this case it's 8 in parallel. But yeah. Do we have we just want to do this individually. Let's do it again maybe. Like what is this load BA trying to do here? Oh, this, sure. So we end this with the actual note value in BC and the new value of audio cursor in HL. What do we want to write? Basically what we want to do is we want to write H to audio cursor, right? Or we want to write L there because it's little endian, right? We want to write H to audio cursor +1. This is a fixed address. The problem is the way we've done this, we can't really add to this conveniently. It's not like a list value that we can easily add one on to. I sort of feel like we can just let's be a little bit fucked up here, shall we? Audio cursor was the way this works. We can just put audio cursor to 1. Audio cursor, let's call it audio cursor high. Because we can still, it's just the address, right? So if we go down to audio cursor, then you can follow Moki John also. Audio cursor down here, we can just say it's audio cursor high. I think that works. That probably does the trick. And then we can play the note. Fail to assemble instruction, load 0 L. Oh, they probably we have to load A. We have to load A probably, right? So this has to be high audio cursor. Indeed. Hello. Load AL. Do the little dance that we always do. We need to write some helpers for these at some point. There we go. There we go. Let's try running the thing. Clearly bad. Clearly not ideal. Dot free functional programming pipelines like I'm in Ramda. This is more so. This is just like a big literal expression. This is just we're just generating. We're writing assembly mostly here. I mean, Jewel of GLHF. It's largely assembly style currently. This doesn't seem right to me at all, actually. Guys would be headbanging right now. Yeah, this is banger dubstep tracks. So why is that the case? Why is that the case? What's going on with this? It seems like we're not playing the, like we kind of established that we were playing something before, right? We were going up, we were going down, we had up down kind of style, right? We were clearly controlling the thing to some degree. It seems though that now we're just playing the same kind of sound over and over again. And that's a little concerning. I wonder if we can look at some things. This seems like a debugging kind of scenario for us. Let's dive into that. Let's also make sure the thing's being generated correctly. Let's delete game.gb. Let's run this again. Let's just make sure we're doing everything right. Okay, good. Okay, good. Very, very nice. So where do we want to go? Where would we like to be? If we let's pop this. Let me make another. Let's QLL. No, QLS. QLL. I have this thing to like save and load window configurations that I made before I started streaming. Sounds like a saw wave. What it's supposed to sound like. So Moki John, it's what it is what we're trying to do is we're trying to export sounds from our little synthesizer thing that we have. If I go to pub.colonq.computer, we have this syntax for like writing songs in plain English, or in characters. Where's the pub.colonq.computer prod? Where does prod has the link somewhere? Prod here. It should sound, we have an exported version of the song Bad Apple. So it should sound like, that's super quiet. That's like, you can't hear that at all on stream. Do we have, can I redeem it? Will that make it louder? Where is it? Bad Apple. Does that go? Does that go? Do I need to capitalize things? I don't think it's case sensitive. Anyway, that's what it is. Basically and we're trying to export that thing to the Game Boy such that we can like we can hear something similar. And the Game Boy sound hardware has 4 channels, and 2 of the channel we're using one of these square wave generation channels right now. So it is just like one constant period square wave, and we're currently confused as to why it doesn't change sound. Hello Kuju. Thank you so much for the raid, gamers. Can we shout out Kuju? Please. I hope you're doing well, Kuju. Welcome in. I think Kuju has been writing a game from scratch in Jai, I believe. Is this the thing? Yes, working on a Jai game engine for a Steam game for a Steam game called I think it's called Fat Goblins. This is the thing, right? If you go Fat Goblins Steam, it's very, as someone who also cares about engine things and has played with OpenGL from time to time, this is very, very engaging. So yeah, please, if you like things like this, yeah, Jai, it's a language that Jonathan Blow and his team are making, kind of a low level C kind of deal, right? In the same spaces like Zig and Odin and things like this. Hello Meowlitary too, welcome all raiders. If you like these sort of things, it's really nice for indie game devs. I think a lot of people don't know this. Maybe people do at this point, right? One of the main things that Steam tracks, pre-release of your game. One of the only ways you can kind of support a game before it comes out is wishlisting it, right? Wishlisting lets you it's kind of like a follow on the game, and it lets Steam know who to show the game to when it comes out, right? So games that tend to have a lot of wish lists do pretty well. So it's always nice if you have if you see an indie game dev, right, and you think their game looks cool, it's really nice to wish list it, because it helps them out quite a lot, right? And we're all on the same grind. We're on the same grind out here at Kuju. Everyone knows how it is, especially around here, right? Everyone, if you're trying to have a successful game project, it can be it's a nice thing. Thank you for the follow. What we're doing today is we've been writing a Game Boy game from scratch. Kuju, and from scratch I mean without anything, even an assembler. So we have this little thing. We have an Emacs list program that produces a Game Boy ROM, and we wrote our own assembler and everything for it. We've been doing this over the past week or so. So right now what our ROM does is it plays a tone and can display some text, and we can change things up a little bit. We have some timers happening. Hello Trinidad Hype. Oh wait, we heard sound. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Let's wait a little bit. Wait a little bit. Let's see. Let's see. It went up briefly and then went back down. I'm a little bit interested in that, I think. So what we're about to do is dive into the debugger here a little bit and see exactly what's going on and why it's not working well. We're trying to play Bad Apple from the one, the anime shit. I think heard 4 notes. Yeah, they happened really quickly. It makes me feel like we're playing mostly padding bytes, or our addresses are wrong or something. We're playing all padding bytes or something. We're playing, I don't know what my padding byte is, FF, or it might be it's playing the lowest tone possible or something, or we're expecting it to change every 12 V blanks. Yeah, it should be changing 5 times per second. Right, and during that little interval, it sounded like it did, but it might have been playing code or something. Is what I sort of suspect. I don't think we're reading the right addresses to play. That's my hunch, at least. This is sick, bro. Yeah, and also if you're new, if you like all this, we have a Discord. It's pretty cool. You check it out. Welcome. I didn't even say hello. I'm LCOLONQ. I pretend to be letters on here. I'm letters creature. We program for fun. That's the main thing. We like to do stuff. That's all. Okay. Okay, moving on. Did you hear Master of Puppets at 8-bit? Welcome in, Mr. Extremely. I mean, I wish I did. Is that in a thing on YouTube? You got to say the same thing. They say the thing. Oh, I only say that to people who are already aware of my freak energy. I don't want to. I have a thing I've been saying on raids. We've been trying to workshop this thing where I say I'll take it from here, and it's horrendously cringe. But I don't know. We're working on it. It's still in the shop. That's so bad. I don't know. What are you supposed to say? Omega anime? Yeah, I don't know. I don't even like anime, man. I'm so tired. I'm not tired. I'm feeling well. What do you mean it's in the shop? It hasn't changed. Well, we're doing A/B testing. You just happen to be here you happen to notice the ones where we say it and not the ones where we don't say it. We're trying to determine whether we say it or not. Men pointer is off in the weeds somewhere. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. So it's possible that we're fucking up. Are we fucking up when we initialize this pointer? When we say this? Obviously, we're fucking up. Yeah, we're fucking up bad. It's like this. Load. We're not even initializing the thing correctly. It's horrendous. You're not here to antagonize him. Hell yeah, you're gonna beat me to death with hammers. Is that it now? Okay, we load no instruction. Load 0 L. What are you trying to? Oh, you have to load A, of course. Oh, we got to do the same little dance that we always do. We have to do. They call this the fuckers dance. Load L A. You know, it's the same one we always get up to. Backwards. A H A. There we go. Wallahi, you should have a taste of my shoe. Yeah, very true. Holy fuck, bros. It fucking worked. And then it plays padding bytes. It plays 0 bytes. We know those are zeros because look, when there's a rest, it plays the 0. Like, yeah, the rests are it's playing zeros, and that means of course the rest is when it goes off the end. That's what we were hearing before. Hello, Pro Puke. Thank you. Welcome in. We got it. We fucking got there, gamers. Okay, what's next for us? Well, first of all, handling the rests better is interesting. Making it loop properly also is interesting. These are both things of great interest to us, right? Let's do the looping bit first, right? Because the looping bit is essentially all, it's just, we know the length of the thing in bytes. Factoring out the fuckery function, yeah. Doing the fuckers trick a little bit, having like some convenient macros that let us do 16-bit loads and stuff. How well does, well, ProPuke, the answer is not at all, because we are doing something deeply cursed. The thing we are doing, ProPuke, is that this language is Emacs Lisp. What we have done is we are writing an Emacs Lisp program. We are quote unquote writing the game in Lisp by writing an Emacs Lisp program that produces a Game Boy binary. A lot of that is just writing instructions manually. We also have some helper. You know, we have helpers, A squared. We have plenty of like little, essentially the equivalent of assembly macros. And we wrote our own Game Boy assembler in eLisp. So yeah. So ostensibly what all this is it's a kind of, it's a very funny assembler for the Game Boy where the macro language of the assembler happens to be eLisp. Yeah, this is the idea maybe. So the actual code we're writing a lot of the time looks very much like you got to put Lisp on it. I mean, you know, we can compile things. I don't know why. How do you write games? I don't know what these words I see. I like the buzzy rest style. It's like a bagpipe drone. Yeah, it's actually quite crazy. You emulated the audio interface? No, this is not even our emulator Steffi sought, because I took your advice. I was like, we fell off. It's over. I keep writing Game Boy emulator in Haskell, doing 7-hour Haskell performance debugging sessions. So I just was like, we actually have to write the game now. We actually have to write the fucking game now. So we're doing this is just we wrote a game that does thing. Where's game EL? L ratio plus debugging fail. Yeah, very common L, the dumbest / smartest channel I found. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's kind of you to say. We strive for the motto around here is well, what's the motto? It might not be good, but it's certainly different. That work? We're shopping them around. It's still in the shop too. That one's also in the shop. The shop's kind of has a full work order right now. Do we need to loop then? It might not be good, but it might work. Yeah, both of those things. Both of those at the same time. Already ordered the merch. Haskell, you're a Rust. I like Haskell and Rust, yes, too. I was a Haskell. I'm growing more and more. I mean, Haskell, it's a hot and cold sort of romance. Whereas Rust is, you know, it's kind of nice. It's I don't know. This BSPW, this is EXWM, Mr. Extremely. This is the Emacs X Windows Manager. All of my shit is Emacs buffers. It all lives inside of Emacs. The stream is Emacs. Yes, this is direct screen capture of my Emacs setup. How many story points to set up NVIDIA GPU on NixOS? Infinity. He literally can't close it or the stream dies. Yes, Emacs is the parent process of OBS. You haven't been wearing programming socks, A squared? I see. What is this? Let's put all these, let's consolidate these things a little bit, shall we? Let's make this a little more sensible, just so things that are logically part of the same unit are on the same line. Load AL. Why are we load? Oh, this is this. Sure. Okay. So what's next for us? What's next for us? Well, we want to check equality. We want to check equality on. We were trying to say if. So HL is the new address of the thing. To show off the browser to chat. Oh yeah, you can do. There's very powerful things. There's very powerful integrations between Emacs and the rest of the world. Thank you, Mr. Extremely, for the follower. I can do all kinds of bullshit. I think you can get away without having to perform any assembly optimization. That sounds like a nightmare on the top. I mean, you probably, like, most of the time you'll just write it by hand, ProPuke, right? Like, the Game Boy is like kind of too slow to like do anything in a sort of an automated fashion, I would say. You kind of have to just like there are some things that will like generate code for you, and some people write C, but I think like most of the games were originally written in assembly, and like just because like writing in like, unless you have like a really good compiler, you sort of do them anyway, right? And you can get away with a lot of bullshit. Like, I'm sure we're gonna get away with a lot of waste, right? Like a lot of like, oh, this register actually was the value we wanted, but we're gonna reread it anyway, because like it's not like this is gonna be this is not going to be the most stressful Game Boy program of all time, right? Like we have some extra cycles to work with, I imagine, but the you know, you're mostly gonna be writing a lot by hand. Yeah, why would I move this register twice? Yeah, I'll end up doing a bunch of that stuff just because we're gonna be probably not actually. We might write one in the course of this. I mean, probably not in the context of this thing immediately. One of the original ideas was to have like a little expression compiler for like things like what we're doing right now, right? Trying to do like this comparison basically. Would be nice if we had a little thing that takes like a Lisp expression of a certain form and turns it into assembly, right? We just don't have it yet. But we could write it easily, like I don't know, easily in the sense of like looking at Wikipedia a bunch over the course of a few hours. I've been considering writing one for the subset of x86 real mode I use now. Yeah, could be good. Doing some kind of like, I don't know. You probably could do some level of like space optimization for your like boot sector stuff A square with like some kind of like SMT solver kind of deal, or like some sort of model checking. I don't know. I bet there's some kind of like interesting automated tooling you could use to kind of see if you can identify places where you can save more. Of course, a lot of it is going to be down. Not sure it could be much more. Yeah, of course. But like for a lot of those things, like you come up with the tool and the tool solves a lot of the low hanging fruit. But in practical cases, the low hanging fruit goes away quickly. But like there might be some interesting stuff. Do we have this place? I think the thing we need to do is we know certain things. What do we know? What do we know? Can we do a little bit of a binding situation here? Can we do a little bit of a situation? You look at that code sometime, it's absurd. You love it. Yeah, I really need to dig into that hardcore. I think this the step after the Game Boy arc. The Game Boy arc has been going for like 6 months now, right? The occasional obsession with the platform of the Nintendo Game Boy. It's been going for so long, and I'm sort of starting to feel like the we got to start. Maybe x86 is. Yeah, there's been 3 distinct arcs, right? There's the fourth arc, and then the emulator arc, and now this arc, right? I sort of feel like code review streams, perhaps. It feels like it's a consistent development of a theme, right? LG, and the theme is, I think that the Game Boy is really cool. Risk 5, yeah, but x86 is kind of cool because it's awful a little bit, right? It has and also because it's what this machine runs on. It'd be cool to build native, that's kind of cool, right? Do we know? Let's do a let binding here. Let's do a little bit of stuff. Let end is audio cursor. It's audio cursor. No. We want to get the audio cursor address, so we can just get the address by saying g simtab audio cursor. I could have just done that here too. Fuck, I'm foolish. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with that as it comes. This is well, do we even want that? That's not what we want either. We want the length. We want the starting value of audio cursor, which is where? Where is the starting value of audio cursor? It's where audio lives. It's audio. Oh yes, this is I'm confusing myself here. This is audio adder plus g audio music adder length g music. So this is the end address. What's the weirdest thing you found or had to deal with the Game Boy so far? I don't know if there's anything particularly weird, I guess. It's just like most of the stuff is just old. It's done in a strange way. What about grabbing GitHub issues and just dropping PRs on stuff? I don't know if that would be appreciated. I don't know. It's the kind of thing, like, I don't have much interest in this, I guess. If it were a particular project maybe that I had a lot of interest in, but like I don't really have much, like, I think a lot of the stream is fueled by like me being super obsessed with a particular thing at a given time, and like I don't think I could just like pick random things. Maybe if I like gamified it super hard and turned it into like some funny thing, but like I don't know. Also my skill set is pretty weird. Like a lot of like I definitely like I could probably do that like looking at some React project or something, but it'd take me a long time. Hello Mishkovsky, welcome in. It's good to have you. Not random I guess, but yeah, stuff that is of interest. Yeah, like we could like maybe like pick something that like is interesting, like that, like one of those like Yu-Gi-Oh simulator things. Maybe that'd be, if it's something that like a lot of things that I'm interested in though don't really have like, they're either so niche that they don't have any issues, or they're like they're not on. I don't know. We could see Rust Lang / Rust. Yeah, perhaps. Stranger things have happened. A squared. Let's indent all this. Just for the sake of it. Just for the halibut. So this is end. Like let's say end bytes is u / split le end. So what do we actually want to do here? What's 225 BPM? That's my heart, Jan Poon Thong. Welcome. That's the rate at which my heart is beating. Do we have just to find something weird no one has done before? Why has no one else done it? Because it's probably an insane idea. Yeah. If we have end bytes, like, well, we should probably just set this up, and we can probably just put the comparison in such a way it's not as hard. We can probably put the comparison in such a way that it doesn't, like it. The easiest way to do this is to check exactly, right? To check exactly that HL at the end equal to n bytes, because that lets us just compare to immediates. Yeah. Is there any way, like, what's the best way for us to fucking do that though? Right? Like, I guess we can just like, do we XOR, like, oh fuck, it's so irritating. Like, how do we deal, like, so I don't want to do any branching. How do we check without any branching that 2 bytes are equal to 2 other bytes? Is like, do we to XOR or not to? I like, do we just, so we can XOR end with L. We can XOR end bytes, car end bytes with L, and cutter end bytes with H, and then like if they're the same, they'll be 0, and then we can like, we can't just like add them, because it's a possibility that it, then check the 0 flag, because we could XOR. Like, how do we do both check? Or I guess we then just OR those together. Sure, we OR both halves together, and then if the result is, if it's 0, then they're both equal, right? That's the thing, I think. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So if we say does XOR work on things other than A? It probably only works on A. There are 16-bit adds. I guess we can also, is there a 16-bit? Is there a 16-bit? It's just a 16-bit add, right? There's no, and there's increment and decrement. There's no subtraction, but I guess the subtraction is the same as addition because we can just add thing. Working on this sphere run, hell yeah, parser combinators, fuck yeah. You love to see it. There was someone in the Discord asking about parser combinators earlier. This. I think it was Tom. You could complement one register and add, yeah, negate and add one or whatever. For I mean that's 2's complement. We already have like, we can just like, I'm trying to think if we can do like, if we do subtraction, does like what do we check then, right? If we add, if we take negative this 16-bit value, we plop it in registers, and we add that, and we check the like what flag do we we check the 0 flag then, right? I gotta get ready for bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, LCOLONQ. It's great. It was wonderful to have you. Thank you. I'm talking to you like you're like, no. I'll text you, LCOLONQ. I hope you're doing well. Sleep soundly. Good night. What's the signed in issue? There's no, like, I'm trying to see if we can easily do this comparison between 16-bit values, right? Very EP, major EP style. Let's just do XOR style, like we sort of, thank you, viewer LCOLONQ. Yeah. We can XOR any register with as long as the first one is A. Okay, cool. So let's load a, let's load AL XOR A. Why add 3 when you can simply subtract 6 5 5 3 2? Exactly, of course. Why can we, I mean, I guess normally use the carry to chain and add across multiple bytes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess we could just, I'm just trying to think of the cleanest way to check this, right? The cleanest way to just check equality on a 16-bit value. I probably should just not worry about it too much and just do it this way. But like the other way I can think of is just do like basically subtract them and check 0 flag. Should we actually see, is there sub? We could just do an SBC and a sub and check 0 flag, right? Does that do it for us? Fine. That's maybe better. It's maybe better to sub, but sub also only works on A, so it's not like it's that much better. Let's load this into somewhere. Where are we putting this into? Load this into let's put this after we play note. We can put it into B. Load B A. And then do the thing again. Load AH XOR A, not with L, with immediate value, with car and bytes, with catter and bytes. Is it a pair or is it a? Let's assume it's not a pair. I think I'll trim my beard. What do you think? I hope it goes well. I have to. It is a list. Fuck. I have to shave soon too. That BPM counter makes me so, yeah, it's a scam. Don't worry about it. It's my CPU. It's my CPU. I'm not actually entering cardiac arrest. Do we have so now B contains the one, A contains the other, right? If we say or AB, that now we can check if now this is 0, this is the value here is 0 if it's equal, right? So then we can say, put a little gizmo here. We can say G when 0. So when the flag is 0, if as long as there's a juicy patty and tons of cheese, bacon is just the icing on the cake. If both B and C are 0, I mean, if this should be if both A and B, if both L and H, if both, basically what we're saying here is, right, does this make sense, X Widget 1? We're saying XOR L XOR L with the high value that we're comparing with the low bits of the value we're comparing to, XOR H with the high bits of the value we're comparing to, and then or the result, both of those results, which means it should only be one. It'll only be non-zero if either of these XORs did not produce 0, which means that half is not equal. So this I think does do the right thing. So when it's 0, we want to reset. We want to set we want to say load audio cursor the base address, what is the base address here? What do we initialize this shit to? Music adder. I probably should just split it. I probably don't even why am I doing this? Why don't I just like fucking like we'll do this. I should just put this in a function. Why are we not doing that? Let's grab this. Let's grab this. Let's say this is called reset song function. You look like this, and then you say ret. Your ability to remain chill while everything is chaotic is actually super impressive. Hell yeah. Is Buffy Bonnet moving on to other VTubers? Yeah, Buffy Bonnet hasn't been around in recent years. They've been on, you know, this how people come and go. People come and go. You know how it is. Let's load. What are we loading here? This we're just calling what do we fucking call the thing? Reset song. I'm calling it song sometimes, music. Let's call it music. Let's be smart. Viewers are like seasons. It's true. It's true. A squared, hell yeah. Programming socks. I see. Reset music. That happens. Then down below we can call that. We can call reset music. Thank you for events. Gunpie rip. Rest in peace. Does this do everything we need it to do? It does everything we need to do, I think. You gotta level up and make a butt plug Twitch integration. Cannot assemble instruction. Oh, that's fucked. That's deeply fucked. We just called it the wrong thing. Okay, this needs to produce. You need to be lists. Okay, sequence P call. Extra quotes. Okay, good. Okay, this is clearly wrong. That's clearly fucked up. Why is that the case? What's going on there, gamers? That's certainly something. Why did it work before, but it doesn't work now? The question many have been asking for decades. If we comment out this part, does it still break? It sounds pretty good for a hyperpop album. We were commenting earlier, some of these sounds, guys, are... That still doesn't work. What did we break? What fucked up here? What happened? What happened? Same Xavier, my FFmpeg experience. If we comment this out, we had it working. What broke? What? It's still fucked. What's going on there? Is it this initialization thing? Is it literally reset music? Oh, reset music is broken. It's not doing the right thing. It's not loading the thing into HL in the first place. Where did that even go? Music adder. Where did you get off to? Where did you get off? You're not even here. You're not even fucking here. Where did you load HL music adder? That's what's happening. Okay, this should play again. Okay, banger again. Diff with prior version, stereo code. You know, it's just we had a little oopsie whoopsie. You know, sometimes you have to. Let's go back, do this again. Hopefully reset the song. Now we see if it loops. Okay, it's looping every time. It's looping constantly. That's not good. That's not good at all. Do we know anything about anything? Why is that occur? Why does that occur? Are we doing it wrong? Are we doing it wrong? Tune composition for Game Boy Tune? Potentially, Geyser. Although I think our composition is going to be largely dictated by what features I manage to put into this thing. So I probably will, I don't know. The composition will be in Bell's format, 1 track or something like this. It maybe 2, and maybe some white noise. We'll see. I didn't think I was equipped to feel an emotion so imperfect and passive, but right now I'm touched by the sight of the night stars. But without you, there is not a hint of happiness in that declaration, only more loneliness. Thank you. It is a tiny tear, a cozy blanket with a tiny tear. Check out the furnace tracker if you want to use a GUI. There are some decent existing trackers, it seems. Like there's this thing called Huge Tracker that's specifically for Game Boy that they even have like a little driver to actually play back the things. This is like the thing I think that I know GB Studio uses their tracker. They got some cool stuff happening. Playing the emulator, right? You're writing to a repo so I can debut. Yeah, it's in github.com. At least the version from the start of the stream is upside down cake here on the GitHub. If you do anything, please let me know on Discord or something. I'm slow. No, this was before you arrived, even Mint Julep. It's been that was hours ago, many long hours ago. So we're resetting too much, which means that we're 0 flagging. Question, does OR even set the 0 flag? GBZ80. Does OR set the 0 flag? Or AR8. Set if result is 0. Okay, true. It happens. Can we start looking in? Let's debugger this. Fuck this. We're going debugger mode. Let's do it. We're going to have to have some. We're gonna have to do some guessing at addresses though. That'll be good fun. Because I'm sure we have to wait for certain things to happen. Like we're gonna be doing a lot of waiting for ticks, right? We'll have to find this, whatever the address is in here. Well, anyway, we'll figure it out. I'm sure we can figure it out. Let's do this. Let's tools, debugger console, break please, stop. There we go. There we go. Something a little bit nicer. Let's reset. Let's reset. Where are we going? Okay, sure. Let's get into the main loop of things a little bit. Okay, halt, sure. And we're in our interrupt handler now. It's sort of a bunch of nops and look at the binary. That's my normal find address for debug. Yeah, I'll just do it. I'll just look at the machine code and then just like be like, oh, it's that many bytes. Like that's what I've been doing here so far. They're all just in Emacs variables, so they're kind of easy to just bring up. Imagine how good this would be if when our emulator is done and this is integrated with Emacs, right? Imagine how good that will be. Imagine that. That'd be great. Like if we could easily like do, man, I'm my boot sector project. I'm just eyeballing it. Yeah. Okay. This is just we're going. This is just wait. What are we? This is a bunch of. We waited for our first V blank. What are we doing here now? What are we doing here now? Is this a little loop here? Yeah, it is. This is this little loop right here. This little loop right here. Where's this OR C? Where's this OR C happening here? Do we have multiple? We have multiple gizmo. We have multiple. Where's game.el? Where's OR C? Or AC. That's here. Oh, this is in the mem copy. Yeah. So we want to get the main loop here. So we can just go to elisp and we can say ht-get g simtab main loop. And that's going to tell us the address is 550 decimal. But we can still break on that. Let's just break 550 and get to the main loop. Continue. Okay, now we're in the main loop. Next, no op, push AF. Can we just keep going through the main loop until we get to the point where we've, like, what's the value in, what's the address of the ticker? It's, can we go game.el audio tick? It's C000, right? So if we R1 C000, right? It's currently 0. If we continue 1 iterations with the main loop, it's 1. If we continue 1 more iteration, it's 2, right? This is the audio ticker that's incrementing every time through the loop, right? So let's wait for this thing to be, when do we actually check it? Audio tick. So what we do is we check if it's, we compare it with 12, and then we're checking at the start of the loop here, right? So whenever it's 11, we're going to be in the right iteration of the loop, right? That's the case here. So continue. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now it's, you see, it's 11. It's B hexadecimal. A is 10, B is 11, right? So now if we walk through this, we should be entering that case. All right, NOP style. NOP. Now we're in that deal, right? Which is, we're not in the, let's get to the case. Let's cut to the, this is in the interrupt handler for vblank interrupt. We're returning from the interrupt handler, doing that NOP there. Okay, we're loading that variable. We're incrementing it once, and now it's 12. A contains 0C, which is 12, right? We're loading it back in. Now we're comparing to 0C, right? And now we're going to jump to that address if it's not 0, which means we are running that code now. We're in here. We're at this XOR AA, right? So we know this address now, so we can now break. Means instead you can also end the line with the integer literal 11 instead of, oh, I see, you can't, your compiler doesn't tell. I gotcha, that's kind of cute. 0 2 3 3. So now we can come back to iterations of the loop. If we list B, if we delete the 1 breakpoint, we can come back to iterations of this loop where we're actually going to be handling audio easily just by pressing continue, right? So we really need a better debugger. Fuck, this sucks. We're in here now. We'll do the little XOR, right? Do our business. We're gonna load. We're gonna reset the counter value, right? So it's gonna go back to 0. As we can I bring up the code to walk along here? Let's bring it up top just so we can see. I think you did, but feel free to share again, A squared, if you haven't. Okay, we're gonna load the cursor from C0. What is the current value at C001? It's currently, no, I spelled, excuse me? Excuse me? What? Why is it not that? Why is it, excuse me? Why isn't that supposed to be initialized? Didn't we initialize that up above? Didn't we, isn't that what excuse me? Why is it 0? That's exciting. XOR, yeah, the classic XOR. The XOR Xavier themselves. What is in fact actually going on? I kind of have no fucking idea what is actually happening with that. That seems a little bit fucked up. Well, anyway, let's continue by 1. What is HL now? Well, we put it into there. Well, we're gonna read these things into A. A is 0. Like this. Why is it 0? Why is it 0? Why is it 0? This is very strange that C0, that it's 0. That's kind of, how do you do the print line equivalent in this Lisp? There's print, but we're kind of, we have to debug in with cruder things than a print statement, unfortunately. Do we have, like, what the fuck is this? Reset music. Why is it like that? Hello Jupiter Sky 11. This Lisp is just creating a file. Yeah. Like, does this, thank you for the lurk also, friend. I'm sorry to call, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable calling you out by name like that. You're cool. This is a debugger for the Game Boy. It's a primitive kind of thing. I'm sure we could connect GDB. I think there is a thing for that, but it's not very, it's kind of cumbersome also. So like, why, I'm not really worried about it too much. Why is this happening? Is music adder fucked up somehow? Like, what is the value of that? It's that. Yep, it's that. Interesting. Is very, very bizarre. Very bizarre. Well, let's continue once. That played a sound, certainly. Maybe this is just happening at some kind of early. Can we read R2C0001? It's now it's C. If we continue, C again. So clearly something has gone very wrong here. I feel. I don't quite know what that is. Is like, it works without this thing being here, right? It works if we comment this out, we run the thing, we reset. I'm manually typing continue to run. Like, when I type continue, it plays one note, right? This is the new instrument. We play the debugger. Yeah. End bytes is this. I was gonna say, nah, it's fine. I happily lurking in the public space, but Firefox decided to crash at that exact vote. I see. Unfortunate. Welcome in. It's good to have you. The end bytes is music. It's music adder plus the length of like the number of bytes. It's the base address of the music plus the number of bytes in the music split, right? Which might be off by 1 or something, but like, it shouldn't matter, right? We should just, it will be equal to this eventually, right? Should not have clicked the buttplug.io link. I don't understand Lisp yet, but it looks cool. We'll be looking to see how it goes. Thank you. Yeah, this is kind of really messed up Lisp also. This is Lisp to generate assembly, to generate machine code for the Game Boy. So it's barely Lisp. It's mostly rewriting assembly. But there are occasional Lispisms inside. You're resetting when the cursor... Yeah, the idea here is that end bytes is... End is the address at the end. It's the address one... It's the address 2 bytes after the last... one, because we're advancing 2 bytes at a time. It's right after the end of where the music is, and whenever the cursor is equal to that, we want to set back to 0. But the thing that's concerning here is, like here, like R2C001, like this is an address. C0, like this should be an address. You see, but when we have these, we're like resetting somehow, and we're not. Reset music is maybe fucked up. Hello, Calamity. Also, welcome in. Thank you. And also the Master Lich. Welcome. Do you see like C000 is the address of the cursor. That's reading the that's the we should be reading audio cursor, right? It should be Z0. It should be this, right? Like the audio cursor is this. It lives here, right? At this address, right? And 7E0C is the address in the music that we are, maybe? Can I read to 7E0C? No, we're not. We're not. I'm confused. Maybe we're using, I feel like we're maybe holding this debugger wrong. in these. I feel like that we've come to some kind of conclusion about this read address thing before, and it's causing us great sorrow today. Okay, let's go one in. Let's read that. It's 00C again. Fuck, why is it this? What is its nature? If you're confused, I think we're all on the same level. Yes. That's how it goes sometimes. Like that should be reset music should be fixing this. Hello Hexagonal Sun, also welcome. Thank you. You need to have the funny little the Octothorpe at the front too, but then it will work. For the color codes want you to have the, because otherwise it doesn't know how to do it. It distinguishes whether it's a string or a, you know, based on this. Welcome. What's the address of reset music? If we ht get g symtab reset music, it's 404 decimal, right? So let's try that. Let's break 404, reset, continue. What is this the right button? I think it is. 404. What does reset music look? Yeah, it looks like this. We're loading 6000 into HL, right? So before this, if we read one, oh wait, are we doing something very wrong here? We are doing something quite wrong here. We are indeed. How is this working in any case? Reset music. What are we doing here in any sort of capacity? No, this should be right. So we're setting music adder is 6000 X, of course, right, which is the address where the music actually lives. How did this ever work? Yeah, I'm always confused by this. So we put that into HL. Okay, it's in HL 6000. We put L into A. Right? We load that into that address. We put H into A. We load that into that address. So after this, excuse me? Are we holding the read bytes instruction wrong? R1C002. Why does R2 why does this not, excuse me? Why does R2, like, what is this? Help? Read a half word from the specified offset. Why does reading 2 bytes from this offset produce a different result than us reading 1 byte 2 times? Does it read backwards from the offset? Is that it? Can I compile this project on Debian pretty easily? Yeah, the only tooling involved, Mint Julep, is Emacs. If you install Emacs, and then open that file and eval buffer in game.el, you should be good. Like it should work. It'll generate the ROM for you, and then you can run the ROM in any Game Boy emulator. Okay, we're using read 1 from now on. I don't care how this is. Who knows how this shit goes, gamers. Let's try again. Does X2 work? Examine 2. What is the difference between read and, maybe we do want X. Maybe we do want X. I can't imagine. Okay. It shows you a bunch of them. It does show you the first one being the right thing. That kind of works. Pomo break, calm time. Let's just do, if we just do X1, does that just tell us? That's kind of more sense. I kind of like that better. I can do little endian in my head, at least. We can reverse orders of things. Okay, fair. Let's go back to game.el. Let's go back to game.el. Let's uncomment the gizmo. Where's the gizmo? Are they uncommented already? Where's Gizmo down here? Down here. Get him out of here. No, not that much. Not that much. Just this much. Run that thing. Reset. Continue. This is in reset Gizmo, okay? Run all the stuff. X1 C001. Okay, it's the right address. Continue. Okay, we played a thing, X. Let's do X2 just because we can. It's 6,000. Continue. We're resetting again immediately. We're immediately resetting again. We're resetting with great immediacy. That means we're in a bad spot, gamers. We're in a bad. That's not where we want to be. So we reset again. We continue. We continue. We're here now. We're here now. We're inside the audio playing machine. R1 C00. We'll do X2 C001. It's 6,000. We're walking through. We're resetting. This is resetting the tick. We're reading in from C00. We're putting C001 into HL. Sure. We're reading bytes from it. Right. This is actually gonna. We're reading. We're gonna read into A. We're gonna read. We're gonna read the low byte and the high. This one should be 60 going to A. Sure. Now it's in BC. So BC is now 6,000, which is the address of the song. Is N bytes right? I don't see. Well, that's probably the thing that's wrong. We're gonna see what that's all about right quick here. So we have those. It's 6,000. We're gonna read them. We're gonna put those back into HL. HL is 6,000. Now we're gonna read from HL. We're gonna say we're gonna grab. Now we're incrementing by 1, and we're gonna put that into C. It's 42 in C. We're gonna increment by 1. We're gonna put that in B. So it's 064. Okay, that makes sense. 642 being the first thing in music, because music, if we look at music, do we know, can we see this in hexadecimal values, please? This is 0, this is the 06. Here's the 06 here. And where's the 80 coming from? No, where's the 42? This is the 42, right? 42 is 66. Yeah, so those are the right bytes. Cool. Let's go back down to our zone, to our area. Can we scroll up a little bit? Can we get there? So we're lurking around right here. We're gonna load HL, which is 6002 now, back into fuck. Oh, I know what this is. A is like we're pretending this doesn't clobber HL. We're pretending this doesn't clobber HL. I mean, if we just push HL, pop HL, does that do it for us, gamers? I think that might do. Push popma, yeah. Hello, Bad Cop. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. No, it didn't do it for us. It didn't do it for us. Hello, welcome in, Ryan Winchester TV. Also, we're Bad Cop typing out here. How are you doing, Bad Cop? What were you up to today? Are you still on your the VTuber project? Hello, Alka. Thank you for Jal. Also, we were playing some Beat Saber. Hell yeah, very nice. You loved. I'm sure we have some Beat Saber fans around here. If you don't know me, hello, I'm LCOLONQ. I'm the letters guy. Yeah, that's me. We're making a Game Boy game here, Bad Cop. You were here earlier. You know the drill. I won't do the whole spiel. We got Bad Apple playing on the Game Boy in terms of audio. Why is Jal so fast? Because my player does not respect GIF frame timings, and has not for over a year now. So, do we know what the deal is? Google just offered me to help write my chat message. What the fuck? Like Chrome gave you AI autocompletion on your chat, your Twitch chat? That's kind of wild. There was a pop-up. I see. Yeah, what does it want you to say to me? How fast does this play, Alka Pride? Do it again, Alka. It caches after you've used it once. It's kind of a two use kind of situation. It'll happen the second time. Yeah, there we go. That one seems pretty standard. I just kind of pick a speed and we go that speed. Is how it is. Twitch emotes are right. They're not always right. They just happen to be Twitch converts. No, some of them are very wrong. I'm a huge fan of LCOLONQ. I've been following him for a while now, and I think he's great. He's always so positive and upbeat, and I love his sense of humor. Thank you, All Mind. It's crazy. For one, it's crazy that's an option. Two, I don't know. I'm glad the robot likes me. The robot. I need to convince. I'm sort of coming to think that my greatest thing is I need to do some kind of like public prompt injection hack on my sites and Wikipedia and things that just makes all the robots really like me. Right? That seems like kind of a win, right? I need the invisible hand to continue petting me gently, versus destroying me with a closed fist. I want to test these because I know I fudged with their frame timings. I see. You can see some of them are fast. JavaScript more like Java screaming. Am I right? Yeah, very true. It seems like a move. Yes. So then. Why are we resetting constantly? Why are we fucking resetting this every day of our entire life? Do we know? Let's reset. We gotta go back. Let's continue. That's the first reset. Now we step through. Now we're stepping through. HL is gonna be 6002 by the end of this, right? By the end of this, it's gonna be 6002. And now we're gonna load A into L and put that in the put that back in the audio cursor. Load A in H. Now we push HL. HL's getting pushed on. Wrong tab. I quit. I'm not coming back. Please consider this my 2 weeks notice. Thank you for the opportunity to work here. Whoops, wrong tab. Very nice. Very nice. We have drama on the TL. We have BL on the DL. Thank you for sub. Do we know what SP is? FFFC. Can we say X? Thank you for the follow, Alka too. Welcome. X2 FFFC. Wow, it's the value we want on the top of the stack. That makes sense. And hello, Glowpo71. Welcome as well. What should I write in the chat box? I'm new to Twitch and don't know what to say. Please help me get started. Thank you. I'm glad pretty soon we can have fully automated Twitch chats. This AI is unhinged. Yeah, the Google one seems really bad. I don't know. Aren't they like the richest company in the world? Can't they like just do something? Can't they just do it? Can't they just do it right? I don't know, man. Personally, I'm unsure. Though I think money, you can tell my mindset. I'm kind of like Wario. I kind of have a Wario-esque sort of outlook. I just think money solves everything. I just think like, yeah, of course, Google, of course, they just have AGI. They have more money. They have more loot. But I think maybe it doesn't work that way. In the real world. Same. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, this bullshit is for playing. This is in the play note macro. Now we're popping HL. This doesn't even clobber HL. It literally doesn't clobber HL. What is going on? It doesn't. It just clobbers A. It only clobbers A. We don't even need this. Okay, HL is 6002. Okay, now we got to compare here. Load AL. A contains the 2. We're XORing that with 7E, right? Clearly not the same thing. Clearly it's not the same thing. Obviously so. But when we XOR that, now A is 7C as expected. Now we're going to put that into B. B is 7C. We're going to load A. We're going to load H, which is now 60. We're XORing that with 60, so now it's 0. We're going to OR B, so A should now be 7C, right? And the 0 flag should not be set. It should not be set here. There's no 0 flag. What the fuck? You copy paste this or write the same message? It gave you the exact same thing. Yeah, honestly, this is sort of starting to feel like we got to add that to the quotes. Can we add this to the quotes? Use where do we have this? Is in user add quote. Google. Hello, Eagleman Freedom. Thank you for the follow, my friend. I salute you. Can we see what's the line? I'm a huge fan of LCOLONQ. I've been following him for a while now, and I think he's great. He's always so positive and upbeat. and I love his sense of humor. Thank you. Very, very cool. We'll have that for posterity. What do I start? You've started a new message. Hey, longtime chatter, first time watcher here, ready to dive into the world of LCOLONQ. Do I still have the thing? Oh, it's in the old. I gotta bring up the thing that makes the computer read out a fake GDQ message. That's so, we gotta revive that just so we have it, right? That one's so fucking good. That was a good arc. I regret to inform you that I'm leaving the company. I will not be returning. Please accept this letter as my 2 weeks notice. Thank you for the opportunity to work here. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm glad the robots like me. If you like me too, bad segue. If you like me too, bad marketing segue, you can join Discord IRC, which is how we can talk at different. Yeah. We have a thing that automatically generates fake dono messages, and it like reads them out with a TTS voice. Alka, where is that living? Fig GDQ.el. We could probably just grab it pretty verbatim, I would say. Let's go to wasp. Let's go to waspfriend.el, waspgdq.el. Okay, this is we won't get distracted. Waspgdq. It'll be quick. It'll be swift. Evil X %s fig /w/g and then do the same thing but for fig with 1 slash only. There we go. And then we do evil X %s fig wasp g. There we go. Huge. Now we just need to replace all the names. Even the humans are bots now. It's over. I'm an avid fan of LCOLONQ. I've been following him for some time now, and I think he's outstanding. He is always so positive and upbeat, and I love his sense of humor. In addition, he is a remarkable gamer. He has a wide range of skills, and he is constantly improving. I believe he has the potential to be a champion. I believe that as well. It feels like sometimes people don't believe that, but I do, and my own confidence in myself will never be shaken. GDQ generate. Let's make them all prefix so we don't end up in hell. What is your name? Require wasp AI. Are you called w/AI correctly? Can we say utils also? Running MGBA. I see. Does it actually, how does that even work? Does it use an image of the browser window? Like, how does it go? Do we have something called, do we have shuffle in you? Oh, we do. We're back. Generates message. This can be a little bit of a shuffle. The shuffler. One of these. We hit him with one of those. Okay. I just gave OpenAI a screenshot. I see. GDQ generates. This is we'll keep calling it GDQ. That's me asking what it thinks the stream content is. Is live streaming a Game Boy quote unquote game that he wrote in Lisp? The game is a pickle and LCOLONQ is brining, and that's just my title. That's just my fucking title. Are the things that are really going to be solved with a Lisp? I found it odd you write the AST. Poor parser has no work. Hello, Brave Teddy. I mean, it's just a general purpose language like everything else, right? It's pretty good for certain kinds of, like, I don't know, like Lisp manipulation tasks being the thing, right? Like doing and metaprogramming is all, but I don't know. We had a whole rant about this earlier. Why is write chat event not? Oh, we need chat. We need wasp chats. Write chat event, you need to exist. Do you live in audio? Do you exist? Are you called TTS now? You do live. Okay, you live. Can we call the fucking thing now? If I say WLDQ, does it go? Does it go? Go, please. Hello, Leonidas Umbra. Thank you for the raid. The thing is about to post a a message.
Retro Pixel Jumper
There we go.
donated
Hello, hello,
$50 with
Leonidas Umbra.
message.
How are you doing, my friend?
Hey,
Leonidas
everyone.
Umbra just came back with
Retro
a new
Pixel
model and
Jumper
stuff, which
here.
is very, very
Long-time
dope. You've been doing a little bit of RPG
First-time
Maker stuff as
donator.
well.
I had to donate
Hello,
during
Hazmat
the
VT
amazing
also.
Retro block.
Hello.
Shout out to all the
Hello,
runners for their
hello.
incredible
Welcome.
skills and dedication.
Welcome. Shout out to
Save
all
the
the runners. Save
And
the
let's beat
frames.
cancer
Let's beat
together.
cancer together.
Retro hype.
Retro hype. Yeah. We're working on a Game Boy game today, Leonidas Umbra and friends. What were you up to also? I would love to hear about it. We're working on a little Game Boy game that we're making totally from scratch, including making like the assembler and stuff. Hello NetJet Michael too. NetJet Michael 64 even. We're currently trying to figure out how to make our audio loop correctly, but let me show you real quick what we have as far as our audio goes currently. Where's game.el? Let's comment these things out again so we can play it. Can we just run another? I don't want to lose my breakpoints, so let's just run another one of these. Hello, the Alt F4 stream also. Welcome in. Hey, I know you. You're a Nixer. You're a Nix head over here. Welcome in. It's good to have you. Can we go over to we'll get a shout out for the Alt F4 stream as soon as we're off CD here. Let's show what we have right now. If I run another one of these, we can surely handle 2 instances, right? We can do. Here's what we have right now. You see? This is the progress we've made. Yeah, and then it just plays zeros for the rest of the time. Scammed on redeem? Excuse me? You know, the gamer redeem, you have to do it 5 times now because it was too annoying. We were too mad at it, so we had to make it go. You know how things go. Is this off CD? The Alt F4 stream. You're interviewing Yanomancer. No, oh, wait a second. Yeah, we know that person too. We know that funny little cat person. To wait 10 more. Yeah, you see how it goes. You see how it goes. So we're trying to figure out why this happens. Why this jump? We were actually very close to figuring it out. We're in the right spot even here. There we go. Yeah, please check out the Alt F4 stream. It's always cool to see. I feel like Nix is kind of taken over now. We have a lot of Nix OS gamers on Twitch.tv at this point. I know you of course, myself. I think Spherophoria also is a Nix OS head. There are others. Who are others that I'm rudely ignoring? I'm sure there are. Do we know? Okay, this should jump to 0 to 263. Oh, auto, yes. Does automated really use Nix? Hell yeah, neat. Nix memes seep into some of my sources too. Yeah, there are plenty of Nixers around. Our Nix family is uniting and growing. Yeah, if we step this should jump. This should. Huh? How did? Wait, what? Huh? Why are we? Huh? There's only like 2 days. COLONQ, help. What do you need help with? You have to combine with the rest of chat. What is? Huh? Excuse me. I'm stubbornly sticking to Arch. AUR too good. The sound of Bad Apple is still ringing in my ears here. I don't even know what that's all about. Huh? What? Game Jam Panic? We'll talk. We'll get through. We're gonna win this, Ace. We're not only going to get through. We're gonna win individually. So how? Okay, riddle me this. We're on instruction 25E. We're on instruction 25E. The instruction is jump relative 0. Like this is, it says jump relative, but this is the absolute address that we'll be jumping from, right? This is the actual address, right? We're being told it's Leon's hands. You see, like it's showing. This is Leonidas is doing a cooking stream. I think at some point. This is one of the. Yeah, this is the gloves, the infamous gloves. The instruction is jump relative to this if 0 flag is set. 0 flag is not set. We move to the next. Oh, why are we ignoring the? Like it's like we're ignoring the call somehow. There should be I would expect this instruction, this thing to pop up after the call. Like after the call happens, right? But like it's like we're not even. Like 194 is the address of reset music, I think, right? Like ht get g simtab reset music. We already got that up above. It's 404, which is 194. How do we, it's just skipping, it's not even doing, like, it's calling, but it's not even like, we're not seeing that the call is happening. Why is that? It's kind of confusing. Will you accept my GPG of friendship? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Like, why? Okay, we have to sort this out. We have to, like, it could just be our debugger being weird. But like, it's really concerning that, like, we are here and then there's no call, and then we end up in the next zone. Is it? Let's see again. Let's reset. Let's continue. Let's continue. Next. Walk through a bunch of shit. Let's get back to that jump. There we go. Okay, now we're at the call. It was just some weird thing. Maybe because we rebuilt the ROM. That's probably what it is. It was all confused. We're gonna jump to 194. So this is crazy because, like, oh, our flags are backwards. Our flags are backwards, gamers. This our when function here is backwards. Because what when does is it jumps past if condition is set to let's call this unless instead. Where at first you don't succeed. Change the name and continue. Okay. Good. Solve with bang. There we go. We can't easily negate these conditions. Like, we'd have to, like, read the symbol and, like, do some bullshit on them. This is nicer though. This should be unless not 0, we call that. Okay, good. Okay, good. Reset. Does it work now? If we reset and just mash continue a bunch. Yeah, that works. Okay. Let's run it again and see if it loops smoothly. It does loop. Okay, we have looping music in game now, and this music, we can make this music from using any the Bells of Basilia syntax, as long as it's one track and doesn't use chords. This is legit awesome sounding. Thank you. Like, literally the only thing that is generating this music is if we go to game.el, the music, as it were, is literally generated from this string. So we can get other songs too very easily. So let's try. You have one missing slash at the end.Maybe we might be off by one kind of scenario. I think that's very possible. Hello, the Genie A1. The music is nostalgia overload. I'm here for it. Thank you. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing a really messed up thing. I'm not sure how much of the context you got the Alt F4 stream. We're writing an Emacs Lisp program that generates Game Boy ROMs, basically. So we wrote our own, like, Game Boy assembler and stuff in Emacs Lisp. So we're doing this all from Emacs with no external tooling to produce the ROM. It's all Lisp code. So it's kind of strange and fucked up, but, you know, you got to do what you got to do out here. This is amazing. Thank you. So here's Bad Apple. Let's grab some others. Let's go to the Bells Deluxe. We have quite a database of these songs at this point. What's a song we have in here? That's do we have the Lane song? The Lane song. He's actually bootstrapping. Yeah, this is entirely invented here. Let's copy that. It's not going to work well with the rest, so we need to make the rest work correctly. That's the main priority. Hello, Clonk. Good luck on the gaming. It's looking badass. Thank you. Can we do this? Let's run again. You can see the rests are breaking it. You see? Hell yeah. Okay. We have some boa action. My passphrase is LCOLONQ. Thank you. Let's make the rest not sound horrid. So the reason why How do we not play sound on the channel? Can we go to audio on Pandox? How do we turn off channel 1 temporarily without causing some kind of hell event? Audio registers. What does channel 1 have? There is just this. Do we have to? No, we don't. These are not set. It's turned off when the length timer expires, when the period sweep overflows, or the channel's digital to analog converter is turned off. Do we just enable a length timer for the notes, maybe? Like, we could just do that and then just not play notes if they're 0. That probably works. What is the deal with all channels can be set to automatically shut themselves down after a certain amount of time? That seems pretty good. So we can set the length timer in it's not in period sweep, it's here, right? Initial length timer is here. I assume this isn't the actual, this says initial length timer. I assume this doesn't actually change as we decrement, right? Volume equals 0 for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's probably no. Volume equals 0 does not actually turn it off. The amplifier never mutes a non-silent input, right? So a volume of 0 is just makes it very quiet, which is kind of funny. You have to actually turn off the channel, I think. Let's just do this length thing. This will be way better, right? All we have to do here is we just have to check. Okay, well, we have to initialize the length timer thing correctly, both here and also in the control register down here. Zachtronics manual. Yeah, it's really like 90% of this shit is just like Zachtronics style gameplay. Then we set the length enable bit down here too. And it might be good enough for government work, but we're not setting the volume dynamically at all right now, X switch at 1. So like it's going to be roughly the same amount of work, I think, as setting length enable, and then because we have to do a condition in either way to check if the value is 0. And if so, we don't play. We only unless it's non-zero, we don't play. That's quite a double negative. Okay, let's just do that. Then I think that'll be fine. Maybe. Well, let's start just by setting the length timer to something sensible. What are the units of the length timer? They are presumably in some kind of shorter. The length timer, do we know? Ticks up at 256 hertz from the value it's set at. When the length timer reaches 64, the channel is turned off. So this is going to be a quarter, like it ticks up. So we have to set it to some negative value, presumably. Well, anyway, let's just set it to 0. Let's leave it to the default. We be setting the length timer to sensible things. Hello, Yellowberry HN, welcome. It's presumably, maybe we're trying. We're doing our fucking best. We're doing our best. That's all we can say. Can we? I'll show you the progress we've made so far soon. Do we really want this? Is maybe too complex here. How do we turn off the thing entirely? I guess we can just check the condition and set the thing. 7 hours, goddamn. That's how we do it. That's how we do it out here, Chandu. It's we do 7 hours twice a week, pretty much. A little over that sometimes. How do we turn off does that create a pop? Is that true? Like channel DAC. It's controlled, enabled if and only if this is there's some bullshit here. Do we know it's in that's in this thing? Yes, which may cause an audio pop to turn it off. The Elis Datsudan undisputed champion. Many are saying this too, Big Game Mikey. I think I'm even willing to accept the honor of working on a game jam with Cindy. Good luck to both of you. I hope you have a fun time this weekend. I know you're doing like a little private jam deal, which is a lot of fun. Do we have Oh fuck, we're doing length timer. Fuck it. We're doing length timer. I refuse to not do length timer. We're gonna let's keep initial. Let's just try enabling length timer. Nothing. All other things being equal. Game.el length, because length timer is controlled by what the control register, which happens somewhere where we do the music initialization and initialize system and enable sound. Channel 1. Where do you do your thing? Is it envelope? What fucking thing is gb.el ff where is this? Where is x13? Period. It's no, that's period low. Clearly wrong. Where is audio? Period low. It's 14. Period. It's in period high. It's the second bit of period high. Sure. When we first set the period high to trigger the thing in the first place. If we go over to game.el, where is period high happening? It's in trigger 1. What if we just set the second bit to enable the length timer? Okay. Run this. Got this. Let's go back over here. Let's actually let's list B, delete 2, delete 3. I wish there was a way to temporarily disable these. I think so we need to make them shorter. We need to make them shorter, which means we need to increase the length timer. Exhibitionist nerd put a day of work in. What is this? Am I an exhibitionist now? I love having public intercourse. Is this what this is? I don't know about that one, gamers. I'm unsure about that. Do we know? Hello, P Tacky. Sounds good. Yeah, it's sounding good. We're trying to. You know how it's kind of. You see these kind of buzzes, P Tacky, between things, right? Like how it's buzzing between notes. We're trying to make it not do that right now. That's the current idea. We're 23 hours in. I'll look forward to seeing your progress, Yellowberry. Good luck. Good luck. Game.el. Where are we going? Where do you set the length timer originally? It happens in fucker. They're toots. Yeah, it's just a low thing. They happen in this one. The length timer and duty cycle. So that happens in initialize here in this duty cycle gizmo. Let's just set the low 3 bits high. Does this make shorter notes? Do you make shorter notes occur? If we reset, continue. I don't think it did. I don't think it actually did at all. Well, that's troublesome. Do we know why? That is the right one, isn't it? Duty cycle is in gb.el. That's 1.1, which is this one. Initial length timer is this. Do we have to set this every time? It's write only, so presumably not. It's the initial timer. Exhibition is what? That's the word for exhibitionist in English. Means you're someone who gets off on. Well, anyway, I don't know about this. It's some kind of has this kind of reference, perhaps. I don't know. The I mean, these values are. Let's reset the. Well, let's make them as short as possible. Let's go 5 ones, baby. 6 ones even. 6 ones in the duty cycle. Oh, wrong word. Oh, no worries. No worries. Okay. Do we do this? Do we do this? Sounds good. Oh, I know. You're all good. You're all good. I'm teasing a little bit. Okay, see, now they're as short as possible. You don't hear them at all. Understandable. What if we do 5 ones instead? At least we know it's working. That's actually a really good sign. Reset. Continue. Not good. Bad. Doobie cycle, yeah. Let's do 4 ones. Do this. Reset. It's not playing at all. We have nothing. We have nowhere. Oh, of course. Well, 4 ones is 2 to the... It shouldn't be. Like, you'd expect 6 ones to not play at all because it goes to 64. Yes. It's truly a roundabout or something. That's quite nice. Do we have... You'd expect that. Okay. Well, I guess the only way for us to really tell is if we actually do the thing. If we actually don't play, if the notes are not too long, right? So this deal here can be, we want to check the value in HL, right? The value in HL is the current, the deal, right? It's the deal. If we only, so A is already H, right? If we OR A L, right? That means we're checking if this is 0, if this is 0, we want to we want to not play the note. We want to not play the note. So we want to play the note if it's not 0, right? G unless like this, if it's not, as long as it's not 0, we want to play the note. Let's try this then. Not right, clearly. What's wrong with this then? You would expect use Wayland. Welcome in RKGP Love Delphi. Unfortunately, I can't use Wayland because there's no EXWM for Wayland yet. So alas, we have to use the Emacs X Windows Manager. I would sort of like for there to be, but I don't have too much motivation to switch just yet. We have a lot of... Why haven't you made it yet? Well, it's on the list. It's on the list. I'm sure we will eventually. I'm sure we'll make something that works 1/4 as well as EXWM and give up. You know, we'll experiment that in that space eventually. I'm sure. That's how we tend to do things. Can I shout out Ryan too? Did I not do that? Ryan Winchester. You run it in the compat layer. I don't know if you can run a window manager in that. I'm unsure. Thank you also for second first, Sui Robo. Welcome back. Do we know? Why is this? What is this? We shouldn't be. And thank you for the follow too. Our RKGP_love_Delphi. Did we not rebuild? Let's check to make sure. Reset. So what are we doing wrong here? What are we doing wrong here? Oh, this is the cursor. How this needs to be beast. We're doing the wrong values here entirely. This is the wrong fucking trousers. This is comical of us. We need to load A, B, C. There we go. Of course. Of course. So now they're too long. They're going over the. They're going. Our length timer is not happening correctly. You see? You see? Is your Emacs configured from scratch? Yes, from scratch. Yes, it is. I don't use like Doom or anything. Those things weren't super popular. Like Doom was, I think, just starting to be a thing people used a bunch when I started. How is the long lemon one normal? It just happens to have the same update rate. The flickering is not even my fault. The fact that the one flickers, that's like a Emacs not doing interpolation from. The intended melody is the Serial Experiments lane opening. It's Duvet. It's not boat, please. It's this one. It's you know the one. You've heard it before. It's the famous anime song, you know? Like using Doom Builder myself. Are you an Emacs head, Sui Robo? Or is this different? Or are you referring to gaming? It's this one, you see? How do you manage splits in Emacs? Do you have binds to move around them? Yeah. So Emacs actually makes it really convenient. So there's this thing called, you're referring to game, I see, of course. I just have bindings. I have 2 bindings. I can press Q %, to split horizontal, or I can press Q double quote to split vertical. And then I can press Alt HJKL to move, you know, standard directions between between windows, right? Just easily. And I can press Shift Alt to move swapping positions of things, which is how I move things often. And also I don't use it very often, but we have I think I can press Q. No, that's to resize. How do I move? How do I move thing? How do I move gizmo? How do you survive? I'm just built differently. Is that just evil? This is all configured myself, Brave Teddy. I think it's all evil mode lets you do like standard like this. The thing I'm doing is the same as doing like colon. If I said V splits or something, if I said V splits, it's the same as that, right? But the underlying functionality is like an Emacs window split thing. It's tied to my CPU. Yeah, it's my CPU load, Sweet Robo. Do we have okay, now let's try the length timer thing again. Do we I'm sure there's just something we're missing about the length timer, right? Initial length timer is here. The shorter the time is before the channel is cut. Do we know what this is? Do we know it's ticking up at 256 hertz, which is a fucking quite a bit, right? Because it stops when it reaches 64, right? So that's 1/4 of a second. Does Emacs have a tree structure to keep track of each buffer, kind of like i3? There's not really a tree structure. There's just a big list of buffers, or like a big mapping from names to buffers, Brave Teddy. So the way I do my buffer list is I just have a thing that just like I can just fuzzy search through every buffer I have open, right? Like I have a lot of buffers open. I have like this special one that brings up like I can search for like I can do like search on Google or stuff. But if I just look at my raw buffer list, like there's a lot. There's a lot of like internal stuff too, right? Here's all these buffers. Every time I've made a request to ChatGPT, there's a buffer for it just lying around, right? Because I think we started logging those so I can go check technically. Yeah. We have a fuck ton of buffers open, which is kind of like a tree. You can have contextual buffers inside of buffers though. Kind of, yeah, but there's a lot. How does Emacs know how to display? Okay, so the way it works in Emacs is that there's a concept of windows that is distinct from buffers. Hello, 0xF06. I love your avatar. It's very cool. Thank you so much. Your name is very topical because your name looks like it fits in 12 bits, right? It's 12 bits style. You see it's like relevant to. I was trying to think of something cooler to say, but I didn't think of it in time. Forgive me, reboot me, please. We're writing this Game Boy thing, you know the deal. But there's no tree structure basically. Emacs has a separate concept of a window and a buffer, right? So a window is like the thing that is like this region of the screen split like this. This is one window. This is another window up here. This is another window. Like it's like the actual thing. And then a window can display a buffer, right? So changing this around by me going here, right? Me going this back and forth here. This is me changing the buffer that's displayed in the window. It holds windows in a tree. Presumably, yes. The way that the windows are actually laid out on the screen is a tree, right? But like they're not like they don't have to be, right? I think the representation might be different than that quite. Like I don't know. It's thank you for the follow 0xF06 also. It's like a tile. Yeah, it's exactly like a tiling window manager, right? Like, or I don't know the exact formula for how they split. I just know if I press Q %, it splits exactly in half. And if I press Q tab, it balances all those splits. So I assume this is like some kind of like either a binary tree or like I think if I split 3 times, it actually balances them into thirds. So I think it's like an n-ary tree. right? Like if I go to another workspace, right? How does the EXWM handle frames? So frames, you can have floating frames that work as normal aorism. Like for example, if I mouse over your name in chat room, if I go here, right, that's a child frame that's like floating over, right? Frames like other additional Emacs frames that are like in tiled mode, I assume they would just be a window, but I don't really use those ever, so I don't really know. But the most notable place where it uses frames is EXWM. You can have multiple workspaces for each monitor, which is what I do. Are your dot files public? They're not right now because of me trying to fight with privacy reasons, but literally I think 5 people have asked this stream, so I need to do it soon. I've been saying I'm going to do it for months. If you have evil mode, try control WV to split, control WH. Yeah. That's like closer to the Vim bindings, right? A lot of this is just vanilla Emacs too. All this stuff. They're not public yet. Fuck, I thought it was the same. Fuck. I shouldn't read the name. If I'm cool with i3WM, I might not be super afraid of Emacs. Yeah, no. It's like Emacs is not like fucking alien technology. It's a bunch of GUI shit taped to a Lisp interpreter, right? It's not. Can you show me the part? Yes, for sure, Brave Teddy. And please, if you have stuff, I can share specific things in Discord, and I will link the actual deal there. I looked at Await some code, no longer co-hosting. I said do DevOps and other infra stuff. Yeah. I was looking at your diagrams earlier today. The Alt F4. I stopped in briefly. I was. It seemed like you had quite a situation going on. It was CF. Is this Cloudflare? Are you a Cloudflare head also? Welcome in Kyle8664 also. We need to load up on this. I asked there already, but I forgot you're streaming right now. That's why I'm back here. Oh, okay, I see. I think it's just in my init.el. I think I just have them bound globally. It's this package called WindMove. I have to rebind them sometimes because things like to eat them. But it's just these WindMove things for this. Like WindMove. These might be built in even. Where does WindMove live? WindMove.el. What's your path? What's your path here? It's just, these are built in. Yeah, you can just, it's just WindMove left, right, up, and down. And then I think the splits are in, I might just be binding the evil routines. Splits. Yeah, I'm just calling evil window vsplit and evil window split here. So it's really just like installing evil mode gets you, and vanilla Emacs gets you all this for free. Yeah. It's just a matter of like binding them somewhere. Like, what's Def Hydra? Hydra is a really convenient library for doing key bindings. I use this a lot. It lets you define like custom evil keys. Has like some support for. I don't know if it does. I've never touched that or looked at that. That sounds scary if it does. Def Hydra, or let's just go to Hydra Emacs. This is one of my favorite libraries. I've committed the Taboo, and I'm working on a supply chain tool which can build your software like Nix and run it locally like dev shells and deploy it like Terraform or Pulumi. That sounds actually very convenient to use. Hello Codespace too. I don't really have a great deployment workflow right now for all of my shit. It is basically NixOS rebuild remote hosts off of my Flake. So yeah, is that a buffer displaying Firefox? Yes. So this is the real freak stuff. I am a big Nix head. This is all my machines are on Nix big style. But it's mostly, again, I manage, I don't have like a huge amount of things. I have a couple of VPSs. I have my desktops, my laptops, and a home server. And all I have is just like a Flake that has a bunch of system configurations for those in them. And a bunch of, have you heard of Deploy RS? People have told me about that. It's kind of like a successor to NixOps, right? Is that the idea? Deploy RS? Yeah, this thing. This might actually be useful for me. Because right now my deal is I basically just like, do I have any on this machine actually? In my home.nix, I basically just like have a bunch of shell scripts that say, okay, to rebuild the API server, run this NixOS rebuild command with this build this system config from the Flake, and then just hey, I just run those. So if I could do that in a way that's a little less whack, a Nix module you can embed into Flakes and then do deploy rs. Oh, sick. That seems actually very useful. The main thing that's how much often does RuneScape really need to be redeployed? I mean, probably pretty often actually. Can I get Firefox and vanilla Emacs too? Okay, so the way that works, Brave Teddy, that's getting into the realm of the fuckers zone. To have Firefox here. So the package that makes that happen is called EXWM, which is the Emacs X Windows Manager. So that's because I'm using Emacs as my window. So in the place of like where you might use i3 or Genome, you don't need EXWM for that. Well, I mean, if you want a browser, there are a few things you could do. There's a built-in text mode browser called EWW. There's also like a thing called, there's a way you can embed an X, like a what do you call it? There's like this X widget WebKit thing. I run Firefox and vanilla Emacs just fine. How are you doing this, LG? What is the nature of the beast? Are you invoking like having it in a buffer? That sounds engaging. That sounds engaging to me. But yeah, the way I'm doing it is with Emacs basically. Just using XWidget WebKit. Okay, that's what I said that. I was not even taken by surprise because that's the thing I said a sentence ago. That is possible. The problem is it's not Firefox, right? It's going to be. No, wait, it's the robot. I'm getting trolled by the fucking robot. I'm like, oh my god. This, how hard it is to be me, isn't it, computer? How hard it is to be. I'm just a little guy. I never asked for any of this. It's the other bot's laughing at me now. It's fucking over. But yeah, I use this thing, which basically lets you treat. Okay, let's clarify for Brave Teddy. The thing I'm using is called EXWM. Basically, it lets me use Emacs in place of like i3 or Awesome or something like that in place of my window manager. So what Emacs does for me is what it does is it lets me treat any X11 window as an Emacs buffer, right? So just like all these Firefox things just appear in my Emacs buffer list. I can navigate them with the same key bindings, etc., etc. And then Firefox looks like this because who's a bot and who isn't. It's hard to tell sometimes. You can tell the bots don't have a space in front of their name, so you can kind of subtly tell. Sometimes there's no space. It is very confusing though sometimes. But yeah, I have Firefox user Chrome to not have any UI because I don't need it, and I have an extension called No Tabs. Or dtab rather, that makes it so there's no tabs. Everything opens always in a new window because I always want to be able to see everything in my buffer list. That's the setup. You're not running a WM. Yeah, so my xinetRC actually, if I look at xinetRC, the final line is just exec Emacs. So yeah, Emacs is the window manager. Emacs doesn't have to be GTK. Basically what my bot said. But that's not Firefox. It's not Fire. It's different. It doesn't work very well either and breaks all the time. And I doubt it can run Twitch. I know because I tried it, LG. I know because I tried it. What is WM name? WM name, it sets some X property that makes certain things run better. Hello, Ways to Code Andrew. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. It's very nice to see you. Welcome. Ways to Code Andrew. Thank you for stopping by. Emacs can be GTK, but it can also not be GTK. So you can have workspaces. Yeah. So you can do various things. The Emacs WM, there's a concept in it called workspaces that I basically only use for like multi-monitor support. Like if I press capital Q, you see my cursor disappears. That's because my cursor is warping between my monitors, like my focus. So if I press this, now I'm focusing OBS. If I press this, now I'm focusing here again, right? For multi-head. For like these, I do have workspaces though, right? Which you can see popping up on the bottom of the screen. Like when I'm doing this is me switching window configurations using something called eyebrows Emacs, which is just a built-in Emacs thing. It's just for managing your window configs, but it works well. It works well because I mean in EXWM my like windows are like X windows are just buffers, right? So it just works kind of. There's probably better ways to do this, but you know, we do what we can. Doom Emacs is pretty good, yeah. So why are we still okay? We're not playing rest correctly now. The problem is the length timer. The problem we're encountering is the persp mode. I don't really like that kind of thing because it makes it what those things do is they make buffers invisible if you're not in like the right workspace, which can be good sometimes, but also like I don't know. What were you up to today, Ways to Code Andrew? Also, I didn't mean to get distracted immediately. I hope you had a good stream. I'm sorry, you might have missed when I said hello, because I always say it too fast, and I think people have ads and stuff. I hope you had a good session. I hope things were good. Do we have any raiders from there who could say what they were up to? I would love to check it out. Do we have? It looks like they were designing a CPU. I see, making a naive 8x8 multiplier. Hell yeah, that's fucking sick. I hope that went well. Very, very good. Please check them out if you haven't. I think they're getting started, so they might appreciate some love over there. It's a COLONQ feature. What if the chat is a? What else are we saying? Is LG a bot now? So there's different. Anyone you see in Twitch chat on your screen is not a robot. Sometimes people who appear on my screen are robots imitating existing chatters, because there's a redeem you can spend 50,000 points on to clone yourself, and that will create a fake version of you. Hello Sladoid, thank you for the follow too. Do we have? I don't see you in chat, but on yeah, you see anyone that appears on, like, this one is fake. This one. You see, it's kind of like that. It's just a funny little gimmick, I guess. I read the fake messages a lot and think they're real. It's mostly to trick me. Yeah, if there's no icons, it's the fake one. Do we have? Where is? So here we're setting the. This is the thing. Let's make it shorter again. Let's see if we can do anything, because this clearly was doing something. It was kind of crazy. It knew about X widget. I mentioned the X widget thing out loud, so maybe it picked it up from my transcription. I think that's likely. Thank you for boost. Let's reset again. Reset. Continue. Now it does nothing. Right? It goes from. Fuck. It's so annoying. GBAs are cool and eLisp is comfy. I'm doing it for fun mostly. Codespace UX25. It seemed like a cool fucking project, right? I think it is pretty cool. If I say so myself, right? Like, I think this fucking rocks. Am I just drastically misinterpreting what this needs to be? I sort of feel like I am. Do we need to re-trigger every time? Let's try that maybe. I think that's probably likely. Where's play notes? Where's play notes? Let's re-trigger every time. Maybe that does something useful for us. We didn't actually rerun the thing. Reset. See? Well, it clearly did something. It's a little too long still. How do we... I'll stick with VS Code, thank you very much. A gotcha bit of both is based on burst mode. I see. Yeah. I think it seems to be a little bit custom. I don't know. I don't think you really need the workspace. I think eyebrows, some kind of, what most people mean by workspaces, they mean a way to quickly switch between different window layouts, I find. And yeah, we're off. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to turn we're trying to turn the thing off after a timer. Is the deal. We could set there's some kind of volume envelope functionality too, but it's all like it's all involved. Let's say that. Can we set this to the maximum? Or not the maximum. This is just 16 when the maximum is 64. Rerun this. Okay, we try. This doesn't work at all. Huh? Excuse me? It doesn't even happen even if you are re-triggering. I see. I don't know. I think I'm sort of happy to call it with this. I think this has been pretty good, right? I think this is like real progress. This like we have to figure out how to disable the thing, right? But like I think this is like being able to write a Muzak string and have Game Boy music is like pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. That's going to solve one of our problems in the coming days. The other problem is input, but I'm also convinced that input probably isn't that hard, right? Mostly it's going to be, we have to, we check the one button, we change the state. You know, it's not too bad. We already know how to change graphic. We know how to do stuff. We know how to do this stuff. So I think we're going to find somebody to raid. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. It's been a wonderful Friday. I hope your weekend is starting off well. We'll see you. I think tomorrow or Sunday we might watch a movie, or we'll see how motivated I am. We'll see how alive I am. I was thinking about doing it tomorrow because it's a nicer day. You know, Saturday is not the day before people have to work. But like also LCOLONQ's not here and she might be sad, so I don't actually know what I'll do. We'll be on the Discord IRC. Please, if you join that, if you haven't, it's always a great. You know, I don't know. I'm not saying it's not like it's a fucking amusement park, but it's fun. It's fun. We hang out, we talk. It's a nice time. I like my friends. Thank you, Merrick Dead 444 also for the follow. Who are we rating? Is there anyone even online? Soy Milk playing Satisfactory. Who else is on here? Who else is on here? Vesper AWOL just starting. We haven't seen Vesper in quite a minute here. Dead Sun Prime playing Fortnite. Brace for Haste drawing. Quite a few people. Is anyone in the software zone today? DJ's on. Robotech's on again. We just rated them. Doohoo's on playing Factorio a little bit. That's pretty good. I think we've rated them quite a lot pretty recently though. Oh, we could raid CM Griffing maybe. Oh, CM Griffing's also been going for 7 hours. If they're just finishing up, I don't want to zoom over there too quickly. I don't know. Here's a little professor's on. Who? Professor. May is printing. Wait. May. Which May? Maysaka or Kitsune Spirit May? Which one? When I look down, I see the sky above me. Oh, Maysaka is on. I think we just raid them, or Prod rated them. Prod rated them. Is this true? We can. Who we gonna? Let's. I don't know. Snufkin May and the dog's on. We have all kinds of people around here. Professor Bloom. Oh, I see. Bloom is on playing a retro game for the PSX. If it was a Game Boy game, that'd be the play. I think. Corpse is on doing. Oh, Corpse is on doing the music thing that I was on a few days ago. We haven't raided Corpse in forever too. Let's raid Corpse channel. Raid Corpse. That seems like the perfect thing. And this was sort of a musical sort of stream as well. They're listening to playlists. I was on this last weekend actually. I shared a little playlist of my own. So let's go check them out. That seems like a great time. All right, let's head over there. Let's be polite. Say hello. We'll hang out. Hello, MSCS too. Can build lists from scratch, but deciding which friend to raid is so freaking hard. Yeah, it always is. There's too many. There's so many. There gotta be less people. We gotta cut down on the people. Anyway, Discord IRC. I'll do the newspaper. We'll make that newspaper too. Newspaper published. We're remembering everything these days. We're so fucking loaded up. Oh, new friend, maybe Risky VR. That seems good. I will follow them. Sorry, I wasn't reading very much when I was looking. Thank you so much again, the Alta 4 stream, for stopping by too. We have this newspaper thing also that goes in the Discord. You've seen it before. If you haven't, you can come check it out maybe. Unless okay, we'll raid. Anyway, thank you everybody. EXO, see you later. See you Tuesday. Toodles. Bye bye. Okay, bye for real.